get ready to jump into the battleground.
के पास 14 फिनिशर्स आगे बढ़ेंगे नार्सेन क्या वो क्लच करके जा पाएंगे डैमेज बहुत ज्यादा आखिरी खिलाड़ी ये क्लच अबाउट टू गेट ओवर क्या यहाँ पे हो चुका है जी हाँ 1 2 3 बहुत बड़ा रकम है विकेट वो थोड़ा और आगे जाना चाहते हैं मोरोटोप उसको हिट हुआ डैमेज बहुत ज्यादा विकेट उन्होंने एक और खिलाड़ी को डाउन किया पाने
With the overall standings being closer than ever before, now the sword of pressure is on the neck. Welcome to realme BGIS 2025, where I'm going to be a host, Caster Necro. John alongside with me on the panel, it's going to be Super Johnny. And today is the grind, Group B last day. Johnny, as I mentioned, last day to make the cut, pretty much in the top 8, and all the odds and all the cards have already been used.
Yeah, and I mean, as you mentioned, last day, that is the most important thing because, again, as you mentioned, teams have tried everything that they could have in the first 3 days, in the 18 matches that they played so far. And today, I think there are a lot of expectations from a few big names that still sit from the 19th to the 16th position on the latter half of the leaderboard to actually make a bounce back. Because, again, final 6 game to decide whether you have round 4 or round 3 written next to your name.
And let's not forget, yesterday we saw some crazy comebacks from the likes of Silly Esports, Team Insane, and even Wingard Esports. The way they were playing was so good, especially Silly Esports in that last game. They just pretty much clutched it and found themselves directly in the top 3.
I mean, a lot of big comebacks, in particular Team Insane's consistency yesterday has gotten themselves in a decent position. Last game we saw Vasista Esports, kind of a soft bounce back coming in from them. Not the last match, the game of Miramar, the second last game of the day. Although they did have a decent 4v4 against Insane in that last Erangel as well. After that, they were immediately wiped out due to a third party, but still, signs of life are now visible from Vasista Esports. But, Necro, again, yesterday, we started off with God's Reign being in a decent position, and we ended the day with them outside of the top 8 for the second time in this grind.
Exactly. Now for God's Reign, let's be honest, with the way things are going, they did try to switch things up yesterday, right?
Yes.
They did try to be a little bit more passive, try to go for the final few moments of the game, but even that's not been working out for the side of God's Reign. Maybe now they need to bring in a little bit of that twist, a mixture of both the strategies, a tactical nature, but at the same time add on a bit of that aggression, know the difference between good fights and bad fights, and make sure that you're having a great position inside of the circle. How do you do so? Well, by prioritizing the fights, and especially taking a fight against a team who's currently in the smack center. But we'll continue that conversation after having a look at this points distribution. First placing team inside of the game will get 10 points, the second one will get 6, the third one will get 5, and it's going to keep on descending downwards until 9th, till 16th get none.
I love the advice that you just gave the teams. Prioritizing the fights is how you walk into good fights and bad fights. The most generic thing I could have heard. Right? But anyways, as you were pointing out the switch in playstyle from God's Reign, yesterday we noticed them focusing a little bit more on placement points rather than just running into those fights willy-nilly and just going all out in terms of aggression, because that is how those first 2 days worked out for them. I believe somewhere around 50 plus finishes and just 8 placement points at the end of day 2. And then yesterday they got a grand total of 35 to 34 points in total, out of which majority for the first time for God's Reign were because of those placement points. Again, yesterday's performance was again middle of the charts, middle of the table. Today, I would want to see them bringing that aggression again, because we have the overall rankings in front of us right now, and I believe the only teams that are safe are going to be TSW, Just Jelly, and Silly Esports. Everyone else is still under threat, is still under fire. Because you look at Hyderabad Hydras, 117, then you have FS 114, Raven 113, tied up with Wingard on the 7th, and then Insane on that 8th position with 108 points. But the story does not end there, because the contenders are also going to be TWM with 103 points, God's Reign on the 10th with 101, and Forever Red Ross with 99 points on that 11th position. These teams can at any time have a big game, push Insane or Wingard outside of the top 8 and claim their spot. Although 12 to 16, man, we need to see some big pop-off in the first 3 games itself. Otherwise, these teams are going to be out of contention for the top 8.
The overall standings are way too fragile, man. Even the team on the 12th, which is Pride to Million Esports, not that far back, even they can make that catapult. One decent game, as you mentioned, in the first 3 games, and instantly Pride to Million Esports too can stand a major chance to be there in the top 8. But now let's have a look at the top 5 players for this entire group, right? Let's see which of those players that have been able to really pop off for their teams individually and bring those numbers in for that banner. THW, Levi, He's managed to get 29 finishes. You've also got Godsreen Ninja Shot right there with 28. Even Kalyuk from Silly Esports with 27 finishes. And then another man from THW Non-X, which is Lovish with 26.
Yeah, I mean, this group has been incredible in terms of those individual performances that we have seen so far. And of course, along with that, these teams have been very impressive, especially Silly Esports, as we pointed out yesterday, was phenomenal. Ninja Jord, I think last year, once the transfer happened, we expected him to just pop off right off the bat. Did not happen. This year, though, the start has been great. A recent third party, he was the individual from the side of God's Reign. A key player that made sure that in the finals, it is going to be his IGL Destro who gets to start that year with a trophy win on the board. But let's see how today is going to go for these teams and for these lads. We have the schedule of the day on our screens.
Nothing really changing over here. Pretty much the classic schedule that we've been looking at. Nothing really changing on the board. But once again, Johnny, speaking of the entire stuff of God's Reign, right? We are clearly seeing that change in the playstyle. But honestly speaking, now for God's Reign, as I mentioned a while ago too, they need to bring in a little bit of that sweet balance of aggression and even that tactical nature. What I mean by that is being a little bit more proactive early stages. Just try and prioritize the centric part as soon as possible.
Yeah, I mean, that can be the way to go for them, but then again, I think the edge clearing strat that they had going for themselves for day 1 and day 2, where they would just go on the edge and just start picking off whoever they could see, also worked out quite nicely for them. And especially being in the position that they are right now with 101 points on the board, just 7 points shy of qualification, it is definitely possible that they can make that leap happen. Look at that, Hyderabad Hydras is 4th on the leaderboard. It's just 16 points separating them and God's Reign, and we know God's Reign can get those 16 points in 2 games without any placement points.
A head-to-head between Lucifer and Justin as well from the side of God's Reign. And speaking of Lucifer, right, there's been a big dip in the performance for Red Ross in general on day 3 that we saw, which was yesterday. Now for Red Ross, today's day is going to mean a lot. A team that was already there, comfortably sitting in the top 8, is now outside of that top 8, pretty much in the depths of hell. And Red Ross is looking forward to make that comeback. Every single person from Red Ross we know possesses a lot of mechanics, possesses a lot of firepower, but maybe today's day is the day where they start to perform.
I mean, of course, but hey, Necro, we made our predictions today, and you have gone for Red Ross. What is that about? You were just criticizing them a lot.
Not exactly criticizing. As I mentioned, today's day can be the day where they can pop off. And for Red Ross, considering the sort of pressures on their neck, I genuinely think so, especially when this team under pressure, they can perform pretty well.
Anki going for Vasista Esports, that is very risky, I'm going to say.
Gutsy move.
Yeah, that's a gutsy move. Even Maisie going for Hail Inferno squad, that is also another team at the bottom. Rawan, he's gone for Troy Tamil in Esports. So, like over on the Hindi desk, people have taken a lot of risks. Sparrow has the same prediction as you, the Forever Red Ross and me and Salty on the same page, both of us believing that God's Reign will take the day.
Without a doubt, God's Reign is going to be there in the top 8. It's not even a question. That's one of the safest picks you can go for. At the end of the day, it's a team filled with so many veterans, and even they are currently in form. Yeah, inside of the grind, we're not really seeing the proper God's Reign that we saw in the previous third party. But trust me when I say this, it's because they're trying a lot of new stuff out.
That is true, and trying this new stuff, just making it work or figuring out what flaws are there in their game plan is going to be very important for them, because this is one of those teams that is not just satisfied qualifying for an event, they want to win everything.
Exactly, and the playstyle as well that God's Reign has, it's really zone oriented too. Now, believe it or not, yeah, they sometimes do like to play from the edges, but still they like to survive till the final few moments. For that, the survival point has to be on time. And if things mess up instantly early stage itself, then God's Reign, you see them fumble up quite a bit as well. So for God's Reign, from the start till the end, every single step has to be perfect. One single mid-step, it's done for. But for now, it's time for us to toss to a short promo. You guys have a look at this.
We've got that temperatures high, but it make way. We came here to slay,
Let's go! P3 Pro takes mobile gaming to the next level. So first was the AI motion control. आपके मूवमेंट्स को गेम के साथ सिंक कर देता है। AI अल्ट्रा टच कंट्रोल आपके फिंगर मूवमेंट्स को ट्रैक करके टच कंट्रोल को लाइटनिंग फास्ट और लैग फ्री बना देता है। मतलब बटरी स्मूथ गेम प्ले जो हर गेमर का ड्रीम होता है यार। तो P3 Pro इज द चॉइस।
Welcome back after that short break. Johnny, continuing the conversation that we're having about God's Ring, right? As I mentioned, the play style is quite zone-oriented. Sometimes it really does depend on how they play as well. Recently, when we saw them inside of the grind in the first 2 days, they were really going super aggressive. But now, in this week, God's Ring has styled down that aggression completely. We're not seeing them prioritize the elimination points at all.
Yeah, but that only worked out for them 2 matches out of the 6 they played yesterday. And compare that to how they were doing in the first 2 days. They were very consistent.
Average,
Every
yeah.
single game they would be able to walk away with 6 to 7 eliminations. The worst I think was 5 or 4. And that I think is something that God's Reign definitely has going for them. But ladies and gentlemen, we just saw that promo. AI motion control while playing those games. AI touch control while you are playing BGMI as well. Incredible features. I want to try all of those things, and I think you guys also should go ahead and check out the Realme P3 Pro 5G, ladies and gentlemen, available on Flipkart starting from 21,999. And of course, those aren't the only features. The thing I love the most, glow in the dark.
Ooh, so that you don't really waste your gaming nights on just finding that phone. And
Yeah.
once again, Johnny, another thing that I've heard is that if you move on towards Flipkart and search for the Realme P3 Pro 5G, you might just stand a chance to win some exciting rewards. So what are you waiting for? Do it right now. But once again, continuing the conversation, right? Johnny, another team that can stand a major chance is also Troy Chameleon Esports. We've seen them in the past pull out a chicken dinner. I do understand they're quite inconsistent, but still that inconsistency can sometimes give you the rewards.
Yeah, it is just the fact that Hydro needs to be supported properly, right? I mean, it's the one man pulling a lot of weight for his team, and if all the other players start to either step up or play around him, just protect him, get into a position from where he can get those finishes, then I think Troy Chameleon Esports will have a big opportunity to bounce back. But it's not just them, ladies and gentlemen. Let's have a look at the teams playing the 6 matches today. We have FS, Insane, Jelly all doing very well for themselves. Vasista Esports struggling on the last page. TWM on the 9th position. THW on the 1st position. RGC, they are kind of struggling as well. Bottom 3 is where they are at. But as we move on to the next page, Hyderabad Hydras, I think this has to be the most impressive team along with TSW, XNO, and inside of this particular group.
Even Raven Esports is quite interesting too, right? Yesterday's day, even Raven Esports pulled off quite a major comeback in the overall standings. Exactly. 2 back-to-back chicken dinners by Raven Esports yesterday, by the way, on the map of Miramar, and right after that, even on the map of Sanhok. So Raven Esports was incredible on yesterday's day. And once again, speaking of TWM, Third World Mafia, we saw Lobster pulling off some insane plays, man. This one single man is single-handedly mowing down squads.
Hey man, the metal shell on this Lobster is unbreakable. The 4K on Miramar against Forever Red Ross made them look like rookies, and Forever Red Ross is a team of veterans, so that was very impressive. And the thing was that it wasn't just one game, he was consistent after that in every single match. I think they just needed that momentum booster. Unfortunately, it came in game number 2, otherwise it would have been a good run all over the board for TSW. They did gas themselves out towards the end of the day as well. So I think it is about the other players stepping up. Lobster, I hope he plays the same way like he did yesterday.
I think so. They definitely are going to, because Lobster was able to get that constant point of 7 to 8 points per game for his team. And TWM with that consistency, now they're currently sitting on the 9th spot in the overall standings. Looking okay, not too far back as well, considering all they need is just 1 more point or a few more points to easily topple over towards that top 8. Now, Johnny, focusing on Red Ross, as we know, the first 2 days, they were doing pretty good in the overall standings. We're looking pretty comfortable. But then as soon as you move on towards the 3rd day, Red Ross was nowhere to be seen. They were completely lost.
Yeah, I mean, they were completely lost indeed, but hopefully we can see them recover today, because today, again, as you mentioned, last day, last 6 matches for these teams to climb up within the top 8 of this overall leaderboard, ladies and gentlemen. Group D, the journey will come to an end, but before that, we're going to begin the matches. Here we go, game number 1. And And we have it in front of our screens, in front of our eyes. Day 4 for Group B, Match 19. The map of Erangel begins with a flight path that starts from the southeastern quadrant, just the eastern edge of Nova Ipnoi, and is going to take us all the way towards the western edge of Hospital. So that northeastern quadrant of Yasnaya, Poliana, Rozhok, Mansion is kind of denied because of this flight path, but hey, drop opportunities for these teams, and one of those is being taken early by the side of Hail Inferno squad. We know God's Reign is going to take control of that military island without even breaking a sweat, but just Jelly, we've seen them play that 3-1 split, Necro. Is that again going to work out for this team? I mean, they have not gone for the split this time. All 4 players are straight up just heading towards Milta.
Looking at Just Jelly's performance on this map, it's been pretty good. Currently in the top 3 teams, honestly. So for Just Jelly, maybe it will work out. You've got Kiolamau a little bit separated from the pack towards Milta, while the remaining 2 players on the opposite side towards Farm. So yeah, one thing is for sure, Just Jelly's once again going for that bit of a split. Looking at God's Reign dropping towards the Snovaka military base, even that's not a question. You've got Wingard Esports as well towards Fairy Pier. It's all looking good. Troy Tamilian Esports moving towards Quarry. Just trying to search for a few clashes if possible.
Well, let's see if they find a clash. Oh, they're just going to charge towards it head first. But the circle, opposite of the flight path, Necro, it was the one quadrant we said is going to be denied to this team, and that is where the circle is going to take us. We head towards Yasnaya Poliana, which is going to be close to the center. How do teams play around this? Couple of names that will be happy with a position like this. In particular, the best position for TWM to start the day from.
Exactly. Still gliding though, so for TWM, one thing is for sure, the start's going to be a little bit slow, considering they will be able to get their hands on the loot a little bit later, considering they're still gliding, but hold on to that thought. Silly Esports up against the man of Raven Esports. All by himself, these 2 looking to duke it out. Scarrel in the hands of Noob, and all he needs is one single connection, and he will find that too. Noob nails him down, but now it's time to run away from this spot, considering the cavalry's arriving for Raven Esports, and here comes the firing squad. They do not want to let the man slip away.
Yeah, but Silly, they have Rapido on the other side. Does he have any weapons? I don't think so. Shots being fired. This is literally just a tank. But instead of cannons, it's at 2 men sticking their heads out from those windows. The finish point is going to be traded out. Akash, by the way, was not finished off. He's still bleeding. So there is an opportunity for Raven Esports to bring that individual back, recover in this game, and start off without losing a single player for no reason. They are going to go for this revive, and it should be an easy one as well, because Silly, they're completely disengaged and backed off.
Yeah, they have no other option too, right? Considering Silly Esports knew the man who was knocked out, it's impossible to get the revival.
This is just heartbreaking, man. Imagine your teammate just got finished off. Now you have to stride off into the distance. Kalyug over there looking extremely upset in the back of that truck. But anyways, let's talk about these couple of lads. Forever Red Ross, Necro, your pick of the day. And of course, our pick of the day as far as the English desk versus Hindi desk challenge is considered.
Exactly. Phoenix, Arto, quite the known players, honestly. And Red Ross, even in the recent third-party tournament, they were doing incredibly well. Right now, considering it's the grind phase for Red Ross too, it's really tough to understand the lobby, considering we're seeing so many experiments being done.
Yeah.
So it's really tough to get the proper lay of the land, because new things are being tried out every single time. And Red Ross, maybe because of that unpredictability, even they're getting caught off guard.
I think there are teams that are trying new things, but there are also teams that are extremely rigid, like RGC. They've been stuck in their old ways. Look at this, early loot done. And since they were playing from that Rozhok position, they have decided to cross over towards the northern side very early, and are going to look to see if they can control either the Stalber Hill or maybe just the compounds out into the open on that hill. It can give them a slight edge running into those mid-game fights. But Honey, he's just heading back towards that main island. Needs to be careful. There is Dope up ahead as well, but why they need to be careful is because there's one more team present towards school and school apartments. And Rozhok to school, those fights, they happen before you even realize what's going on. There it is. I was talking about THWNON.
Slow and steady moves. RGC, they went up north and once again back towards Rozhok. I'm not even sure what the game plan was for them, but they're clearly indecisive. Let's see what the starting point's going to look like for RGC. Rozok seems pretty much clear, so they're going to be having a smooth sailing towards the centric part. But they just need to be a little bit more proactive. The last time when we had a look at them, they did not really have the suitable weaponry, so they need a lot of loot. Just Chile as well down south towards Milta. They need to get their hands on the vehicle and then maybe move in towards that centric part. Team Insane on the screen. Yesterday's day was incredible, so they've got the wind in the sails.
Well, the momentum is there from yesterday, but can they capitalize on it? They don't really have a big safety cushion as far as the overall leaderboard is considered. That could build up some pressure on the players of Team Insane. But top 5 players of Erangel. Look at that. TSW, NON, Levi with 14 finishes to his name. You have Ninja Jord with 12, Kalyug with 12, and Lavish with 11, Rapido with 11. Silly Esports on Erangel looking quite strong along with THW, NON, and God's Reign again. Ninja Jord, he has been an absolute god when it comes to getting those frags for his team. Vasista Esports, let's talk about them. Yesterday was a whole lot better than how they had been playing. Not just in this tournament, but the one before this as well. Vasista Esports had a big fall off. And of course, the roster change that has come through, it can be scary, it can be concerning, but for some reason it's just working out.
A little by little, though. We're not seeing those drastic improvements. Yeah, yesterday they did manage to pull off a chicken dinner better than what they were doing before, but as we all know, those points are not enough to get themselves back in the top 8. Still a Herculean task is left. Honestly speaking, for Vasista Esports to even imagine in the top 8, it seems impossible at this point. They need too many points, and at the same time, they need to hope that the teams in the top 8, they start choking.
When you are waiting and praying for others to take a fall rather than performing yourself, that can be a big sign of concern. But let's see, Troy Tamilian Esports on our screens. Off to a decent start, I have to say. And as we were talking about Vasista Esports, yes, the chicken dinner did come through yesterday. 12 matches, 37 points yesterday in those 6 games. They kind of averaged out a little bit, just a little bit under the 12-match performance. Getting 32 points, I believe. So again, as you were talking about it, I think the improvement is there. It was a drastic improvement because for the first 2 days, their performance, well, the lack of performance was a little more prominent. But then again, as you said, I do agree. I mean, we still need to see that consistency develop from their side.
Exactly.
See them bounce back. Wingard Esports, it seemed like they were being chased by Troy Tamilian Esport, and Wingard are doing quite well as far as the overall leaderboard is considered. So they do have the opportunity to stop in a high ground position, turn around, and just go at it, take that fight against Troy Tamilian.
Yeah, still on the tail. But it's all good in the hood, though. It's okay. And this is what I'm speaking of. If God's Reign does not really want to go for the early game aggression, at least try to be in the center of the circle. At least be proactive with your rotations. Because God's Reign now is going to try to avoid as many fights as possible. Especially inside of the new zone settings, it's not possible.
Yeah, I mean, from here, getting to Milta, by the time they reach, the blue zone is going to start to move again. So they should be able to breeze the circle by stage 2, stage 3 transition. And the only way that I see right now is going to be through that eastern edge. There's no one present in Lipovka yet. But you never know, those compounds just west, northwest of Lipovka could be taken over by one of these teams. But look at that cluster that's built up on those southern farms. And Hyderabad Hydra is one of the teams playing in the cluster. Do spot out the players from the side of THW, NON. Shots fired, a few connections found, but no knock secured.
Gonna be tough. Open fields in the front, and Hyderabad Hydra's conversion seems impossible. Even the players are overexposing themselves to a lot of that threat. They need to be a little bit more vigilant and careful. But we've got a good news for you guys. The Realme P3 Pro 5G is already launched, starting from $21,999. Move on towards Flipkart, search for the Realme P3 Pro 5G, and you might just stand a chance to win some exciting rewards.
Oh man, I mean, it's going to be interesting and exciting to see one of our lovely viewers win this device. start grinding the game and show up next year.
Yeah. And Johnny, there's another exciting giveaway going on.
What?
On Crofton India Esports social handle.
Oh wow, really?
Yeah, there's a link in the bio. You move on towards there, fill that form, and you might just stand a chance to win the Realme P3 Pro 5G.
Oh wow, that
Yeah.
is just incredible. More opportunity for...
I did it already, by the way.
You always do everything and then tell others about it.
Of
Very
course.
selfish.
I mean, it's a free device, right? Who wouldn't want to get their hands onto that?
But aren't we already heisting these ones?
Yeah, but what are the chances of the heist actually happening successfully? Hold on to that thought, though. WinGod Esports up against the players who tried to million, and already WinGod Esports, they've opened the fray up in a positive manner.
Sahil, though, look at him. He just ran and Runweaver and Hydro knocked out. And all of a sudden, it is going to be Troy the Million Esports under a lot of pressure. They are stuck indoors. Their teammates are getting confirmed on the outer side. A brilliant save coming in from Sahil OP. That nade is going to get lobbed in their faces. But the damage is not going to be there. Pekka needs to be careful. He steps into the Molotov ever so slightly. Inferno is going to be set ablaze. Pixel of HP. And I think, Necro, this is over. The end of Troy the Million Esports. That early fight, we talked about this. I said it. WinGod, they have the luxury to stop in their tracks, turn around and just mow down Troy the Million, and that is exactly what they do. Inferno,
Oh, no!
Oh, he's not going anywhere. Boom! He goes.
Exactly. A flashbang and a nade was tossed out at the same time, so that flashbang really nullified the audio of the nade, and the opponent had no clue that there was a nade tossed right next to him.
Yeah, they didn't let him see
I'm
how
pretty
he
sure-
got taken out.
I'm pretty sure it was not planned. It just automatically happened.
No, I think they wanted to mess with him a little bit. I think the flashbang was thrown because, as you said, they did not want him to hear the... So, okay, two possibilities. Either they did not want him to hear the nade, or the second one is they wanted to prank him. Like, sometimes you're going to lob out a piece of utility or just pull the pin and just cancel the piece of utility to try and flush out the players. Because as soon as someone knows that you're cooking up a nade, they will try to push you. And they are going to try to rely on the fact that you will be mid-animation from that nade cancel to the weapon switch, and that is where they will have the edge of taking you down. That is, I believe, what they wanted to do, but then again, I mean, hey, they got the final frag. And talk about frags, rotation from Silly Esports out in the open, and the punish comes through as THWNON, they find the opener.
Caught out in the open, Kalyuk still knocked out, ticking away to death. And eventually, he will be eliminated from the game as well. Beautiful stuff from THW Non-X. Honestly, Johnny, we need to speak a little bit more about this team. They're tactically so sound.
Yeah. Everything just done to perfection. No one has been able to dethrone them from the first position of the overall leaderboard so far. And of course, those 3 chicken dinners that they were able to secure within the first 12 games. Very impressive. But let's see how today is going to go as well. They are surrounded in that open field. Look at that. City Esports towards the northwest. You have Sarkar Gaming on the western side. But
What?
hey, here comes God's Reign. Again pushing for Just Jelly. The record stands in the favor of Just Jelly, but God's Reign, they're here for revenge. Oh no, he whiffs the shots. Ninze, what was that? There is no utility on him as well. All he has is Molotov to work with. The jump shot connection not really found. Goes for the second attempt. This time connects the shot. Destro knocked out. But there is going to be a third party from the distance as Forever Red Ross are looking to chime in. But the backup has arrived. Ninja Jord, he's hiding in the corner room. The shot connection is going to be there as Jelly hits the floor. But still, Just Jelly, they're fighting for their lives, but one after the other, they're falling apart. All thanks to Forever Red Ross, and
Oh my
wipe
God!
through for Just Jelly. But Forever Red Ross, they also find their pickings. 3 finish points secured at the cost of none. That is just perfect third party, man, from the distance as well.
In the fight of 2, the third one benefits.
Yeah.
And Red Ross. Beautiful stuff. Just taking down the last man as well. Even Just Jelly did not really get the satisfaction of winning that fight. The fact that God's Reign had the upper edge in that fight and still lost, now that's a bit concerning.
I don't think Just Jelly, I disagree with you. I think they are satisfied with that fight. Because their whole objective, it seems like, is just to wipe out God's Reign.
Yeah, but
they've
Just
been doing
Jelly's-
that again and again.
Just Jelly's not safe in the overall standings, right? Just
They're
getting these 4
second.
points. Yeah, but looking at the overall standings, still it's pretty fragile.
129 points, Necro.
I mean, I don't know, man. I still feel like if Just Jelly is constantly on that dip, then that
Alright,
will
what
be
do
a
you
big
think
problem.
the cutoff is going to be?
It's going to be easily 140.
So they need 11 points in 6 games. They got
I
4
guess.
right here.
Yeah, but hold on. RGC nailing down Silly Esports. It's quite unfortunate for them considering yesterday's last game catapulted them in the top 3. And now they've got no points from this.
Oh man, that is just heartbreaking. And again, I think this is how today is going to turn out. Extremely chaotic, but FSE Sports, they've been doing quite well for themselves yesterday and the day before as well. Although this time put under pressure by Hail Inferno squad. One finish on the board already. Crypto and Insidious on the run. Shots fired towards Crypto. One connection is found. The knock is not going to be there, although Insidious on the flank does get taken out, and I believe that was due to a third party from Raven Esports. And they find the number of Crypto as well. FS eliminated from the game extremely early, and Raven Esports are going to be the culprit for it.
I mean, Raven Esports, at this point, looking at their standing in the overall standings, even they're in quite that danger zone. So I guess Raven Esports is trying to play that big boy game. Even Team Insane in that quick burst of action got eliminated, but look at what's happening here. Sarkar Gaming right next to Hyderabad Hydras. Oh, it's one of those terrains that I hate to see a fight in, but Hyderabad Hydras, they do not really have a lot of options.
And RGC on the flank as well can cause more trouble for both these two sides, Necro. This is going to be brutal. Look at the finish speed. RGC going after Sarkar Gaming because they overstepped their bounds. Honey finds the frag, and Hyderabad Hydras, they are going to suffer a similar fate if they do not either evade or switch focus towards the side of RGC. But they found some cover, so they're going to run inside that cover, stay protected, and I think Sarkar Gaming, maybe they're just done in this match.
For Sarkar Gaming, they still have got 2 more players standing at 4 finishes so far. If these 2 players even manage to squeeze themselves in the top 2, that can be 6 more placement points and 10 points out of this game. Looking at the average, then Sarkar Gaming as well stands a chance to move in the top 8, but they need 10 points every single game. That means 60 points in the span of 6 games. Do you think that's possible? Mathematically, yes.
Mathematically, yes, but to make things easier and to gain composure inside of the game, if you can have a 20-pointer, anything over 20 points in the first 2 matches or 3 matches, that kind of still makes it, puts you in a much more manageable position. I would rather just like have a big game early on and then just drop the average for the next 5 matches. So right off the bat, this match is all you could hope for, but unfortunately with those early player casualties, it's going to be difficult now.
Exactly, just 2 men standing. And even those 2 players quite in the open field. Survival seems tough for Sarkar Gaming. They do not have a solid compound to play with either, and as soon as I say so, Skeleton gets knocked out. Things not looking too fluid. Still, Sarkar himself is there in the smack center. But as I mentioned, he's way too exposed. RGC, even they've got a decent spot to play with. But a lot of those shots are going to be against them soon enough. With Sista Esports, they've got the compound inside of Yasna Polyana, the apartments on hold. So even for them, it's all looking good and dandy.
Oh, but look at this. Red Ross against Hyderabad Hydras. It seems like that rotation has been cut off. Mox knocked out. Easy frag in the hands of Lucid for 5 points on the board already. And as you were talking about versus Esports, Necro, that is a brilliant position to be in. If they have control of those southern apartments, and especially the top floors, it is just hunting season for anyone out in the open fields.
But I think the circle's going to move out in the open.
It will,
and especially when you need to move out in the open, it gets even tougher. So for Vasista Esports, they're still playing with fire, and they're playing with a lot of luck. But hold on. Red Ross getting chimed on against the players of Raven Esports. It's not looking too fluid. Arto's getting pounced on as well in this building.
He just whiffed everything over there, but now his teammates show up. The backup arrives. Arto, he's trying to evade. What a move, man! Runs away unscathed and forces the players of Raven Esports into the trap. Smiley knocked out. 1 player already down. Arto, that was just incredible. But now Akash needs to be picked off. Phoenix making the pounce. He knows where the opposing player is. He saw him thrown as well. But Phoenix, he chooses to fall back. The nade being cooked again. And he lobs it in the wrong... What?
I'm not even sure what that was, but maybe a panic nade from the man. Forever Red Ross in a really bad spot currently. It's an uphill battle for them. Raven Esports with the advantage inside of the fight. Red Ross, all they can do is maybe back away, and 1 man gets ran over. But still, Phoenix is trying his best to fight back. Red Ross in a world of trouble.
Yeah, Red Ross, they've messed this up quite bad. R2, that initiation was just perfect. evading the threat, securing the knock. But two players from the side of Red Ross just stayed in the back lines. One got knocked and finished, and now all of a sudden they're down to the last man. Lucifer still alive, but he cannot do a lot. Look at that. 6 first aids on him, 4 nades, 6 smoke nades as well. The M4, decent amount of ammunition, the DBS at the ready. But he sees the man from Raven Esports, Akash. No idea of Lucifer's position. And that might lead his team to step into this open area. Lens, he's going to go wide on the flank, and this could be the opportunity for Lucifer to strike. Takes out the DBS. Oh, the trigger. He pulls it and secures the knock. The finish comes through. Lucifer now will feel the pressure of the players of Raven Esports. Tries to run away, jiggling left and right, but shots coming in from every single direction. What is going on with Forever Red Ross? That was awkward, but they still walk away, Necro, with 8 finishes on the board.
That's 9 points in total, even 1 placement points added. So
yeah.
Red Ross, in my opinion, they're doing their job.
Yeah, they're getting the job done for sure, but
yeah,
things could have been better, man. Had all of them been into that fight with Raven Esports, because only one player showed up as backup, and I do not know what was going on there with that nade, because he saw him step in front of him. He knew where the player went down, and yet he lobbed the nade to the left-hand side.
In my opinion, things went downhill the moment Arto gave his position away. He was on high ground. He should have stayed in that same spot till the end. He could have literally funneled in the players on the staircase if they were to try to make the pounce against Arto. That TPP advantage can be really huge, but Arto still decided to back away towards a different rooftop. But hold on, Vasista Esports, as I mentioned, when it comes to moving out in the open, things can get even more tough. And right now, it's diabolical for Vasista Esports.
Hey, they found the opening against the players of RGC. What are you talking about, diabolical? Look at this, Pukar. He's looking for the frags, and RGC under a lot of pressure. Vasista, they have the upper hand in this fight. And they find another one. It's the last man from RGC now remaining after Sanchet falls down, and the cleanup is going to be there. 3 points on the board. Dope in the distance does find the trade, but it is not going to be enough. Tapatup also down and out, but Dope, he's moving in. This is too risky. This is definitely too risky, but he does not care. And that was a gift. The point gifted to the players of Vasista Esports. Wow.
RGC played that fight so weirdly.
I mean, they had the opening. The only advantage they had was Pukar was stuck in a 1v2, but Vasista Esports, that rotation was very swift. And on top of that, Dope being split from his teammates, tried his level best to provide some cover fire, but by the time he showed up, it was too late. And now TWM in the distance, Rage God with the spray. No connections found. Does get knocked out by Arib, though.
TWM back in the playing field. They've gotten 3 finishes so far. Things looking pretty good. Vasista Esports prioritizing on the placements and the elimination points as well now, considering the circle was favoring them for the longest of the times. But especially when it moved out in the open, they knew exactly who to prioritize, and that was RGC. RGC struggling in a 4-on-4 fight, not really knowing what sort of decisions they needed to make, especially in that position. And we saw clear panic set in for them. Raven Esports out in the open as well. Right now, getting the Fallen Man's going to be the main priority, and that's what Raven Esports is doing. The Fallen Man will be back up on his feet. But right next to Raven Esports is THW Non-X, and this is one of those teams you really need to be scared of.
Oh yeah, I mean definitely. This team has been very consistent, and look at this, they've been hiding their presence for a long time in this game as well. All 4 of those compounds in their control. There is no way anyone else shows up to challenge. And as I said, top 5 teams, 17 players still alive in this matchup. Having that numbers advantage is definitely going to be a game changer. Apart from THW, there's TWM with 4, Vasista Esports with 4, Hyderabad Hydras down to a 3-man roster, and Raven Esports is surviving with 2, although they have good momentum. 8 finishes on the board for Raven Esports already.
Exactly, they're getting the average, and even a few placement points toppled off, so Raven Esports is doing okay for themselves. We've only got final 5 teams alive, and Raven Esports, all they need to do is just squeeze themselves in the top 2. Sounds easy, but it's going to be tough, especially when the circle's out in the open. The fact that Vasista Esports did not get targeted by anyone, even that's quite mesmerizing and surprising to me, honestly.
In this top 5, Vasista Esports is the only team that is Not the only team. I mean, TWM, I think they are going to move inside the top 8 with this match itself. But Visista Esports sitting dead last. They're the only ones who are making that bounce back. The only team that does not have anywhere close to 100 point and are doing very well for themselves in this opening game. So 5 finishes are there. If they can get a few more, if they can walk away with about, let's just say 5 to 6 more, that's going to be 20 plus points coming in from game number 1 itself. They were at 69 at the start of the day. 20 more points is going to push them to 89. And from there, qualification, it won't look completely impossible.
Visista Esports creating a smoke pathway inside of the circle. They forced themselves out of that comfort zone because they had no other choice anyways. The zone's forming out in the open. Visista Esports in a big panic situation, taking shots against Hyderabad Hydras. And even Hyderabad Hydras, not a lot of options they could have pulled off as they now try to make it out in the open as well. But unfortunately, they have dropped out a man while doing so. Even AJ gets knocked out. It's not looking great for Hyderabad Hydras, but maybe Dazzle can be the savior.
Yeah, he definitely can be. Razzle Dazzle yesterday as well, quite phenomenal. Tapatap is going to bleed out, all thanks to those nades. And this one as well is going to be quite close to Fierce. Another one already in his hands at the ready. Lobs it out, but Knock is not going to be found. Fierce needs to be careful. He is one of the last few individuals still standing for his team. Rage got no HP. Pukar on the flank. And Fierce eventually will be spotted out by Dazzle. But TSW on the prowl now. They want to find the information. Pukar hunted down by Lavish. I think this could be the end for Visista Esports in this game. Rage got also dropped. Fierce. Does he have it in him? And I think he does. Pulls out a few shots from Dazzle. But the saviors are going to be the side of TSW as Dazzle is going to be finished off. Fierce still alive.
Looking at TWM, it seems like they've got the highest chance of actually coming out on top. The positioning that TWM has, they've got a great split going on for themselves, but you cannot really underestimate the players of THW as well. Even they're now starting to spread their wings. Third World Mafia, Lobster, a man with the metal shield. He's now moving up. Now needs to make his shell even more tougher. There's going to be a lot of that lead against him. Fierce all by himself in the open field. Does not have any sort of men to try and back him up. He's all by himself. One man on a mission.
Well, let's see what this impossible mission is going to turn out like. As Ralphie moves in, he's going to get knocked out from the flank. Rush Boy. Positioning absolutely brilliant. THW in the driving seat in this fight. TWM left bleeding. They made it into the top 3. Can they finish off the game? Roman, although, gets finished off by that nade from Ralphie. Alright, no, it was Ralphie who got finished off. Roman is still standing. Toxic, his position compromised as well. Takes a lot of damage, but the trade did come in. Only in terms of damage against Levi. He's been dropped to around 30 HP. Where's the last man? Fierce. He's hiding behind that rage, and Roman needs to be careful. Oh, he is. He's aware of that position. This is incredible map awareness coming in from TSW, Necro, I have to say.
Yeah, the upcoming stage is going to be the final stage, though. And Fierce will be forced out of this comfort zone. He needs to find at least the opener. Take down a man who's up close and personal. But Fierce tossing out all those utilities on the wrong direction. It's just not working out for the player.
Look at that, those crates, though. He gets those refills very quickly.
Yeah. Death crates definitely helping him. Only if he would have had a vehicle right next to him, even that would have been better. For a quick repositioning. Visista Esports, the chance for them to come out on top, it's next to none. This game can be TWM's if they play their cards right. Toxic just driving around for the info. He's trying to gather as much attention as possible. But now it's time for TWM to move in as well and start making their mark. And they've already found Fierce from the side of Visista Esports. Beautiful fight. Now TWM, they've already secured that second spot. Even Roman gets knocked out from THW. That's a great way to open the fray up, and now that's going to be the equalizer they were looking for. But as soon as I say so, Levi finds a return knock against TWM, and once again, the man advantage in the hands of THW.
Yeah, it will be down to Ree, but Roman is definitely going to pin out his position to his teammates. So it should be an easy trade. The Molotov Necro right on top of both of them. Toxic, he's going to watch Lobster get taken out. They do try to find the trade, but do not succeed. THW, brilliantly done. Excellent execution down to the last man from the side of TWM, Arib. He has a shotgun to work with. The M4 at the ready, not enough ammunition though. But it's a 1v2. Can he win this fight? Position compromise, shot connection found. The hit marker is going to be there for the players of THW, NON, and Arib before he eventually gets taken out is going to try and secure those finish point. Tries his level best, but still fails in the end with those three individuals still standing, still alive in the game. THW, NON walk away with the first chicken dinner of the day. Incredible.
Exactly, THW NON. It's one of those teams that's already doing great in the overall standings, already sitting at the first spot, and once again, continuously dominating. Come on, THW, at least let the other teams have the chicken dinner.
Yeah, Vasista Esports played so well, but their comeback, I think, was shut down. I was hoping to see 20 points. They had, what, 5 to 6 finishes?
Yeah, somewhere around that.
Yeah, 8 finishes, apparently, and along with that, top 3 gives them 5 points. So they do start off with double digits.
They had 7 finishes. Fierce had 4 when we saw him last time. And the rest of his teammates had 1 each. So that's 7 finishes total for Vasista. So Vasista Esports with 7 finishes and 3rd place, that's going to give them 5 placement points. How much
12.
is that?
12.
So 12 points in total from this game. In my opinion, okay, but considering their position is way too far back in the overall standings, they needed at least a 20-pointer to kick things off with.
Yeah, 20-pointer just to get the mental pressure off.
Exactly.
The mental pressure is still going to be there because as you said during the game, averaging 10 points consistently for 6 games, I feel is a lot more difficult than just dropping a big 20-25 bomber in a single match, man.
But here's the thing, right? Vasista Esports, even if they average 10 points per game, it's still not going to do it.
No, I think it will get it done. They were at 69.
Yeah.
10 points per match will give them 60 more points, 129. So, and with them making a comeback from that far down in the leaderboard, that means the middle pack is definitely getting shutted down. So the middle pack won't be able to move forward.
Yeah, but at the same time, the teams in the top 8 as well, they will need to start choking. So Vasista Esports, they need to hope for a bit too much while at the same time getting that average. So in my opinion, they need at least 75 points to confirm that slot in the top 8.
Yeah, 75 confirmed. Yeah. That is correct. I think that maths will check out, but that's the thing. It is going to be very difficult to make it happen.
Exactly, man.
Although, they have started the process. Let's not stop believing yet, Necro. 12 points in game number 1. If they do 12 points in 5 matches, that is 60 points. That means 15 points from the last game and they can move forward. That is the calculation for 75 points.
But then let's not forget, teams like TWM as well had a great game. Even Red Ross had a great game, so that means...
This is what Vasista need to hope for, because TWM is already number 1. The more vacuum TWM creates... THW. THW and TWM. TWM was 9th. But what Vasista need to hope for is not the middle pack, but teams like THW doing well.
Yeah.
And if THW keeps playing like this, that vacuum is going to be there for the top 2 teams or the top 3 teams in the overall leaderboard. And that actually might be the way that Vasista breaks into the top 8.
So with this game, TWM has already moved in the top 8. It's not even a question. TWM was sitting on the 9th spot. So with this game, they're going to catapult themselves maybe on the 7th or the 6th spot. And even Red Ross, they had 9 points from that previous game. And looking at Red Ross's positioning, it feels like they're going to be really close to that top 8 as well. So they need to stop teams like Red Ross and even God's Reign from performing.
Yeah, I mean, that is definitely going to be true. And one way to do that is just running into them head on. Do not go after God's Reign. I think that is taken care of by just Jelly by themselves. So I think that one thing has been made easier for Vasista Esports. But Forever Red Ross, I think that actually might be a team that gives them a challenge.
Even they need to stop a team like Troy Tamilian Esports. Even they're not too far back.
True.
First game wasn't really that great for the side of Troy Tamilian Esports, but looking at the way they like to play, they're quite inconsistent. Then they just get that one big game and instantly Troy Tamilian Esports as well. They're quickly back in the race. So anything can happen, man. Troy Tamilian Esports, one of the most unpredictable teams. Anything can happen on their side. But for now, it's time for us to toss to a short break. You guys don't go anywhere because the upcoming map will be the map of Miramar. Action will be packed over there.
We've got that temperatures high, but it make way. We came here to slay,
takes mobile gaming to the next level. So first was the AI motion control. आपके मूवमेंट्स को गेम के साथ सिंक कर देता है. AI अल्ट्रा टच कंट्रोल आपके फिंगर मूवमेंट्स को ट्रैक करके टच कंट्रोल को लाइटिंग फास्ट और लैग फ्री बना देता है. मतलब बटरी स्मूथ गेम प्ले जो हर गेमर का ड्रीम होता है यार. तो P3 Pro is the choice.
सो नीरज, स्लाइड पाथ देख के आपकी लैंडिंग स्ट्रेटेजी क्या होगी? बस सही एंगल, राइट ग्रिप, फोकस, और फिर इसको फेंकना नहीं आता. ओके, फाइनल सर्कल, 20 बंदे बचे हैं, क्या करोगे? प्रेशर नहीं लेता मैं सर, जेवलिन में दिमाग को ठंडा रखना पड़ता है. और फिर इसको फेंकना नहीं आता यार. नहीं आता. क्लोज रेंज में आपका फेवरेट वेपन कौन सा है? सबसे स्ट्रेटेजी और टाइमिंग का खेल है सर, जेवलिन की तरह. अरे मेरा मतलब गन्स, M416 ग्रेनेड फेंक देंगे सर, सब फेंक देंगे. यार इसको सच में फेंकना नहीं आता. नहीं आता. अच्छा ये लो, नेट स्पैम करके दिखाओ. वाओ, इसको फेंकना नहीं आता मगर इसको नेट फेंकना आता है यार. आता है. नीरज तो फेंकने में पास हो गया. आप भी BGMI खेलो और रश करो और चिकन डिनर. यार तुम तो फेंकने में चैंपियन निकले. चैंपियन नहीं सर, कॉन्करर. ओ यस.
Welcome back after that break, ladies and gentlemen, to the realme BGIS 2025. The grind still on. In fact, coming to an end for Group B. This is Super Johnny joined by Salty alongside with me right now. Should I start calling you Johnny now?
I'm currently considering the fact that I'm just wearing your clothes and your closet is basically mine. You should just start doing that, brother.
Yeah, man. I mean, it's nice that for some reason they just fit perfectly.
We fit each other's clothes absolutely perfectly. Doesn't mean we're of the same height and weight, of course, but still, it does not matter. It's brotherhood.
Yeah, height, I guess, weight not.
Yeah.
Probably. But anyways, talking about weight, it seems like the weight class difference is visible within the teams as well. THW, another incredible performance, another incredible chicken dinner. And talking about incredible things, ladies and gentlemen, the realme P3 Pro 5G. It got launched on the 18th, starting from 21,999. Do go on Flipkart, check out the realme P3 Pro 5G. And if you go on Flipkart and search for the realme P3 Pro 5G, you could stand a chance to win one of these for yourselves. Necro was telling me there's a contest going on.
Exactly.
There's a link in the
I was
description
surprised.
for you guys.
Yeah.
Go ahead and fill the form.
Go and fill the form, check it out, because I believe if you do so, there are going to be something exciting waiting on the other end. The grass is always greener on the other side, but not for Vasista Esports though, because I'm not really sure if that comeback was enough. We'll have to talk about the MVP, of course, but for me, I believe Fierce is the man who is putting 100% of his effort. I'm not sure if those efforts are going to land him the MVP or not. Let's just find out, Johnny. Who is it?
Yeah, I mean, let's just find out. The computers are faster than us. No, not his efforts. It is Rush Boy's effort for the side of THW NON that get him the MVP. 4 finishes, 28 minutes, 27 seconds survival time, 779 damage dished out, 1 assist. So, incredible performance coming in from Rush Boy. And of course, why not? His name is Rush Boy. He was rushing out into the open in the end game.
We've also seen this guy actually camping behind his buggies as well, so it's not like he's always living up to his name. But moving on to the second place, it's gonna be Fierce. Pretty much in terms of equality, you can see 737 points of damage, 28 minutes of survival time. He's also landed that one headshot. But if you look at it, Raven Esports and everyone else who are also there. Talking about the match summary, 61 elimination, just one vehicle finish. Not a lot of healings as well, 7,510 HP points that has been healed. But the longest finish by Phoenix. Oh my word. almost touching 400 meters. But moving on towards the point standings, ladies and gentlemen, DHW, they extend their lead, they extend their authority with 20 total points. Vasista Esports, 12 total points for them. I'm not really sure if this is going to be enough, like I just discussed. But Johnny, I believe it's the start of something. And considering we saw Pukar's socials and this man said that the grind is not going to stop, I'm going to trust this lad and I'm going to put my faith in him that he's going to do something at least.
Yeah, something, dude. I've been hoping to see Pukar, Fierce, and the lads from Vasista Esports just take the BGMI world by a storm. And I have always believed in them. Like the level of aggression and especially the big difference sometimes between the good players and the best is going to be how much they believe in themselves as well. That confidence, and these players have a lot of confidence. So there's the start of the comeback. 81 points on the board for Vasista Esports. Hopefully in the upcoming matches they can get a few more, but again, consistency needs to be there. They got 12 in this game, they got to get 12 plus points minimum in the next matches as well.
You guys were actually discussing a very interesting math over there, that if they maintain this average of 12 to 15 points per game, potentially they will have an opportunity. Look at the difference. On the 8th spot, you've got TWM, 114 points. Now, we were discussing about the cutoff. I'm expecting it to be around the high 130s. But then we'll have to find out if it is going to be around the high 130s. Then in the next 5 games, Vasista Esports need to get themselves more than 50 plus points. And it's not just them. Sarkar Gaming, God's Reign, Team Insane, and Forever It Draws. All of these teams are currently outside the top 8. Big dilemma for all of them.
It is a big dilemma, but look at that. The cutoff marker has not moved much, 114. So there's the difference. 114 right now is where TWM is at. Forever It Draws 108, then 108 for Insane. God's Reign at 103, and then there's a different 83 points for the team right behind God's Reign. So the opportunity to strike has presented itself for Vasista Esports with this amazing performance. Do not fail to find the connection. Do not fail to connect that shot and hit the bullseye. It is going to be incredible if they actually make it work from the 16th into the top 8 on the last day, man. And think about that story.
It is going to be amazing. And you know what, Johnny? I always believe in one line and I live by it. It's basically you try, you fail, you fall, but you try again, right? And I believe that Vasista Esports, especially with Gamla Boy's departure, they certainly have fallen. And they currently have hit the rock bottom where one of the most key figures, one of the talismanic assaulters that they have, he's kind of not put his faith in the team, whatever reason it is. I am not going to discuss about that.
What do you mean? He has given them their blessings publicly. He's like, I wish to see them perform.
Absolutely.
Good luck to Pukar and the boys. So, yeah.
I mean, he did not have faith in himself that he's going to be performing at his level best. And imagine this, one of your biggest strengths moving out of the team, that definitely does hurt. But I believe when the other players, especially with the way Pukar and Fierce kind of step up, this is going to be the redemption of Vasista Esports. And if it does happen today, it's going to be a storyline to talk about and write headlines tomorrow as well.
But look at this. We have a substitution happening right now. It is Sanchit from RGC who's going to be sitting on the bench, and Bunny is going to be making a comeback. We have seen this man before play in the earlier matches for RGC. Yeah, yesterday as well in a few games. And Sanchit, those days in MICI, absolutely incredible. I mean, we all remember that ultimate heel battle victory on the map of Vacandy. But Bunny this year has been in the best form, I believe. There was this one game where he was just jumping around, getting those finishes inside of the smoke. Incredible moment. So RGC, I think if they want to emulate something of what Vasista did in that previous game, RGC definitely need a 15 point per game average because they are also in the same shoes now.
Absolutely. And I just hope with Bunny's arrival, he will be able to bunny hop his way across towards the top 8. I'm not sure if that's going to be a possibility or no. But coming back to that initial fight, Johnny, it was something which was very interesting. Necro chose Forever to Draws as the pick for the English desk. Forever to Draws, and the timing of third party is absolutely brilliant. Getting 8 eliminations right from the get-go itself. But Just Jelly and GD are still in contention, still going at each other's throats. What is happening here?
I mean, we don't know what's happening, but we do not count a third-party elimination in the frag list, right? So God's Reign got wiped out completely because of Just Jelly, but Just Jelly kept losing those players, all thanks to Forever Red Ross. And yes, they did get those 8 eliminations, but my brain cannot wrap itself around how the execution of the fight against Raven Esports happened from the side of Forever Red Ross. That was just a questionable positioning game. Necro pointed out as well that R2, he had the rooftop control, no line of fire for the players of Raven Esports, and he could have just kept the players of Raven Esports pinned in that building on that stairwell with utility, not allowing them to come forward, taking cover of the window as well. And yet he just chose to fall back out into the open. Then his teammate just botches a nade. So again, a lot of mistakes over there, but who cares? Forever Red Ross, I think, are in a pretty decent position, and there is a possibility that they will make it through in the top 8.
They're right at the edge right now. 9th position on the overall standings.
Yeah.
Barely a points difference with TWM. It's definitely heating up, especially for the likes of Forever Red Ross. But the last game definitely showcased that this team can go in for those hot-headed battles. And currently, we are going to be moving into a hot-headed map. It's going to be the map of Miramar. The hot-headed map, ladies and gentlemen, the map of the deserts. It is going to be Miramar that is going to be in front of our screens right now. The flight is back up in the skies once again, but this time around the flight path, definitely a big question mark for majority of the teams out there. We know there are so many who love to go towards the northern frontiers, who love to go towards El Pozo, who love to go towards La Cobrera, Torremada, as well as Campo Militar. All of these regions are going to be alienated because this flight path chose to start from Impala and move towards Valle del Mar.
Well, let's see. This flight path is definitely going to make this early game extremely intense. And of course, in Miramar as well, we have seen those early drop fights happen. Especially this time, anyone playing from that northwestern quadrant is going to be a little bit concerned as to where do they drop vehicles and how do they get towards El Pozo. I'm talking about versus Star Esports. I'm just going to say their name straight up. But anyways, it seems like TWM, THW, both the teams heading out towards Graveyard Picado. That early start, it is going to be an interesting one. But hey, Salty, versus Star Esports, they've gone to Los Leones with RGC.
This definitely is surprising, honestly. I mean, did not expect a change in the drop location, but knowing Los Leones, knowing the enormity of that entire city, I can't believe that this drop collision with RGC is not going to bear its fruits. But talking about the circle, ladies and gentlemen, landing on towards the central part of the map, centering around Hacienda del Patron, this is going to be interesting because you've got THW, you've got Team FS who are trying to gain advantage in those territories. Meanwhile, Just Jelly finding themselves the entirety and the control of Al-Azhar and the eastern quadrant of the circle itself. This will be rather exciting. Why do I say this? Because on towards Impala, GD have found their drop location. They're going to take that eastern highway to find their injection point inside the circle. And if they do so, Just Jelly know exactly from where to counter this team. And knowing their history, oh my word, it's going to be absolute cinema. As of now, we do have Wingod in front of our screens. And Johnny, we've got to talk about this team and their comeback story yesterday because I believe Infinity was the man who kind of led the charge and was like, all right, boys, we cannot give up. In the first week, of course, in the first 2 days, we saw this team slip up, especially in terms of those 4v4 fights. But now look at that. LeBron, of course, with those 18 eliminations, and Infinity going ahead with banger performances in matches, going ahead with 5-6 eliminations individually, has kind of shown the door that Wingod Esports can also hit wind in their sails.
Of course, Wingod, they have been quite incredible overall when you look at their standings, when you talk about their performances. But that first game not really working out too well for them. Hopefully the rest are going to be secured and they're going to find themselves in a comfort zone today. Let's see Forever Red Ross. Off to a great start. I have to say those 9 points from that opening match are definitely going to be something that keeps them hyped up, that keeps them pumped up for the remainder of the day.
And I really want players like Lucifer and I really want players like Beast as well to just step up and take that aggression game forward, because I believe that for Forever Red Ross, their strength has been their ambiguity, their strength has been their unpredictability as well. You never really know when this team is going to come in from behind, and the third parties have been absolutely brilliant, finding that right timing, finding the right position always, and just lingering in the shadows almost. They're like the dark horses in this entire lobby. You never really know when they're going to come and strike at you. So you've always got to be prepared. And forever to draw this entire game plan, this entire strategy that they have adopted, it's actually panning out well for them. The only difficult problem that they've got to face is that majority of the teams from the bottom 8, they are also coming in with banger performances, garnering those 10 eliminations, garnering those 20 points. You've got Insane, you've got GDR. Yesterday we saw Team Insane's comeback. Yesterday we also saw GDR's comeback as well on the position points department. And it's going to be tough to compete against them for the positions inside the top 8.
Yeah, definitely. But again, the best thing about the grind is the fact that no elimination. So even if you fail to qualify for the top 8, you can use the learning experiences from here, move forward into the realme BGIS main event, and then if you are able to make the fixes to those mistakes, just try your level best to get to the finals. I think that is something that most of these teams are going to be hoping for. Versus Esports drop and start from Los Leones, pick up a Jeep, and are they going to head to El Pozo again? It is definitely going to be a long drive.
El Pozo is actually captured by Team Insane already. It will be hard for them to actually breach past their defense and find peace in that city. In fact, they make an absolute U-turn. Currently, I still believe that this team versus Esports, they've got themselves kitted up early on in the game, finding themselves those scattered compounds to kind of replenish that loot once again. But I believe it's also going to be a good strategy to hold the southern ends of the circle, because there will be a lot of teams. The flight path was southern. According to Pukar, he still believes that there will be multiple teams coming in, migrating in from the south. And if they do so, multiple opportunities present themselves for Vasista Esports to gain those frags. And currently, I believe, if you have to mount a comeback, you will have to play for those finishes. Gain your confidence. And just the way you guys were talking about, right? Yes, they did not. Yes, they could not get themselves a 20 points. Yes, they could not get themselves a chicken dinner at the start of the day. But if you keep on hitting the mark, Johnny, there will be a game where you get those 20 points, where you get that big chicken dinner, and that just sets you up for the comeback.
Yeah, that is what all of these lads are hoping for. But FS, we saw them play. They split yesterday as well. And that early push towards the center was what backfired upon them. Majority of the cluster towards the southern side, southern half of this zone. God's rain, that Impala start does favor them in the early stages. The circle just a few 100 meters away from Impala. Vasista Esports are all over the place. The last time I saw them, they were south of Picardo. Now they went to La Benedita. What is this team doing? Where are they going? What are their intentions? Like, a lot of questions that I keep asking myself about the people around me recently.
I want Pukar to go back and remember his Carpe Diem days, where there was no rotation plan, where there was no strategy whatsoever. You drop in right at the center of the map, you spot out teams, and you just chase after them. You've got heavy hitters. Yes, you've kind of lost the likes of Kamla Boy, but you've also got Tabata, and I believe that he's not that bad of a fragger. He's not that bad of a replacement as well. He certainly can communicate well with the team, and we've seen Vasista Esports actually win 4v4 fights after the fact that this change has been made. So it's not half bad. But now look at this, THW right under their noses. There is another outlier, Sarkar Gaming, and we've spoken so much about them. Time and time again inside of the officials, this team has made their mark, especially the brothers KSR and Sarkar. They've always gone towards the higher phases of the tournament, in towards the semi-finals, but there's been something or the other that has been halting their way, halting their path from glory, from finding that podium inside of the LAN, or possibly even qualify for the LAN. This time though, struggling in that bottom 8 currently. Kisa does have THW spotted as well as cornered. Lavish, one of the important fraggers. Spray was there, Johnny, but not a lot of connections made.
Yeah, but they are still going to press forward. But at least I hope they do. It's not going to be an easy engagement. And what a peaceful game of Miramar. It's like everyone's just gone into meditation. Everyone's silent, serene, calmness taking over this map.
It's a nice hot summer day.
There is no nice hot summer day, man. if it's hot in summer, it's just annoying. But talking about annoying things, I think Hyderabad Hydras show up to annoy the life out of Vasista Esports. The high ground advantage should play out in the Patap's favor, but Hyderabad Hydras literally dipping out, avoiding the line of fire, do want to run away, do not want to engage into a complete four-man roster waiting for them, but hey, Forever Red Ross, they show up out of nowhere, and I'm pretty sure they're just going to try and hunt down the players of Hyderabad Hydras. Dazzle taking a lot of damage, but hey, they just keep going. There ain't no stopping Forever Red Ross. That was quick.
This is so awkward, honestly, to be honest. For a while, Hyderabad Hydras, they came in against Vasista, but now it seems like Forever it draws out of the fire into the frying pan. This time, it's Sarkar Gaming in front of them right now.
Well, it's not going to be an easy fight, or maybe not. R2 looking for that knock. Is going to be dropped to the floor. It's a 2-2 trade coming in for either side. But hey, in a matter of seconds, Forever Red Ross, they're going to be wiped out, running into a trap. Somehow, they do dish out some damage to the players of Sarkar Gaming, but not enough. Skeleton and Sarkar himself surviving. And look at those crates. But we are going to see a few more. Troy the Million against the players of TSW. Levi too close to the side of Troy the Million Esports. Did stop on the other side of the ridge, and I think finally is going to try and back off.
Whoa. Talking about Ranveer, quite close to his enemies, needs to fall back. An extremely difficult mission to actually go in for the scouting mission, but the nade lands right on the money. THW, they hit back their fangs. Of course, chewing through Troy Tamilian and the defense's information was there, but now they've been countered. Reinforcements are being sent in, but Levi, he does not have any plans to stop. In fact, THW, they have taken fight to the opposition. Multiple angles being set up already. Hydro is going to be dropped. Pekka as well as Inferno, they are not going to be of any use currently. No amount of cover fire is going to protect their comrades right now. The only option that they're left is to try and fall back, Johnny.
Well, let's see. Even falling back from here is not going to be easy. Pekka and Inferno, as you mentioned, the pressure against the players of THW, that the feeling is going to be incredible, because 3 versus 2 situation right now with Roman knocked out. It should be an easy revive. Lavish already on the move. Oh no, this nade connection. If it's there, it is going to result in the finish coming through for Troy Tamilian Esports, and that is what they're hoping for. Oh, the revive at the last second before the Molotov could splash out. Lavish, incredibly done. Made sure that all 4 players from the side of THWNON are going to be still in it to win it. And then Levi, that flank, just cutting off any options for Pekka. Inferno on the run, but his teammate is not coming back in this game one way or the other. He does get finished off. Inferno, he's in the blue. This is just brutal for Troy Tamilian Esports, man. 0 finishes till now, and I think the game, the journey in this Miramar might already be coming to an end.
Pretty soon. Very soon, in fact, because Inferno right now is going to struggle to find those positions. He's gone out in the blue, just like you mentioned, but finding his position back inside the circle, trying to stay alive for those position points is going to be extremely hard for him. But look at the map currently. The circle centering on up in between San Martin, Graveyard and Truck Stop. I love this terrain because there are no topographical areas. You only have a flat line with multiple ridges, and majority of the teams, they are going to be in each other's vicinity, much like Vasista Esports and God's Reign right now. Delta PG, I believe he has spotted the birds out there. He just wants to chop their wings at this point. Delta, does he have the scope? Does it have the resources to pull out the trigger and probably land a couple of shots? He does have the backing of the rest of his teammates and the rest of his comrades. But for Vasista Esports, I feel like this plan is not half bad. Just try and stick together and try and let the opposition bring the fight to you.
Well, let's see though. It's not going to be an easy fight to initiate into, especially with that high ground advantage. The difference will play out into the hands of God's Reign. And there's one more team lurking in the back lines. It's going to be the players from the sort of Wingard Esports. You see them finally on the radar.
Yeah.
Towards the eastern, southeastern side of this position. But how much awareness do they have? If they think there's just one team, well, Wingard is in for an unpleasant surprise. But talk about unpleasant surprises, and it's going to be Just Jelly waiting for Team Insane skips. Skip scouting for information, I believe, knows where the players of Just Jelly are, but there's Hail Inferno squad closing in from the rear as well.
Team Insane, what is this rotation? They landed in towards the far western end of the map. They went towards El Pozo,
Yeah.
and now they are on the right-hand side of the circle, on towards the eastern edge. This is tough stuff. This is a lot of hard work that they've done, a lot of distance covered, but it's not going to pay them dividends. They're going to fall right into the grasp of Hail Inferno squad. Two of their players have been brought down. Yash quite low on his HP.
Fight breakout and Skips, the first casualty of this fight. Hail Inferno squad, brilliantly done. Yash in the back lines, as you said, Salty is also going to get picked apart. And this is that one third party that I think Insane did not account for Hail Inferno squad to be here. Just Jelly on the other side also, I believe, have found an opening for themselves in this one. So they take advantage. Two players picked up by Just Jelly. And they find those frags for themselves. Team Insane shut down in the matter of seconds as they get sandwiched between Hail Inferno squad and Team Jelly. Now it's going to be a 4v4 between these two squads to finish things off.
The miles traveled did not really pan out the way Yash wanted to or the way Adi wanted to. Team Insane, they definitely have to come back hitting harder because they currently are outside the top 8. And after this debacle, they're going to fall even deeper on the overall standings. Currently for Hail Inferno squad, of course, this team definitely has an opportunity, but they need miraculous performances after miraculous performances to even make an entry. They've got two eliminations kind of shared in between Just Jelly and them. Insane's frags were not all accounted for in their money, but now look at this. This is crucial. Silly Esports from somewhere find the connection on Ninja Jord while he was trying to hunt down the players of Raven Esports, and this grants them the opportunity. Look at the way Smiley's actually climbing up the hill, and now I believe God's Rain are in a deep world of trouble.
Oh, they definitely are. There's no way Ninja Jord can be brought back unless they just push forward or Raven Esports make a big mistake. And I think the mistake has been made. They step in front of Destroy and he drops to Raven Esports. Wings clipped again, and God's Rain, they are definitely looking to reign supreme. Destro in an incredible form right now. Loki in the back lines, position compromise. You have one more player, Akash, in the front lines, but Loki's going to get spotted out by Justin. Nade at the ready. It's going to be lobbed out, but it just helps him confirm that finish. Nothing else gained from that piece of util. Now Loki's turn. He's cooking up his own nade, but Ninja Jord, well, Justin, in fact, he lobs his nade out. Loki runs forward, and now with the shotgun bait. What is this? Just playing with the minds of Raven Esports, and they just outmaneuver them, outplay them upright. But hey, the Kryptonite, I believe, is going to be here soon for God's Rain. Just Jelly, they're moving in from that northern side, clearing the edges, one after the other. But City Esports also show up for a decent third-party timing.
God's Rain are going to be kicking themselves, especially with the way they just got baited and switched by Raven Esports and Silly. But we got to talk about this fight. Sarkar Gaming, they defended their compounds against Forever and Ross, but this time THW, they are coming in hot. Levi and Rushboy, they are inside the compound, but Lavish has been knocked down. One of their players also quite low on HP, and Skeleton is the only one. But we know, Johnny, Skeleton has always been the one to pull out clutches. He's always been the one to pull out some amazing performances for Sarkar Gaming. The shotguns, of course, go berserk. But Sarkar Gaming, they will not be able to hold their position. Nades from THW, ever so devastating. And now they finally find themselves the northwestern corner of the circle. Where do they go ahead from? Because currently they've been marked by the lads from Just Jelly.
Yeah, and this is not going to be an easy fight for them, but that spray right on his head. Ninze, his head picked off his shoulders and just handed back to him. THW, man, this team is something else. But Just Jelly, look at that. Team Jelly, that is the worst possible sandwich you could find yourself in.
Yes.
THW on the left and FS on the right. How do you walk away from that?
But is FS Esports going to charge against them is going to be the question.
They are looking at them.
Exactly right. Their pointers, their markers are looking directly at Just Jelly. But the hard compounds, at least for about 20 seconds, are going to prevent Team Jelly from getting wiped out. They've got the time, they've got the reset as well. They know they can isolate these frags, but will they be able to do so is going to be the question. Jelly, of course, going in on a very risky scouting mission, finding himself right in front of Crypto. landing a lot of shots on the vehicle and himself, but finally he's going to come back. Needs to go in for a reset. This is a deadlock and a half, Johnny. To break out away from this for Just Jelly, it almost seems impossible.
Well, it is definitely going to be impossible. Not completely impossible, but close to it. FSE Sport, as you said, we thought they were going to charge towards the side of Just Jelly, but no. They are looking to pick a fight against the players of Hail Inferno squad. If this decision actually works, then Just Jelly, they're going to be the happiest, so they don't have to deal with both these two titans at the same time. And Team Jelly actually are quite happy with that. They've been left all alone. TWM on the other side, they find themselves going up against THW and they find the opening frag into that fight. But is that going to be enough? Look at that. Stage 5, we still have 11 teams, 40 players still alive in this game.
THW versus TWM is turning out to be a very good rivalry, Johnny.
Yeah.
This one actually is going to be a revenge battle for the last Erangel, of course, but currently problems are going to be surmounting for this team because Hyderabad Hydra seems to be knocking on their doors. You can see Moksh. None of these players have their nades equipped. The opening has not been found, but Just Jelly, they decide to converge upon THW while players were knocked by TWM. This is an opportunity and a half for Jelly for their lifeline. As nades fly in, Ninja does find the angle, but THW, they've got nowhere to hide, nowhere to go. How are they going to prevent their fort from being taken down?
Well, it's going to be a difficult one. And Just Jelly, he's moving forward along with the rest of his team. He's been picked off. Team Jelly, they have the upper hand in this one, and I think it's already wrapped up pretty much. They've pushed the players of THW into a corner. Rush Boy, last man left alive. The nade goes out from Toxic, and it helps him secure the point for his team. And Toxic, look at him. He's just jumping constantly, seeing if he can build some pressure. So he does not just want the points of THW for himself. He also wants to pick off the side of Team Jelly. Sam, inside the smoke, he goes with a nade in his hands. Does he find the frag? Rush Boy repositions. The spam of the shotgun comes through. But Rush Boy takes a lot of damage upon himself. And he gets taken out eventually. It's going to be Ninja with the panic spray who finds the frag for himself. All right, the first thing on this list has been checked off. The first team checked off for them. How do they take on the others? They know for a fact there's a few team on the high grounds behind them, but the circle is right on the heads of God's rain, man.
Yeah. And you know what? I personally feel like BGMI is just a representation of life, and you see the two sides of it. Teams at the north, they are fighting for survival. They are going out against each other, and there are so many. Meanwhile, the teams at the south, they're just chilling. They have complete control of the circle. They've got so much space, and now look at this. TWM opening the fire against FSE Sports, trying to stop them dead on their tracks. The gatekeeping mission, of course, being not so complete, being not so efficient. Crypto has not taken a lot of damage. But for TWM Gaming, they themselves will also have to slowly creep up inside of the circle. That is, traverse at least 100 meters inside. It's definitely going to be difficult, especially with Team Jelly and FS Esports hot in their tails. But do Jelly have an idea that Insidious is inside of this shack? Yes, they do.
Oh man, this is just going to be brutal for FS as well now. Along with Insidious, this seems like there's one player in the distance and it's going to be Crypto. Oh no, they don't! Insidious left all alone, and the pressure now on the players of Team Jelly. They're scrambling out into the open. They walk into Crypto as well. Two players, two different shacks, but both of them part of the same team. And it's not just that. Look at the radar. There's a lot of other squads around them, but Ninja with that jump shot finding the head of Crypto. The knock secured, but the player is going to be down, hitting the floor, and it's just the spam shots coming through from Insidious. He gets revenge. Two players shut down by Insidious, one picked off by TWM Arif. Team Jelly, an early exit, sort of an early exit in this game, getting eliminated on the 8th position. 7th, RGC wiped out by Wingard just a few seconds later. We're down to 6 teams, 19 players still alive.
It's so surprising that Insidious actually survives miraculously, but not for long. As soon as I say that, the caster's curse. When God Esports chime in, they find themselves another finish for their bag. As of now, it seems like Wingard, they currently have the highest position inside of the circle, and they are connecting some absolute nutty shots. Arif gets taken down by that headshot itself. It's a Scarrel on a 3 times, but he still managed to find that connect. TWM, they've been stopped dead in their tracks, but Sahel also needs to be pushed back from that ridge, and they've been successful. The soft cover for TWM working out, they will be able to go in for the revive, but will they find themselves safety grounds is going to be the question. Elsewhere, of course, Silly Esports fall. It's Noob as well who's going to go down. Hyderabad Hydras find themselves more eliminations. It's 4 on their cards and 3 players still surviving, potentially making it to the final circle.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy to survive in the final circle, though. Look at this. 4 teams, 13 players remain. Wingod with all 4, God's Reign with 3, TWM with 3, and Hyderabad Hydras with 3 as well. God's Reign, this could be the opportunity to secure a comeback. TWM, an opportunity for them to solidify themselves in the top 8. They were on that 8th position before this match began. And with the amount of finishes and being in the top 4, I think they are going to gain a little bit of soft safety cushion for themselves, but their journey might be coming to an end. Because that focus fire upon them from Hyderabad Hydras was just too brutal, man.
Not just from Hyderabad Hydras, right? Even Wingod, as a matter of fact, they are being benched from both the sides. Talking about TWM, they still survived though. Got to give it to the determination on these lads. Just constantly keep on popping those smokes, constantly keep on trying to blur the vision, trying to cut out the lines of sight. But it's going to be tough. Challenging the likes of Wingod Esports. You see those buggies move. You see LeBron trying to create a flank angle. Ralphie has got a lot to worry about right now. Does get the hit marker, but cannot keep on spamming it. And talk about LeBron, like we said, the flank angle was there. The nade does land quite a far while. But it seems like with their vehicles exploded, TWM are going nowhere, Johnny.
Well. TWM, as I said, are not going anywhere. That nade could have been close. LeBron. Let's see. Channeling his inner LeBron James. Needs to score those points. Imagine this, right? LeBron, championship finals. This is not the championship finals. This is the grind last day, I know for sure. But I'm just building a story for him. And I hope he succeeds. Finds that nade connection. That is just going to be incredible. Especially since his name is LeBron. But Ralphie, man. He's going to get wrecked out into the open. Hyderabad Hydras. And Wingod, in fact, just spraying down, and the end of TWM's journey in this game is going to come through. But Hyderabad Hydras, 5 finishes on the board. This has been the most incredible turnaround from 2024 to 2025. We had a lot of expectations from this organization, and this is the year that I believe they will deliver. But opponents still standing in their way. Wingod Esports are going to be the first one. Dazzle trying to spray one down from the ridge. Does not succeed. Gets shot at. And the retaliation fire does find a decent connection. So he's going to be forced back into cover. It's 3 versus 4 against Wingod. And 3 versus 3 against God's Reign.
Yeah. And I believe for the lads of Hyderabad Hydras, they do not really have the compulsion to take those shots against Wingod, right? They can find those opening picks, they can find those easy pickings, but to try and establish that contact when there is none is absolutely not required. Keep yourself alive as long as you can. They've got a good spot inside the circle. They've got the high ground advantage as well. While Wingod, they are being distracted from the Goliaths, of course. I'm talking about God's Reign sitting right on the edge of the circle, but I believe with the kind of advantage that they have, with the kind of height advantage they have, GDR might actually be one of the toughest opponents to actually counter, especially in this final circle fight. It's 3 teams, 10 players who are trying to make a mark, and GDR needs to overcome the losses of the first game, Johnny.
Well, let's see though. It was an incredible start, but all of that momentum shut down, taken out of their hands. This time around though, looking to convert, and as you mentioned, God's Reign still can reign supreme from the position that they are in, especially Destro with that high ground advantage. All of that information he's going to gather. How does he put to use? 45 seconds, stage 8 about to come to an end, and stage 9 collapse. It's a difficult position to fight in. But God's Reign, I think if that happens, the only team that will have the advantage is going to be Wingod, because their players control more position, more map of the center of the circle right now. While Hyderabad Hydras and God's Reign are just playing the corners, the edges.
LeBron, especially on that flank, covers more territory for Wingod than God's Reign and Wingod combined.
Yeah.
God's Reign and Hyderabad Hydras combined, pardon me for that. I believe that if these flanks do decide to converge upon, it's going to be a lot of problems, but Currently, Wingod, their own defenses have been spread extremely thin. Look at that. Godix just pinned behind that rock with the blue zone closing in, right in from behind. It's going to be extremely tough for him to escape from that position, to peek out or try and utilize all the resources that he has for himself. Hyderabad Hydras with the high ground advantage, especially Moksh in this particular position. He's got the ability to move as well. The Lambo, of course, can show its brilliances. But on this high terrain, on this topographical end of Miramar, it's going to be an absolute blockbuster to find out who gets the chicken dinner. Win got numbers advantage, map control advantage, but they've only got 2 minutes and 15 seconds to end this all, Johnny.
Of course, and it's going to be quite interesting to see how they bring it to an end as well, because we expect Wingod to actually win it this time around. The blue zone moving in. AJ is going to be the first man dropped down, and the knock is going to come through from the blue. Mokes the nade lob towards him. The smoke indicator for Infinity where he needs to strike, but Wingod amongst all of this chaos cannot lose track of God's Reign as well. Sahil OP shuts down Dazzle, and with that, Hyderabad Hydra shown the exit as the last shot connection is going to be found by Delta PG from God's Reign. Now it is a 3 versus 4. God's Reign up against Wingod Esports, and it is with a knock already secured by the side of God's Reign as well. Although LeBron, as you mentioned, that flank position absolutely incredible. He finds the trade, but Destro goes out and he tries to take LeBron off, but that is not going to work out. Delta PG, last man left alive. It's a 1v1 between these two incredible individuals. The HP advantage onto Delta PG. His helmet is gone, but LeBron, his position compromised, switches over to the shotgun. Delta, do you find the finish? Do you find the chicken for your team? LeBron is going to be flushed out from behind that cover, and Delta still waiting. The shotgun connection, it's not gonna be there. Oh well, it is. Delta PG finds the last pick as well, and the chicken dinner that we thought was gonna be secured by Wingod Esports gets taken from their mouths, and them getting kicked back into the lobby. Man, that was a last intense 1v1.
That was a showdown, right? That was a showdown and a half, a Mexican standoff. I loved LeBron's movement, the jiggle to find cover after cover. He moved from cover to cover and actually took the fight to Delta PG. You've got to give it to the lads.
Yeah.
Amazing confidence. Yes, he could not land that perfect shot because who is standing in front of him? MVP of BGIS 2023, Delta PG. Of course, you've got to give it to him, right?
Yeah.
But the way that flank destroyed rest of the players of GDR, that was absolutely brilliant. Nobody else, neither Infinity, nor Sahil OP, nor their third player could actually come into the defense. It was LeBron just constantly peppering in those shots. Amazing guy, amazing play from Wingod. But of course, the chicken dinner to GDR nonetheless.
Well, I mean, to be honest, God's Reign surviving those early conflicts as well, especially with Silly Esports showing up. I did not think that they were still going to be 3 players strong, but incredibly done by this team, man. And this actually gives them a safety cushion to work with as well inside of the top 8.
Potentially, yes. I mean, I'm not really sure how many finishes they had. I did not really check the statistics. We'll have to let the computers do the hard work over there. But when we do come back with the point standings, of course, they've got the 10 points from the chicken dinner. I'm expecting 5 to 7 eliminations because GDR were not that aggressive in this one. They were just holding their position. 17 points would just allow that entry inside the top 8 because they suffered that debacle in the first one. I believe there's still going to be a lot of hard work, Johnny. They are not going to be safe. They do not have any cushion.
Yeah, I mean, maybe. Let's see how things turn out for them. Because again, 4 more matches remain after this one, right? But let's have a look at the highlights of this game. There was incredible action. Not in the early stages. All of it just crumbled upon everyone in the late game. Because early game, I think, with how the circle was compared to the flight path, it just made it too easy for everyone to just find any sort of cover for themselves, and then this team just pushed for the center and just held on for dear life.
One of my favorite fights throughout this entire game was actually the way Just Jelly dealt with THW and FS Esports simultaneously, right? FS Esports were hot in their tails, THW were also peppering in them shots, but then as soon as the opening came, they immediately focused fire against THW and dished out so much damage. Of course, credit has to be given to Sahil OP as well for finding those connections, finding those long distance knock. TWM, pardon me, for that were absolutely stopped in their tracks. Talking about Wingod though, this was a decent game. This was actually a pretty high fragging game considering their standards, and they came pretty close to that chicken dinner as well.
Big standards, man. They've set the standards very high. And of course, it is going to be very difficult to beat. But again, 4 more matches left. I want to see how things turn out because now the story is getting very intense. Also, by the way, Vasista Esports, all that hard work done on Erangel, now it's gone in vain.
Yeah.
And at this point, I think they need what, like 20 points per game to qualify? No, they have 12 from the first one. We got 75 in total, so they need
about like 15 points per game.
15 points per game, yeah, 15 to 16 points per game. That average is going to keep on going higher. They got absolutely nothing in this matchup, so I do not know now how they are going to make it work. Hopefully, if they have 2 back-to-back Sanhoks and they can have both of them, banger of matches, big chicken dinners, like 10-15 finishes, and then the chicken dinner, then maybe they push through.
The chances of that is actually very slim, Johnny.
Yeah, it's very slim.
I don't think that will eventually happen, but I just hope for the best, right? They are definitely trying their best. Fierce, of course, has been trying his best as well. The rotation for Pokar was completely cut out, but Vasista Esports, they continue their journey on the map of Sanhok, which comes after a very short break.
We've got that temperatures high, but it make way. We came here to slay, Let's go. Temperatures high, but it make way. We came here to slay.
Yes! Let's go! P3 Pro takes mobile gaming to the next level. So first was the AI motion control. आपके मूवमेंट्स को गेम के साथ सिंक कर देता है. AI अल्ट्रा टच कंट्रोल आपके फिंगर मूवमेंट्स को ट्रैक करके टच कंट्रोल को लाइटिंग फास्ट और लैग फ्री बना देता है. मतलब बटरी स्मूथ गेम प्ले जो हर गेमर का ड्रीम होता है यार. तो P3 Pro is the choice.
I grind to survive, it's a state of mind. Legendary drive, eyes on the prize. I feel the gears turn, never hesitate. No stopping King Kong, beast is awake. I'm knocking down the walls, pounding at the gates. My hustle don't sleep, let me demonstrate. Got iron in the fire and I want more. I intend to win the battles, yes, in the war. I'm the champ, I'm the champion, I'm the champ, I'm the champion. Boss beast, Taiwan Master. I'm the champ, I'm the champion.
किधर मिलता वो कलेक्टर? तो तुम आई कलेक्टर?
हम आए कलेक्टर. गन्स का कलेक्टर, अटैचमेंट्स का कलेक्टर, हेलमेट्स का कलेक्टर और इन सब का स्किन्स भी कलेक्ट करता है. BGMI लैब में.
M416 की है,
M249 की भी है.
गन्स, हेलमेट्स सब मिलेगा फैब इन द BGMI लैब.
मैं भी कलेक्टर.
Welcome back after a very short break, ladies and gentlemen. You are watching Realme BGIS The Grind 2025. Of course, with a big change on the panel, Mr. Necro is back for the map of Sanhok. I remember that, what you said last day. But that map of Miramar was definitely very interesting, and especially that final standout between Delta as well as LeBron was pretty interesting. What was your pick, by the way? Did you pick Forever Red Ross? They got eliminated very early on. What just happened over there?
I picked Forever Red Ross at the start of the day, and yeah, I do understand one single game let lose. It's fine though, right? The previous game of Erangel, it was pretty great. So yeah, Miramar let lose. It's okay. They've still got 2 more Sanhoks to go, and one Miramar and one Erangel once again to go in the future. So in my opinion, enough chances for Red Ross to easily make a comeback in the top 8. It's okay.
I mean, potentially yes, but ladies and gentlemen, you guys also have a massive chance of getting your hands on this wonderful device. It's beautiful, it glows in the dark. I'm talking about the Realme B3 Pro 5G. Amazing in terms of specs, and let me tell you, it's also budget friendly. 21,999. You can go on to Flipkart. You can go on to Flipkart and check it out. Of course, there are some amazing rewards being given away as well. And I heard, Negro, you talked about something on the Craft India esports socials as well. Is there some giveaway going on?
Yes, there's a giveaway going on of the Realme B3 Pro 5G. If you move on towards the bio and click on that link right there, you need to fill out a form and you might just stand a chance to win the device itself. So what are you waiting for? Do it right now. But once again, moving back towards the conversation, right?
Yes,
as we know, the upcoming map is going to be the map of Sanhok. Maybe another chance for Red Ross to pull off a comeback, considering on Sanhoks, we know Red Ross, they have been quite dominant. So once again, they can move on towards Sanhok, prove themselves once again. And speaking of God's Reen, we already knew they're going to make it to the top 8, and that previous game pretty much nailed it down.
Pretty much nailed it down. But Nekra, I want to talk about one of your favorite teams, and that will be Team Insane. You've always been backing this team for a while right now. The last map, they tried a lot, a huge amount of long rotations, but it did not pan out, and currently they are kind of slipping down. The first game not going their way, the second game not going their way. Do you really think this team will potentially make it to the top 8?
Let's be honest, right? There's too many teams who are trying their best to be at the top 8, right? Team Insane, a team that already was there in the top 8 at the start of the day. I do understand things are slipping down a bit, but let's be honest, for Team Insane, all they need is one decent game, and easily Team Insane will be there in the top 8 with a bit of that cushioning. So I don't think so Team Insane is going to be a main sign of concern. The main sign of concerns is going to be Red Ross, as you mentioned, considering right now the day's not going that great. WinGod Esports as well could have been the part of the conversation, but considering the previous game was great, that really just subshadows them.
Absolutely, right? Sahilobi just popping off with that one. And not just Sahilobi, I believe it was LeBron as well, and even Infinity supporting them from the backlines. 6 eliminations, finding himself the MVP. But look at that, GDR's Delta PG also up there with 6 eliminations as well. Levi from THW. This team always has a player who figures out his way to be inside the top 5 no matter what. 4 eliminations this time for Levi. And I'm very surprised with Dazzle's performance. I believe Hyderabad Hydras, they've been doing decently well inside of BGIS 2025 this year, and it's been because of Dazzle and his entry inside the team. I believe he will be a big name for sure for Hyderabad Hydras.
If you've noticed, Hyderabad Hydras, they're getting the constant points of 7-8 points per game. Every single time Hyderabad Hydras, you will see them in the final few moments with a decent amount of elimination points and even the placement points.
True.
So they're pretty much trying to scrape the surface, get the bare minimum, and keep themselves pinned down in the top 8. And it's been working out pretty well for them. If you move on towards the point standings, even in that previous game, Hyderabad Hydras getting 11 points. That's more than enough to keep themselves in that top 8. They're looking pretty comfy. As I mentioned at the start of the conversation too, WinGod Esports could have been a part of the conversation, but considering the previous game was great, so it really does give them that leeway.
Especially all the teams on towards the bottom half, right? You look at 6, 7, 8, Josh Reddit, THW, FS with 6 and 5 points respectively. I think these teams are also doing a decent job to keep themselves alive. But points of concern are going to be the likes of Resista Esports, who needed a lot of points to continue their comeback journey. Sarkar Gaming also need the same thing as well. Hail Inferno Squad not really living up to their name, and Raven Esports. Yesterday was actually a rather decent game for this team, but today all of a sudden they dropped the ball.
I mean, the first game was great though. We cannot really take that away from Raven Esports, right? Erangel was decent, one single game let loose, just like Red Ross. It's okay, man. Raven Esports, it's one of those teams that's there in the top 8, so it's not a big sign of concern, considering all they need is one decent game, and even they're going to be pinning their spot down in the overall standings easily. We speculated what the cutoff is going to be at the start of the day. I mentioned around 140. What about you?
I mentioned high 130s.
Okay.
I kind of expect it to be around 137, 138, but looking at the way teams are charging forward, I believe it's actually going to cross 140, because look at that. We still have 4 more games to go, and GDR currently sitting at 123. They're going in strong, and the difference is actually not much. FS Esports, such a big tumble. They were inside the top 8. In fact, pretty much high up in the top 8. Now they are in the 9th spot, 119 points, Negro.
Too many teams contesting for that top 8. It's getting a little bit too out of hands at this point. You've got FS Esports too, as you mentioned, taking a tumble outside of that top 8. Now there's so many possible contenders to make it in the top 8 itself. And that really just subsides teams like Sarkar Gaming, Troy Tamilian Esports, even Vasista Esports, who could have stood a chance, because now the fight's between Team Insane, Red Ross, and FS Esports.
Absolutely. I believe that it's between the teams inside of the top 11. And out of these 11 teams, only 8 are going to be moving in towards a round 4. The rest, of course, will continue their journey from round 3. So that is the best part of the grind, to try and test out your strats. But it's such a good thing to watch that teams who are experienced, especially teams like God's Reign, they're trying out different things. They're trying out different experiments. First week, we saw that they did not really care about their position points, but now they also care about their positioning. They also care about gaining those chicken dinners, and it seems like they're working well. Both facets of the game, they've practiced it well throughout this grind, and I believe that was the objective.
Do you realize how important this upcoming game is? Especially for the teams from 8th to 11th.
True.
This game is so crucial. One single team which gets eliminated off the rip, they don't stand a chance to make the comeback anymore.
Yep.
That's how close that game is. Even if one single misstep, you can instantly see the overall standings fizzling out of your hands. For Red Ross, there's going to be a lot of pressure on their back. For Team Insane, the pressure's going to be insane too. And even a few more teams like God's Arena are not out of that red zone just yet.
I believe it is because of that pressure. Team Insane has been trying to kind of go away from their natural gameplay. We've seen Harsh Skips always trying to go in for the frags, but now it seems like Team Insane, they're kind of focusing way too much on the rotation. So even in the last map, right, we talked about it during the cast as well, they dropped in on the far western part of the map. They moved in towards El Pozo, and they came in rotating towards the eastern side of Hush and Little Patron. That's like so many miles if you consider the rotation, but still it did not pan out. They just got absolutely sandwiched, but that's still okay. That's still fine. I feel like Team Insane, like you said, one big game, one big chicken dinner, and this team will potentially make it through. But for that to happen, they need to target the likes of GDR. They need to target the likes of TWM. A drop clash in the mix in the upcoming 4 games.
Anything can happen, man. That's the only way you're going to find yourself in the top 8. Understand this. The way I look at it is that there's only 3 spots that you can have in the top 8 right now. And there are 4 teams looking to take those 3 slots. Someone else from the top 8 needs to get kicked out, which is going to be that one team that gets kicked out, or those 3 teams that get kicked out. There's too many things that are going on in my head right now, but here's the crazy fact. At the start of the day, FS Esports was in top 5, and now they're not in the top 8 anymore.
That's what I've been saying, right? Even for Raven Esports, as a matter of fact. Why I said it? Because I believe the points difference was barely about, like, what, 3 points? We saw GDR having 123, FS Esports, not FS Esports, Raven Esports, they stand at 126. The difference is barely 3 points, and then there are so many outliers. Your favorite team, Forever Red Ross, they stand at 119 points. One big game, Raven will be out. One big game, GDR will be out. Even TWM, who has been so consistent for the past 2 days right now, their comeback has been scintillating, but even they, I believe, are in that danger zone.
Let's speak about the teams on the safer side, right? That's going to be just the top 2.
Yeah.
That's the crazy part. Just the top 2 in the overall standings are safe. Exactly. But, you know, just to be a little bit more nicer, top 2 in the overall standings are pretty much safe. The rest of the teams still stand a chance to get kicked out of that top 8. Now, the only way you can build yourself a cushion is by getting 2 back-to-back chicken dinners. No matter if you're inside of the top 8 or if you're outside of the top 8. If you're somewhere around even the 12th spot, you need 2 big games back-to-back. That's the only way you can build some sort of a cushion.
And I also want to build the narrative for the teams who kind of, let's say, out of the race right now, right? I'm talking about the teams who are outside the top 11. There's a huge point vacuum that has been created. All these teams, they don't really have to do anything. They just drop in, spoil the games for the others, try and take those drop clashes, make it even more spicy for us. Isn't it nice?
Things can be entertaining that way, but honestly speaking, these teams as well, they're really trying to bring something new on the board, test some things out. So I don't think we're going to see those clashes right now. But let's move on towards the game of Sanhok and figure stuff out. As the plane's going to hit the sky, starting all the way from Kampong towards Cow, this plane fly path once again tilted to the right side of the map.
Yeah, tilted towards the right side of the map. But again, a 4x4 map should not really be a big problem to try and go towards your designated drop spots. As of yet, Team Silly Esports, they have taken their exit, moving on towards potentially the lands of Lakawi and all the scattered compounds that remain within. I want to find out those drop clashes because we've already built that narrative, Necro, that there are multiple teams who are looking to find and especially solidify that spot. Now, talking about the map standings, now this is exactly where things get interesting. Sarkar Gaming, we always talked about them. They have that experience, they have that caliber as well to proceed towards round 4 directly. But considering we've got 2 back-to-back map of Sanhok and they have been inside of the top 3 when it comes to Sanhok performance, I believe this is going to be their opportunity to change their fate, to change their destiny as well. 2 big games, if they do decide to drop the ball, I believe this team can also start coming in contestation, if not inside the top 8.
You said even Sarkar Gaming stands a chance.
Yeah, because they are outside the top 11. There's a huge point vacuum, but look at this, right? They are inside of the top 3 in Sanhok itself, and now they're going to play 2 back-to-back Sanhok. So, you know, I'm just theory crafting. I'm just anticipating, and I want as much spice as we can proceeding towards the final end of this group itself.
Let's be realistic, though. I don't think Sarkar Gaming stands a chance to make it to the top 8.
All right.
Unless they get 2 back-to-back big games, which the chances of that are pretty low. But hold on to that fact for now. We've got FSE Sports on the screen up against the players of THW. This fight can be quite weird. Max, the only man in the nearby vicinity. He needs some sort of a backup of his teammates. And Lovish and Rush Boy looking to make that pounce against Max. But Max, he still manages to strike the first man down. S12 up close and personal is going to be unmatched. And that's what Max is relying on. He's also got the Honey Badger to play with. But now the man in the front's getting a little bit too anxious. Lovish, he does want to make the rush and shut down Max, but considering the S12K really does come into play, it's going to be tough, but he still somehow connects that headshot and takes down Max.
Now this is absolutely devastating for the likes of FSE
What
Sports.
just happened?
They were in contestation. They dropped out of the top 8. They started their day inside of the top 8, but now being eliminated by THW, this is going to be a big halt in the journey towards qualifying for round 4. On the other side, RGC Esports as well. They are duking it out against another lad. It is going to be Wingod Esports. They had so much heavy lifting done, but Rishi from the backlines is going to be devastating. 3 of their players being eliminated. And now I believe it's just 1 left. RGC Esports needed exactly this to start their comeback. And I hope that they can continue this journey and the momentum.
Too many fights off the rip. It's now going to be an absolute chaos. FSE Sports, the team that could have stood a chance before this game to make it in the top 8. Now there's going to be a big difference maker in the overall standings. As we mentioned, FSE Sports, this game really does hold a lot of value for them, even for the teams around that same ranking. Godsreen currently on the 8th spot in the overall standings. So even for Godsreen, this game's going to be really crucial.
And the fact is, they decided to go up against THW in this fight. And THW, they're sitting at the number 1 spot. They have such a big lead. They've crossed the 150-point mark as well. They've got no threat whatsoever.
Yeah.
Even if they get 0 points in the next 4 games, they don't really care. But for FSE Sports, this was ever so important, and now they are going to feel the brunt. Will have to come back. But for Wasista Esports, they've heard all of this commotion. They've heard all these gunshots. Even for Everross, they get silenced. They get shut down.
What?
They get eliminated. JDR. Destroying dreams, destroying hopes. I have no clue what just happened, Necro.
What just happened? You blink it and you miss it sort of a moment. Red Ross getting eliminated from the game too. We've already got those 2 teams eliminated outside of the top 8, which stood a major chance to make the comeback. And now look at Wasista Esports. Even they're making the pounce. Considering Wasista Esports knows they're super desperate for these points, they're not going to think twice before making any sort of push. They're straight up going to try to barrel stuff the opponents.
And this is their opportunity. The map of Sanhok is something which they absolutely love. Pokar loves rotating on this map, loves to go on a hunt. And this time Pokar and Rage God, they're going to try and find final player. Shots being given out. THW and their final player, Lovish, gives out his position as well. This should be easy pickings. 2 players on the right, 2 players on the left. Quite easy to converge, isn't it?
In my opinion, he shouldn't have taken the shots. But now that gives his position away, and he's in such an awkward spot. And just like that, the entirety of THW as well, they come crashing down. Within the span of a minute, we've seen 3 teams take an exit from the map of Sanhok. And 1 team is super hurt, by the way.
1 team is super hurt. Look at Wingod, right? Surviving with just 1 player. Did not expect this carnage to bring out on the map of Sanhok in such an early stage, but we are absolutely loving it.
Salty, let's start speculating now.
All right.
FSE Sports, they could have stood a major chance to make the comeback, but since they've been eliminated off the rip, now that chance is taken away. Red Ross could have taken the advantage, considering FSE Sports, the competition is already eliminated, so they could have performed, but even Red Ross is now eliminated. So the only team that can try and take the advantage of both these eliminations is Team Insane.
Yes, sir.
And Team Insane needs to go huge in this game. They just need 1 big game to build that cushion. This cannot be any more easier for Team Insane. They need a strike on the opportunity.
You were talking about Team Insane. They are in front of our screens right now. Hyderabad Hydras did manage to rotate right underneath their noses. Shots were fired by escapes, but not a lot of connections found. Look at that, Hyderabad Hydras out of the fire into the frying pan. This is RGC now, who they are going up against. A huge cluster is actually formed at the central part of the map on towards the southern side of boot camp. The south side of boot camp currently holds at least 5 to 6 teams in scattered compounds. If you try and make your way with your vehicles, if you try and go for those quick rotations, I believe you will get cut down. Hyderabad Hydras, they're currently playing with fire.
They indeed are. But they're still in an okay spot, so it's all good. I don't think it's going to be that big of a concern, at least for now. Hyderabad Hydras is okay. Looking at the centric part of the map as well, teams are now starting to stack up towards boot camp. And that can be a bit concerning. You've also got Raven Esports in that nearby vicinity and Hyderabad Hydras. Now it's going to be their time to be a little bit more cautious. Raven Esports, it's one of those teams that's already built that cushion. And even Hyderabad Hydras, they've got that cushion to work with. Both these teams can definitely afford that risk.
I believe everyone is just playing a trial by fire at this point. Even Raven Esports, we saw the points difference from the
Oh my
cutoff
god, the
was just
zone.
3. The zone, of course, just playing with the minds of the IGLs right now. Where is it going to shift? Is it going to be the Alpha Islands? Is it going to be the Charlie Islands? Or is it going to be boot camp? I believe majority of the fight, majority of this big breakdown is going to happen at the bootcamp itself. You can see the migration happening already.
Yeah.
But that position is already being captured by the likes of Troy the Million Esports. An opportunity of a lifetime. They've already dished out so much damage against RGC. And Wingod is also there. All these finishes, all these eliminations, if they do rack up. Necro, we were talking about this. We never really thought of Troy the Million making a comeback inside of the top 8, but can they do so after this game?
No, they can't. They just lost out on the man. So yeah, now they're down to a 3-man squad. All thanks to RGC. And speaking of RGC, it was a mad dash inside of the centric part of the circle. It did not really work out for them, considering they lost out on 2 players. And now they've only got 2 men remaining. Gets even more tougher to play that survival game. Troy to Million Esports, still, they do stand a chance to maybe win the game, but being in the top 8 might just be too much to ask for. Silly Esports, they find themselves in a weird spot too. And let's not forget, after that last game that we saw from them, which was yesterday, Silly Esports haven't been able to perform.
Yeah.
And Silly Esports too, this game needs to be theirs. If Silly Esports wants to stay in the top 8 and not get eliminated at the last second.
It all of a sudden becomes all these outliers from the top 8 who are becoming heavy hitters for a moment. You have Sarkar Gaming kind of trying to come up and get those finishes. You've got Visista Esports also coming up to find those finishes as well. Team Insane in great position. They can also be the ones. Troy the Million we've seen already finding 2 frags against RGC. So all these outliers are starting to make their presence felt. And this is the carnage that we expected. Look at that. Hyderabad Hydras. Turbo finding the knock against Kalyug. One of the most successful players of Silly Esports right now. Their firepower is going to be reduced by so much.
It indeed will be. Immortal, he needs to toss out a few smokes. Cross on over, get the revival, but he can't even do so. Considering Hyderabad Hydras, they're already on a mission of wiping out the existence of Silly Esports before they even stand a chance to recover. Utilities tossed in that shack. The man moves out in the open. Immortal. Let's see if he's an actual Immortal or just a mere mortal. He's got too many foes against him, does find a strike, maybe on the first, but still Turbo himself just shuts him down.
But for Hyderabad Hydras, it seems like Josh Chelly is starting to move in. Look at the mini-map. They've heard the gunshots. They've got the high ground advantage as well. Hyderabad Hydras needs to reset from this fight and get as quickly as possible out of this position. On towards Wingod versus Troy the Million though. LeBron, the only player who is still surviving in a 1v2 situation. The nade is being cooked out. I believe he's going to be flushed out of this position, but as soon as he moves out... he did not even get the opportunity to move out. Troy the Million going hard right now. 2 finishes already, but like you said, right, Ranveer and his elimination is definitely going to cost them. But still, I believe there's going to be a lot of migration coming in. A lot of opportunities will present themselves right in their money. They just have to be wise enough to strike when there's an opportunity.
Salty, this is what happens when teams realize that now they need big games.
Yeah.
And that's the only way they can be safer in the top 8. Everyone realizes this fact, and that's why everyone is going just absolutely guns blazing. Be it Troy to Million Esports, be it RGC, be it anyone on the map. Even Silly Esports tried to partake in the fight, but unfortunately, things did not work out the way they wanted to. Hyderabad Hydras as well, considering they know even they can be eliminated from that top 8, they still just want to minimize those odds. And that's why Hyderabad Hydras, they're going for that extra bit of risk factor that they can afford.
Yeah, they will have to go in for the risk factor. They need those eliminations by hook or by crook. Because surviving in such a dicey circle is definitely a big risk. But look at that, Sarkar Gaming. One of their fellow passengers has been dropped. Another one falls as well. It's KSR. First, it was Raven Esports, and now it is going to be RGC. It's definitely coming down hot for Sarkar Gaming. Another opportunistic frag that has been found for Sarkar Gaming. The losses are immaculate.
Yeah, everyone wants a piece of boot camp, but it's really tough considering there's too many teams already camping it out. A few in the outskirts too, by the name of Raven Esports and even God's Reign. Tried to Million Esports getting pounced on by Skeleton, one man. Skeleton in the past has been quite an incredible player for Sarkar Gaming, but this time he whiffs those incredible shots that he needed to hit. On a critical moment, Skeleton does not perform, and that's going to hurt the likes of Sarkar Gaming completely. But look at Hydra single-handedly getting 4 eliminations.
Bringing back memories of last BGIS, aren't they? From the time when he used to play under the banner of Silly Esports, this man, especially in the first week itself, just showed us what he's made up of. Definitely one of the shining stars up for the future. But for that, he needs to protect his team and their fortress inside of boot camp. There are 2 teams who are trying to invade that, of course. You've got Hyderabad Hydras, 3 players coming in from them, and GDR, who've been avoiding the camera time as of now. They have been avoiding all that flashy plays and limelight. They're trying to invade and sneak in inside of these compounds. Get those frags. 5 eliminations for these lads already. 4 of them coming in against Forever to Dross. And I believe if they do get under Troy the Million and the defenses, they can break them. They can shatter their hopes.
Yeah, God's Reign with 5 elimination points secured. And both the players right next to each other. I'm loving this split from God's Reign too, right? 2 players towards the warehouse while 2 in the back towards the house. Providing cover fire to each other. Everyone's just waiting for the next zone to pop up. And I like the fact of Assista Esports. It's still banking on the fact that the zone might just shift towards the Camp Alpha Island. Anything can happen though, Salty. This can be a major spoiler for a lot of teams.
The next zone is going to be game changer.
Exactly. It's going to be a big curveball.
Absolutely.
And it still lies between both the islands, by the way. But I think now the zone's a bit more clear that it's going to be shifting towards the boot camp side.
I feel bad for Team Insane, honestly. They've got no space inside of the Charlie Islands. They will have to cross on over. And there's Raven Esports already just waiting to welcome them with open arms. For Vasista Esports, they've got a considerable chunk of landmass to actually play with. And even if they do want to cross on over, I believe there's nobody who's checking in the shorelines of bootcamp as of now. TWM, a long range that they have to cover. But look at this. Hail Inferno squad coming out of nowhere. And they destroyed the backup that GDR had placed. 2 players in the warehouses. Now they've been extinguished. And even one of their fallen comrades is going to be easily revived, but it's just Jelly who coming around.
And that too, it's going to be Pekka from Troy to Million Esports taking those shots. And he's actually able to find the success as well. Beautiful precision. Hail Inferno squad. They've got too many problems now brewing up. You've got Just Jelly too on the shorelines, being a constant threat to you. But they're being taken care of by the players of Assista Esports. Another team starts to rack up, and that's going to be by the name of TWM. Too many teams stacking on the same side, and even TWM now will need to be a little bit more cautious, considering there's Just Jelly on the opposite side, and TWM, they directly make a pounce. But there's also Assista Esports on the opposite side. There's too many things to worry about. Toxic is taken down too low. A nade being tossed from the side of Hail Inferno squad, and that's going to catch a reap.
This is the true flavor of Battle Royale. This is the true flavor of BGMI Esports, ladies and gentlemen. Every single team trying to play it with their own lives, trying to find the opportunity to strike. Look at Vasista Esports and their positioning. They crossed on over from the Camp Alpha Islands phase, finding himself a little chunk of space to play with. And now with his nades, he's causing so much trouble. He's not even including in the fight. Just trying to fall back, trying to tickle the opposition, and trying to make his way out. 4 finishes on this lad already. Will take cover, will try to go back to safety yet again. But this map, this positioning, the density of the teams, it's so dicey, it's so sweaty. Who's going to get the chicken dinner? Absolutely no clue.
Still though, there's only 10 teams alive, Salty. Considering so many fights broke out off the rip, it really does eliminate the competition for the later game. And speaking of eliminating your competition, Hail Inferno squad, they've taken care of TWM, a team that could be in a major threat. Hail Inferno squad already taken care of them. And another big sign of concern is also going to be TWM, considering this game was pretty bad and TWM needed these points desperately. Next zone shift is going to be there on the screen. It takes a curveball shift up north, sort of favoring the players of Just Chili and even Hail Inferno squad. But this one man from Just Chili, Q Lamau, he can be the spanner in the works against Hail Inferno squad.
You've always got to be aware of those reptiles. You've always got to be aware of those snakes on this map of Sanhok. They are absolutely deadly. This time you've got two in the form of Fierce, in the form of Q Lamau, and I believe Hail Inferno squad have got absolutely no clue. Pukar from the backlines is going to find Jatenoji. Hail Inferno squad were going strong, but their run has been cut down short. Both the players have been knocked down. Fierce with one, Pukar with one, but of course too, they have information about Q Lamau is going to be my big question.
No.
Hail Inferno squad is still there. They will come in for the offense, and that is the perfect distraction that Q Lamau has been wanting, Necro.
Exactly, P90 in the hands of Fierce though. All it takes is one little glimmer, and maybe that's going to do the deed. Q Lamau still banking on the odds that the opponents are not going to be spotting him soon. And it's been working out so far. That trigger discipline has been on point. Next zone is going to be off the essence, considering if it just shift away from Q Lamau, then everything that he's been working for will be down the drain. Team Insane looking to make that pounce against Raven Esports. And for Raven Esports, there's only two men standing, while Team Insane, they've got the man advantage in the fight. And they strike both the players down. Raven Esports, that disconnect between the players really did not help him.
Absolutely. Harsh going in for the distraction. Skips finding the connection. Beautiful coordination between Team Insane, and now they are progressing forwards. Of course, for Raven Esports, they still have that one IGL who is still remaining even for God's Reign. That one solo player in the form of Ninja Jord. People call him the MVP material, but this time, of course, he will have to reign supreme with his team's hopes of staying inside the top 8. Position points ain't gonna do the cut. 5 finish points ain't gonna do the cut. He needs a lot more, and of course, he's got the S12K armed up. In front of him, of course, is gonna be Troy the Million. Connect the first one, looks for the other one as well. 6 finishes on the block, confirms himself, but no HP, Necro. This is the point when he needs to heal himself up.
Yeah, but he was too distracted by the man on the left, while the right man did his job. He vaulted it from that window, shut down Ninja Jod, tried to Million Esports. They played that perfectly. Considering they knew they've got the man advantage in that situation, the odds were stacked with them. And now looking at how the entire game has been shaping out, at least now we know the zone's going to be playing around that bootcamp area. But even the open fields in contention, that really gives the advantage to the players of Assista Esports and maybe even Team Insane. All the teams inside of bootcamp, they seem hard stuck. To make it out alive from bootcamp will be super tough. They need at least a vehicle or too many smokes so they can shroud themselves in that smoke and create a smoke pathway towards the open fields. Hyderabad Hydras, they need to get rid of the players of Hail Inferno squad and try to Million. Now they're going to try to play that sneaky game.
All of a sudden, it seems like Team Insane potentially might just have the best position inside the circle. I believe Assista Esports is unaware of their positioning. I believe the teams inside of bootcamp are also unaware of this positioning, and this lands them the opportunity to gain as many finish points as they potentially can. Just Jelly being eliminated. The teams basically are being clustered into 2 different groups. Necro, one inside of the urban areas, while one's holding the shorelines. Assista Esports, of course, they are being opportunistic. 11 finishes for this team already. Can be a dream run potentially. And the same can be said for Troy the Million, because these lads, they've been defending this boot camp since eternity.
Hammering down squads after squads in boot camp. Troy the Million Esports truly looking undefeatable. But looking at the next zone, it's going to be a mixture of both, even bootcamp and the open fields. At least for Assista Esports, they find themselves on the advantage. And you mentioned that Team Insane, they seem like they've got the best position, but look at them now. Outside of the circle, Team Insane, they need to leave that cover, move out in the open, make it inside of the circle, and that's where the real advantage really does hit the players of Team Assista Esports. Try to Million Esports, now they need to get rid of Hyderabad Hydras. AJ looking to toss that nade on the other side of the compound wall. Sounds really tough. But Hydras, if they want, they can definitely push back and play for that survival game.
But are they going to do that is going to be my question. Here they are presented with two opportunities. One, to try and stop the likes of Troy the Million dead on their tracks. Meanwhile, they can also play a safe game. Talking about a safe game, Tapatab currently being absolutely flooded with these players. Look at the numbers that are swarming around him. Reinforcements does come in, but Vasista Esports, will they be able to hold on to their position is going to be the question. Insane. They fall as Vasista Esports also get traded out. This is going to be the battle and a half, potentially deciding the winner of this game, of course.
Yeah, potentially, though, as you mentioned. It's not confirmed yet, but Team Insane still trying to give it all they've got. Fight till the last breath. You've got two more players standing on the open field as Dark Lord has already taken too much damage. Fierce's P90 is doing a lot of serious damage. And now it's down to just Gibbs, the man in the back lines. Team Insane, for them, a lot's on the line. Even for Fierce, there's so much on the line. 14 finishes already on the board, and Fierce is unstoppable with this P90. As Vasista Esports, they've managed to get 15 finishes from that game, and they also secure that chicken dinner.
Wait, Negro, it seems like it's actually beyond 15. They found the final frag as well. We'll just have to calculate how many finishes they got themselves in their kitty, but we talked about it. Sanhok is the map where everything changes, and Vasista Esports, what a game it has been for them. We talked about how their positioning on the Camp Alpha Island can actually be dicey, but the circle kept on forming on top of them, and slowly and steadily through the waterways, these lads make their way inside. I love the way they form their positioning. Holding on to shorelines is actually, in my opinion, the most difficult thing, because you don't really have a lot of cover, especially. But against Insane Esports, winning that fight, also protecting themselves from teams coming in from the boot camp. Vasista Esports, where was this team for so long?
I know, right? Only if they would have played the same way, maybe previously, then things could have been much more easier. But here's a saddening part, and that's going to be they need a few more big games just like this, which sounds a little bit too much considering the lobby's just going absolutely haywire. There's too many fights happening off the rip. There's too many desperate teams, and a lot of them will definitely try to stop Vasista Esports.
Definitely, right? But 25 to 26 points acquired out of this game, Necro. It seems like Vasista, they will cross the 100-point mark, and crossing the 100-point mark, I believe, puts them pretty close. Approximately 30 to 40 points shy of the top 8. Now they've got 3 more matches to go. 10 points per game. Even with an average, I believe Vasista might actually be able to make it. See, I'm just building a story. I'm just trying to set things up for Vasista.
I understand.
They're doing the unthinkable at this point. First game, 12 points. Second game, dropping the ball. Third game, 26 points. All of a sudden, after the departure of Kamla Boy, it seems like Vasista is back alive again.
Exactly, and that's a great thing, right? And the crazy part of the grind is that no one gets eliminated.
Yeah.
Even if Vasista Esports isn't really able to make a comeback in the top 8, it's completely fine. They still move on towards the round 3 in the main event, and maybe in the main event things can be ironed out better. But speaking of the current moment, as I mentioned, Team Insane could have taken the most advantage out of that entire situation. And they actually did so as well. They had a lot of elimination points and a decent placement too.
I believe that, yes, they did get themselves a fair share of finishes, but it was just Raven Esports that they actually completely wiped out. Vasista Esports and their fight, they drag out. I almost felt for a while that Team Insane are going to completely destroy them. And had Team Insane did that, potentially they would be the ones who would push inside of the top 8, but that did not happen. So we'll have to wait and find out what the computers say in terms of points, how many did Team Insane secure, but they certainly are beyond forever to draws at this point.
3 teams that desperately needed the game were not able to perform. Red Ross is one of them. Then you've also got Godsreen not performing in that previous game. So pretty much these teams, if they were not able to perform right next to FS Esports as well, that means even Team Insane now, they might just move in the top 8.
Potentially. I'm not sure. GDR also had 6 finishes to their name as well, so they are also pushing through. A lot of these questions come to my mind, and I'm not sure what to think about it. Ninja Jord finding connection in this one. I almost thought that in his FPP mode, this man is an absolute legend. How come did he not predict that teams, Troy the Million, they're going to converge upon him from both the angles? But like you said, numbers advantage was there. Hyderabad Hydras stopping Troy the Million dead on their tracks. Also halted on their run, but this was the fight that I said potentially can actually define who's going to win this game, and it was Vasista, and they were so good. Look at that. Tapata, I believe he's been that man who is taking up the responsibility. Pukar mentioned that this will be the man who will come in place of Gamla Boy, and what an addition he's been. 5 frags in this one, along with Fierce, taking responsibility, owning up to some big shoes and filling them, doing justice to them.
It feels like the lost firepower is back once again inside of the team, right? Yeah, once again, the old Carpathium days are back, but still one key man is missing from the roster, which is understandable. Maybe sometimes things just don't really work out, right? You're not supposed to be together forever. And that's what pretty much is going on with this roster. A few things need to be tweaked out. They pretty much did that, and now things are looking much more smoother for them. For Vasista Esports, there is still a big chance that they're not going to make it in the top 8, but it's completely okay. It's not something that should sadden the fans, but still, they should consider the fact that they're going to move in towards the round 3. They still have a solid shot at making it to the grand finals.
Absolutely. Be it round 3, be it round 4, with the way Vasista, they've picked up form right now, they potentially can do it, but it's not just about them. There are a lot of teams who are trying to push through. The next Sanhok is going to be an absolute blockbuster. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back.
We've got that temperatures hot, but it make way. We came here to slay. Let's go.
Let's go! P3 Pro takes mobile gaming to the next level. So first was the AI motion control. आपके मूवमेंट्स को गेम के साथ सिंक कर देता है. AI अल्ट्रा टच कंट्रोल आपके फिंगर मूवमेंट्स को ट्रैक करके टच कंट्रोल को लाइटिंग फास्ट और लैग फ्री बना देता है. मतलब बटरी स्मूथ गेम प्ले जो हर गेमर का ड्रीम होता है यार. तो P3 Pro is the choice.
भाई ये देख नया फोन. इसका पंप देख रहा है, पंप. उसके कट्स देख, एकदम प्लेटिनियम प्रो मैक्स.
बकवास है. अरे वो छोड़, इसकी बैटरी लाइफ इतनी लंबी है ना कि तू चार्जर भी भूल जाएगा.
क्या फेंकता है तू? बकवास है.
ओ प्लीज, इसके कैमरा में ना इनबिल्ट स्नैप फिल्टर्स है. क्या ग्लो अप आने वाला है यार.
ग्लो आने वाला है. ड्रामा क्वीन. बकवास है. अच्छा, तुम लोग के फोन में BGMI है क्या? फोन में नहीं है BGMI, तो फोन नहीं डब्बा है ये. जल्दी से BGMI डाउनलोड करो और अपने फोन को अपग्रेड करो.
अब तो इसको भी अपग्रेड करना पड़ेगा.
हाँ, तो गाने के बोले, तेरे वास्ते में कर लूं अपने स्क्वाड से फाइट.
कब तक हम ऐसे डिफेंसिव खेलते रहेंगे?
तो नूब नहीं है.
नूब नहीं. टाइम आ गया है, सीधा उनकी स्क्वाड पे स्लैम करेंगे. नेक्स्ट शॉट. हेडशॉट. हेडशॉट.
तेरे वास्ते में कर लूं अपने स्क्वाड से फाइट. तेरे साथ मुझे करनी है कैंपिंग ऑल नाइट. डे हो या नाइट, इंडिया करे फाइट. डे हो या नाइट, इंडिया करे फाइट.
मैं नूब नहीं हूँ. मैं नूब नहीं हूँ पापा. मैं नूब नहीं हूँ.
मेरा बेटा नूब नहीं है.
तेरी आंखें M416 ग्लेशियर का हथियार बेबी. हो गया दिल के आर पार बेबी.
TPP पे जा. FPP. TPP. FPP.
मैं नूब नहीं हूँ.
एक काम कर, TPP पे जा.
कौन? लूंड्री ना सर. विनर चिकन डिनर. कौन कहता है इंडिया फन को सीरियसली नहीं लेता है?
Welcome back after that short break. And Johnny, what a massive game that was from Vasista Esports.
Yeah,
they
man.
desperately needed a performance like this, but the sad part is that's not going to be enough. They need another big game just like that.
I think it pushes them close, as Salty was saying. I think it pushes them a little bit closer to the top 8 bracket. And luckily, as you said, they need another game like this. They have 3 more matches left in the day. So 3 more opportunities for them to strike back. And if they strike anywhere close to this performance, or maybe just the first match itself, if they can get those 12 points, those 10 points again and again in the upcoming matches, it gives them exactly what they want for qualification, right?
Yeah, exactly. And something that's going to help you guys with the performance is also going to be the realme P3 Pro 5G. Move on towards Flipkart, search for the realme P3 Pro 5G, and you might just stand a chance to win this incredible device and some more incredible prizes. This device is starting from $21,999. So what are you waiting for? Move to Flipkart right now.
Yeah, move to Flipkart right now. And of course, it is going to be exciting to see how we get our hands on the realme P3 Pro 5G as well, to not leak the information about the heist.
Yes, please do not spill the beans. It's supposed to be an absolute secret, because have you guys ever heard of someone leaking a heist? Absolutely not. It's supposed to be top secret. But let's move on with the conversation, right? Something that was definitely not working too well is going to be the drop fights that we saw. For Red Ross, they desperately needed the points. They got eliminated. FSE Sports too, they needed the points. They got eliminated, but a team benefited out of that. That was Team Insane.
Yeah, I mean, desperation is going to force you into positions where it's like an all or nothing moment for you, right? And in those moments, you make a slight slip up, you get nothing instead of everything. And I think that is what is about to happen to the side of Red Ross. But let's move towards the numbers. We do have the MVP of the game, Hydro, from the side of Troy Tamilian Esports. This one man is trying his level best to pull his team as far as possible. 9 finishes inside of the game, 21-minute survival time, 1,122 damage dished out by one player.
Honestly, Troy Tamilian Esports was pretty much eliminating squads left, right, and center inside of boot camp. This was the only team just ready with a broom, sweeping out squads left, right, and center, and they did a perfect job as well with that. Even Pekka is not too far back. 3 eliminations from that man, but with Vasista Esports, they are going to be the main limelight of that previous game. You've also got Tapatump with 6 finishes, Fierce with 5, Bakar there 2 on the board. As we move on towards Matt's summary, not a lot, pretty much, over here, pretty much the standard stats.
Yeah.
Maybe on the map of Sanhok, we're seeing 389 as the longest finish.
Yeah, I mean, that is, again, quite surprising. It's a small map, but again, those hill fights do allow, and especially in open positions, do allow the players and the teams on the high ground to have a lot of vision because of that. And I think players are taking full use of that height advantage right now. But looking at this, Vasista Esports, 26 points coming in from this game for them. Troy Tamilian Esports finishing second in terms of placement, and 12 finishes for them as well, 18 points total tally. Hyderabad Hydra has 9 points. They keep their average going insane, 8 points for them. God's Reign, they're back to their old ways. The standard 7-point match for them with 6 finishes and just 1 placement point. So I think this is the way to go if they want to maintain the standard, if they want to protect their spot inside of the top 8. Hail Inferno squad, I think for them the struggles are just going to continue moving forward. Just Jelly on the 7th with 5 points, and RGC is last in the top 8 with just 4 points to them.
Honestly, for too many teams, the Circle just played a massive curveball.
Yeah.
And it was just playing with their minds over and over again. But Vasista Esports, for a moment, they were not able to figure out, is it going to be towards the Camp Alpha Island, or is he going to once again shift back towards boot camp? Yeah, the majority of the Circle was towards boot camp, but still that little bit of an itch that you have in your mind.
Yeah.
Maybe you can't take a curveball shift. That's why Vasista Esports, they were having a great split going on. And honestly, that split worked out for them because they were able to funnel in so many elimination points through that split itself. As we move on towards the overall standings, THW still at the top, nothing really changing over there, but something that's going to matter is the team on the 8th spot. Now it's TWM with 124 points. Once again, the head's on the swivel. FSE Sports, considering they got eliminated off the rip, even for them, there's a lot of problem. Team Insane, they still managed to get the consistent average, but that's not enough. They need a major game. The same thing can be said for Forever Red Ross and even with Vasista Esports.
Man, this is heartbreaking, Necro, what has happened to FSE Esports, to be honest, because at one point today, they were sitting on the 3rd position. Now on the 9th. And it is just incredible, this massive drop. But then again, the teams on the latter half of the leaderboard have started to pop off. Windgard in 4th, God's Reign on the 5th position. But the team that everyone wants to talk about right now, Vasista Esports, that was an incredible match. 107 points, just a few shy of where TWM is. What is that? It is 17 points shy. They need 17 points to get inside the top 8, man.
Yeah, but here's the thing. The upcoming game, everyone's going to try to play it super tight.
Of course.
Especially FSE Sports, considering the previous game was an absolute loose one. They're going to try to give it all they've got.
Yeah,
Even
sure.
Team Insane, they're playing with the bare minimum. They're getting the average, 7 to 8 points per game. But Team Insane, they need to realize just scratching the surface is not going to do the job. Now they need a nuclear performance on the board, too. The same thing's going to be said for Forever Red Ross. 3 games have gone by. They've only played 1 good game so far. The remaining 2 was a complete blunder. Now Red Ross 2 needs to step up.
That is very true, but let's see how the rest of the matches are going to turn out. The next one is going to be Sanhok and Vasista. With the aggression that they're playing with, I think Sanhok is the best chance to get those 17 points, get yourself inside of the top 8, and then in the last 2 matches, just play as safe as possible, get those 4 or 5 eliminations, break into the top 5, keep the average going, and stay within the top 8 bracket to qualify for round 4. This has to be one of the best comebacks we have seen. Imagine, from the 16th, inside of the top 8,
I know,
all
right?
in the span of 6 matches.
That will be unbelievable because let's be honest, our realistic expectations were that Vasista cannot make it.
Yeah.
But now with the way they've been playing so far, even though 1 game was let loose, Vasista Esports is still pulling off that comeback with a nuclear performance on the map of Sanhok. Now they've got 1 more map to go, and if they pull off the same performance, Vasista Esports, they directly take a leap in the top 8. But let's not forget, there is still a team like TWM who are being the guardian angels of the top 8, and if a man like Lobster performs, then everything is done for.
I mean, yeah, that is true, but TWM again, the first 2 games they played very well, all thanks to the protection that was given to them by the side of TSW, because they use them as meat shields. They just follow them along until the end game, and then in the end game just backstab them, pick off their players, and try to win the game. Although it has not worked out too well for the side of TWM, to be honest. In the first 2 games, it did work out quite well. In this Sanhok, yeah, not really anything to talk about. But moving forward, I think if they bring in the aggression, as you said, if Lobster starts to pop off, it pushes the cutoff a little bit higher. But Vasista, if they're consistent enough, as I said, just 17 points is what they need right now to break into the top 8. Conservatively, let's just say at the end of the game, they need 25 points to break into the top 8. They just had a 26 pointer right now. If they can get anywhere close to 15 points in the upcoming match, finishes and placement combined, I think those last 2 matches are going to be very exciting from the perspective of Vasista Esports to watch.
What's concerning is that the room for error is none now. 3
That is
games
true.
are already done, 3 more games to go. Vasista Esports too, a chance to qualify in the top 8. But now, for the teams who are super close to the top 8 as well, even they stand a major chance to be there. The only way they can put themselves forward is by targeting teams on the edges, which I'm speaking of TWM.
Yeah.
I'm speaking of Assista Esports too, who can stand a chance, targeting teams like FSE Esports as well. If you're someone like Red Ross and if you want to make it in the top 8, that's the only way I see you making it in the top 8.
Imagine Vasista or Forever Red Ross right now just drop Flash, FS or TWM. That is going to be fun to watch, especially at the start of the game. It's going to lead to a very intense fight.
That's what technically happened in the previous game. All the teams that were super desperate to take those points, they were eliminated off the rip. Even RGC chimed in the fight, and they actually came out on top. So one thing is for sure, we're seeing those targeting happen, but I would love to see more of that in the upcoming game.
That is just going to make the match more intense. Right off the bat, you take the competition out of the picture, so they are not going to get any more points. Plus, you get those 4 extra points, and as we mentioned, 17 points. You get those. You get 1 team fight, you win 1 team fight, 13 more points needed.
I know, right?
Just keep the match going in your head.
So for Forever Red Ross, they don't really need a lot of points to qualify in the first place.
True.
FSE Sports too, they're super close. The only team that's way too desperate right now is Vasista Esports. And if the upcoming game is going to be loose, then Vasista Esports, the gap just increases even more. You know what? Enough of the speculations. Let's directly move on to our Sanhok. As the plane's going to hit the sky, starting all the way from Cow towards down south, it's going to be Camp Charlie. Johnny, this plane flight path seems pretty much perfect.
Yeah, I like this flight path as well. Close to the center of the map will allow every single drop location to be available to these players. But because of that, we might get to witness some early fights as well, early drop clashes. And of course, the team of the Vasista Esports, all eyes on them. Where are they going to go is going to be the question. But so far in the early stages, Forever Red Ross as well as Necro, you have been talking about them quite a lot. You made us pick Forever Red Ross today in terms of the competition, and yeah, it's they're not having a good day today, huh?
Yeah, it's been going on rough, but you still got 3 games to go, Johnny, and anything can happen in those 3 games. So let's not give up hope just yet. Forever Red Ross still stands a chance to make it in the top 8. And if they win just one single game, that can instantly give them the edge over any other team.
Look at that. Vasista quite close to Hyderabad Hydras, man.
It's not looking great.
Oh,
Fierce, isolated, Hyderabad Hydras. It's one of those teams that's already doing way too good in the overall standing, so they can't afford to go for risk like this. And Fierce is all by himself. His teammates trying to take the shots from the far fray, and he actually does find some sort of success. AJ gets knocked out. Fierce up close and personal. He's got his hands on the AKM and even the S12K, and he's now going for the strikes, and he connects the shot as well. S12K to the face, shuts down another man of Hyderabad Hydras, and just like that, Vasista Esports, they swing themselves back in the action.
But Pukari has taken a lot of damage upon himself. He needs to be careful. Spot out through the window. But his teammate, again, fierce. He is, in fact, quite fierce. The second knock secured, and Hyderabad Hydras in this game are just left bleeding. One last man surviving right off the rip. And they are going to be ripped apart. Look at those stabs coming through. And of course, Hyderabad Hydras, I do not understand. They just charged forward with a pistol. I believe they had no idea what kind of weaponry is going to be there on the players of Vasista Esports. But Moksh with the Honey Badger and the M4, and especially no teammates, it's going to be very difficult for this man to stay alive.
Yeah.
What a brilliant start for Vasista Esports, though. Now, the second contenders that we want to look at and see what they're going to do to break inside of the top 8. Forever Red Ross, they are playing the shorelines of the main island towards the northern side, just west of Tatmok, but they're too far away to be involved in any early fight. Look at that.
But things could have gone south real quick, Johnny, for Vasista Esports.
That man just had a pistol, man, and with the Scorpion, he just like...
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, right? Pretty much the odds played with them. The luck played with them. Vasista Esports was able to get better guns compared to the players of Hyderabad Hydras. So luckily enough, Vasista Esports, they were blessed by the gods themselves.
That is always going to be the case in a drop fight, right? So
yeah,
it's the risk that they took that has my appreciation. Because in a position where they are, either they risk it for the biscuit or the biscuit is just going to be taken by someone else. This time it works out, and it does relieve a lot of pressure from this game of Sanhok from their heads. Now they can take a chill pill, go for the looting stage, and then figure out how they want to breach the circle.
And looking at the circle too, it seems like it's going to be a Camp Alpha shift. Godsreen on the screen next to LeBron from WinGod Esports. And LeBron is just waiting for someone to open that door. As the man opens it, shots are taken against him, and that's going to be a confirmed knock. But LeBron himself needs to be a little bit more careful. Pulls out that shotgun, but it's a little bit too late. He whiffs his play in that instance.
Yeah, he whiffs the shot and then just completely shows his back to the players of God's Reign. So while Delta PG could have been confirmed, he's still inside of the game. He got knocked out. God's Reign, they can bring him back again without breaking a sweat. But WinGod Esports are going to be left with a 3-man roster in this match. That was such a big blunder, by the way. That hipfire spray could have been a little bit better.
It was panic, straight up.
Yeah, kind of.
He was all by himself. He knew his teammates are not even nearby, so that heartbeat was a little bit too much for that man to handle. Too much adrenaline in that moment. And then he just ended up panicking. He did not know how to play that scenario, but if he would have kept his calm, maybe things could have been better. Tri-Million Esports on the screen. And looking at the position they've got, they are towards the Camp Alpha Island. So for Tri-Million Esports, things are planned out well.
Yeah, Tri-Million Esports, I believe Hydro, just an incredible player. Look at his stats, 29 finishes till now. 6,173 damage dished out. But everyone else needs to step up along with him. The last man from Hyderabad Hydras, he's made it way to Painan, but does he know that Team Insane are going to still be here? On the finish feed though, Vasista Esports, Pukar knocked and finished as they go up against Sarkar Gaming. Tapata retaliates. He finds a trade, but it's just a knock, not a finish conversion. This could be a big loss for the side of Vasista. But let's see how things are going to turn out. Tapata on the run. No helmet, no armor. It's very risky what they are doing. As we talked about it, still no early loot, and they've instantly decided to charge the team playing in Kampong. learned their lesson, looking to fall back, looking to reset. But it's not going to be as easy as it sounds.
Yeah. What's a State Sports? Still, there's a big difference on the points table. They have managed to better it a bit, but still just getting things better is not going to do it. They need a great performance once again. And that just sounds a little bit too much. They have done it once in the past, so I do assume they can pull it out once again, but hopefully they've still got some fuel left in the tank. Looking at the zone, as I mentioned, seems like a Camp Alpha shift, and THW, they might just have a major advantage on this map of Sanhok. Things can be great. Team Insane next to Raven Esports. And once again for Team Insane as well, they cannot just directly jump inside of a fight. Even Team Insane is in that danger zone. They're not safe yet in the overall standings. Everyone wants that head start of starting things off in the round 4 itself. Which of course not everyone can do it, only the top 8 can have a chance. And at the end of the day, Johnny, I'm pretty sure there's just going to be 1 point separating the team from the 8th till the 9th.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, this group is going to be very close, very intense. And as you were talking about Insane, look at that, shots being fired from a distance. But were they shooting their own teammates, Carl? I think he was.
Maybe draw the attention.
On who? They're damaging their own car, man.
Bait out the opponents.
Again, they're damaging their own car, Necro.
Maybe you hate your teammates?
Yeah, that actually explains a lot. But anyways, I think Team Insane, as you mentioned, they need to be a little careful. Can't be up to shenanigans like this. Insane yesterday had a brilliant bounce back, but we want to see if they can keep the momentum going.
I feel like a lot of these teams might be taking things still pretty casually, considering no one gets eliminated, right?
I know.
So, yeah, they're still trying their best to be there in the top 8. Nothing taken away from that, but it's not like they're taking too much pressure from this. They're still moving to round 3, which is not that bad of a start, to be honest.
Yeah. But let's see that Camp Alpha island position FS with the gatekeeping on the shoreline, on that eastern shoreline. It gives them an advantage in those fights, but the problem is no one is trying to breach from the eastern side. Everyone is down south. Just a few teams looking to make that late entry, and one of them is Team Jelly going up against TWM. But hey, Insane! They run into a meat grinder in the form of Hail Inferno Squad. 2 players knocked out. The third one goes down as well. Goten, he's going to be dropped. Skip finding the trade, but Skips, his HP not really there. Now Skips versus No Love. It's down to a 1v1. Both the sides cooking up the nade, and the third party by Raven Esports already prepared. They're just stalking this fight, making sure they keep a track of how many bodies are left behind.
Smiley's just waiting to collect the scrap.
Yeah.
He's in the back, trying to catch a few strays from the opponents and get those scrappy elimination points here and there.
Well, scrappy elimination points, points nonetheless. Oh, and look at this, Necro. I believe the finishes have been taken away, because Hail Inferno Squad, they're just sitting at 1 finish, and Smiley has called for backup. Skips, he's going to be in a 1v4. Smiley moves in, spots out Skips, eliminates him, and now he's going to focus on the lads from Hail Inferno Squad. The other 2 players hiding in a corner, although they have found a man. Akash dropped out of the picture. No Love again with the nade. Does he find the connection? Oh, it was Jatin. Finds the connection and secures the finish for his team. A nade being cooked. Needs to find the angle to lob it indoors. It's not going to be an easy one for sure. 3 versus 2. They have still recovered quite nicely in this fiasco, I have to say. 3v2, still a much more winnable fight than a 4 versus 2.
Better odds, definitely.
Yeah.
But Raven Esports, they can try and overwhelm the opponents with their presence. And now finally, they're tossing out a few utilities to try and at least hurt the opponents. 1 nade from Smiley does catch a lot of that HP. Another one tossed out. It's not going to do any sort of damage. And Smiley so far has managed to achieve 25 eliminations in this entire Group B performance.
Oh, look at Jatin, the magic pixel, and he survives.
Lucky, man.
Yeah.
Another nade tossed in that same corner, and Jatin's going to be done for.
It's not going to be an easy angle, and I believe Raven Esports.
There we go.
Oh, it was on the outside, though. Failed to find the connection. Jatin still left on his feet. No love as well. And look at that. The vehicle taken out of commission as the third party is going to be there. A line of fire available to a different squad entirely.
Oh my god, even FSC Sports, they chime in the playing field. They're trying to constantly third party this. Scratch up the opponents, and eventually it will be Smiley to nail down the last man of Hail Inferno squad. Raven Esports, they've wiped out a team completely from this compound, and now they've got a decent spot inside of the circle, but it's still on the edge. It's not too good.
But look at this Wind God. They feel pressure. Silly Esports charging forward. God, it's knocked out. Man advantage in the hands of Silly. LeBron finished off earlier in the game, and Silly, they're going to try and hunt down Sahil and Infinity. Nade going out from Infinity does absolutely nothing for the team. And Silly Esports, they're feeling the pressure of the blue. 11 seconds before they're going to be forced to move out. Stage 4, blue zone damage. It's going to be quite intense for them. HP bars of these individuals are around, max I can see is around 60%. The lowest is going to be around 40. And finally, the blue zone moves forward. So the Esports forced to move out. Sahil on the low ground. Infinity can secure these knocks. The first one comes through, looks for the second, damage dished out. The blue zone can help these lads secure these knocks. And there it is, another man hits the floor. Sahil, he has the edge. With the shotgun, moves forward. Knows where Noob is. Around the corner, the revive is going to be denied. The shotgun, oh no, shot connection missed. And Noob is going to be the man with the frag. What was that? Wingard getting taken out with no points on the board.
Exactly, and they also get a full recovery, but hold on. TWM, they're taking a fight against the players of God's Reed. It might just not work out that well for Reed. The man really does want to pounce on. But still, both of the players way too hesitant.
Ooh.
And eventually the defensive aura of Reed works out perfectly well. Waited for the man to walk in his crosshair, and that's exactly what happened to the players of God's Arena. And just like that, they've been eliminated from this game. But still, troubles are not done yet. There's also the man from Just Chili, with just Sam, all by himself. And even Sam wants to eliminate that last man at TWM. So many desperate names, Johnny.
Yeah. I wouldn't say Team Jelly is desperate. They're still holding quite strong within the top 3 and have enough points to qualify for the next stages. But Arib finally making the push. Sam spots him out, but Arib, that was a quick shot. And that knock is going to be there. HP chipped away from the last man's HP bar. Team Jelly, are they about to bite the dust? And is Arib going to be responsible for the elimination of 2 big names from this game of Sanhok?
TWM desperately needs these points.
Yeah.
Arib cannot be eliminated from this game. He needs to get rid of the players of Team Just Jelly. As now the fan is finally looking to make the pounce and shut down the last man of Just Jelly. This still seems much more tougher than you see it. Arib pulls out the M4 and he finally confirms that last man of Just Jelly. Beautiful stuff from Arib. Great presence of mind.
2 big names eliminated by this man. 7 eliminations for TWM, out of which 5 came from Arib, and Arib has been incredible throughout the day, man. And that also brings us down to the top 8 teams, 26 players still alive. So he will be able to get a few extra placement points for his team. There's so many crates over there for him to loot. Replenishment in terms of first aids, nades, smokes, Molotovs, everything that he could want is going to be there. Spots out one more in the distance from Forever Ed Ross. Although no angle for connection on the shots.
He needs 3 more points, and that's going to be the average now. The bare minimum is 10 points in this game. If TWM just gets eliminated with 7 points, there's too many teams on the latter half of the board making that pounce in the first half. You've still got FSE Sports alive for Road. Red Ross 2 is still in the game. And as long as these 2 teams are still alive, anything can happen. Forever Red Ross, just look at the amount of pressure on top of the skulls. They're so scared. They do not know what sort of precautions need to be taken. Forever Red Ross out in the open, just prone towards the rocks, towards the edges. But Silly Esports, they're now being hunted down by Troy Tamillion. But Silly Esports, they still managed to evade the tracks by eliminating a few players. But as soon as I say so, it's also THW from the top, helping them out a bit.
Yeah, and it's not going to be an easy conversion for them, though. Look at this. Troy Thamilian against TSW, as you mentioned. It is going to be Troy Thamilian Esports. Silly Esports eliminated. Now, how do they deal with TSW? 4 points on the boards for TSW, and I believe Troy Thamilian Esports, their only objective right now is to close in towards the play zone. But Roman with this high ground can gatekeep them very easily. Pekka, he's going to be stuck in the blue. Ranveer as well. At TSW though, look at that readjustment. All of a sudden just turning around and refocusing on the players of Raven Esports. Roman realizes one of his teammates has gotten knocked out, and here's the buggy on the low ground. He's a little confused, but his teammates do make sure they lend a helping hand. One of the individuals from the side of Troy Thamilian Esports, Pekka, knocked out by TSW, and Lavish, he's going to find that last frag as well. So Troy Thamilian forced to take an exit. The nade is going to be knocked out now. Or maybe it was a smoke to try and see if they could recover Levi. Unfortunately, they won't be able to do so. And now Raven Esports, they better start running for their lives, because here comes TSW.
TSW has been dominating this Camp Alpha Island since the start. Considering the zone just fell right on their track, on their home turf. And now TSW slowly and steadily sneaking towards the men of Raven Esports. But Raven Esports, realizing the depth of the situation, directly moving on towards the centric part of the circle. This compound is completely uncontested. And now Raven Esports, they seem pretty good and dandy.
Yeah, they seem pretty amazing right now, but Raven Esports, a lot of damage onto Lens. Barely managing to stay alive. 2 players RGC, 2 squads RGC and FS inside of that Camp Alpha. And Raven, they are caught in a sandwich. In fact, TSW as well from that high ground will have a line of fire on these compounds. And Forever Red Ross, they will have a hill to utilize for themselves. But TWM, Arib, as we said, last man still left standing. And this shark is getting quite close to the lads from Forever Red Ross. It's going to be an awkward position that
spots him.
But spots him out. Shots go in. And Arib goes out.
Red Ross with just 1 elimination so far. Johnny, you can feel that pressure building up. Red Ross know everything's on the line. They need to play. They need to perform right now. If they don't, well then the top 8 dream is going to be a dream. And they will need to start off with round 3 in the main event. Which, as I mentioned, is not a bad start. But still, a head start is better.
Yeah, a head start always is going to be better, but let's see how things turn out. FS, RGC, Raven, all in contention. Top 5 teams, 16 players still alive, and I think FS, they are trying their level best, making all the right calls to stay alive, keep the numbers intact inside of this match, because if they win this game, if they get at least 15 to 16 points from this game, that still gets them inside of the top 8 into a safer position. Same can't be said for Forever Red Ross, Raven. They are in a safer position, and TSW is sitting up at number 1. RGC, they don't have a lot to gain from this. They are still quite far away from the race into the top 8. So FS, they need to capitalize. They kick things off, shutting down Forever Red Ross. But TSW are also chiming in. Look at how greedy Roman is. Makes a run down the hill. But he's still too far away. Beast, he's also gone into hiding. But this one move from the side of TSW, NON Roman, puts him into the line of fire of FS Esports.
Every single team right now is in a big state of discomfort. Other than Raven Esports, they found themselves in the smack center inside of the compound. The only cover in the circle for now, that seems great. A bit of that hotness is still there, but we all know the zone's going to be shifting away soon. The only great cover is going to be the team of Raven Esports and the compound they're holding. FS Esports, at this point on time, even they want to play that survival game, squeeze as many points as possible from this game itself. They've managed to get 4 elimination points so far. And speaking of Forever Red Ross, things aren't looking that fluid either. They've taken a lot of that pressure upon themselves. Raven Esports is man spotted in that sniper tower. TSW non-X, now they want to start clearing out the sidelines first, considering they know there's a foe lingering around that same vicinity.
Roman is looking for Beast. I think the lads know there's someone else besides them still in this position, and Beast has refused to move an inch. TSW, they've had an incredible day so far, an incredible week in terms of how realme BGIS, the grind has gone for them. Stadius a pre-fire just to check those ridges. No connections found. And as you were talking about Raven Esports, Necro, I think it is going to be Lavish that might be the reason for their demise if they fail to pick him off. Luckily, Loki is looking in the same direction that Lavish is coming from.
Oh, look at Roman, finally making that pounce. The fight breaks out, and Beast has got the advantage. But unfortunately, the man already took too much damage, and then Roman, he's got a bit of that backup in the name of Rush Boy.
But recovery is going to be extremely difficult with Roman knocked out. Rush Boy also taken out by the players of FS Esports. Lavish still left alive, but his focus is towards the lads from Raven Esports. Nades lobbed out, no damage dished out. Roman and Rush Boy are going to be finished off slowly and steadily, and Lavish as well goes down to a nade that was lobbed upon him. Well, oh, he just gets taken out by the blue. An awkward position for them to exit on, but Raven versus FS, RGC. This is going to be a very, very intense endgame fight. FS, they have the cover of these broken walls to play around with, and that can be a big game changer, but they need to prioritize the right target first. RGC, I believe, is going to be a team that needs to be shut down, or if they can find out Raven Esports, well, they just go for it. 5 finishes on the board. Anything else is going to be a bonus from here for FS.
Yeah, Esports. A few shots connecting through the smoke, but even Crypto gets knocked out in return. It's not a good news. Raven Esports, another man gets confirmed. Raven Esports in a big world of trouble, since they're now leaving that comfort zone, moving out in the open, and this stage is also going to be the final stage. I meant to say the one after this. FS Esports, look at Insidious. The man's going for some off angles now, but he's also exposed to a lot of that threat. He needs to be a bit more careful. His dome is exposed.
Well, his dome was exposed and it's going to be polished with bullets. But the nade from Dope cleans it up. Raven eliminated from the match. Final 2 teams remaining. FS against RGC. It's a 4 versus 3 situation in RGC. They've kept their presence hidden all this while. The nades finally being lobbed, and Dope looking for the opener. The players of FS, they want to make the push together. Max in the back lines, the nade is being cooked, and if he finds the connection, if he finds the opening, it changes everything. But look at this, Rishi sent on the flank. Do FS know that he is out into the open? That exposed Dreams is going to be shut down from the side of FS as Dope finds the connection, and Insidious drops to the floor, and RGC with a quick turnaround. The 1-2 knockout. FS losing players. Crypto, half his HP is not even there. Honey finds the frag, but FS, they're down to the last man. Max, how much can you do to recover from this fight? It was 4 versus 3, but Max can't do anything to bring it back for his team. Brilliantly done in the final few moments. RGC stealing the chicken away from the players of FS. Incredible, Necro.
Dope and Rishi single-handedly mowed down that last team right there.
Yeah.
Honestly speaking, RGC, they did not even drop a single body in the end. The only reason why the last man was knocked out, because they knew they've already secured that chicken dinner, so they just wanted to claim that elimination point, making sure that it's not going to be giving that elimination point away to the gods.
It was very fun to witness how RGC made it happen. I thought it was going to be the nades from Dope that would find the opening, but no, it was Rishi. And that one call, that risky call, that alright, I'm going to slither out into the grass. You guys draw all the attention on the other side of the broken wall, and I'm pretty sure they will try to flank us. As soon as the flank came through, Rishi's plan came into fruition. Got up, find the opener. Second pick over there was the bonus, and as soon as those 2 players out into the open were knocked out, RGC just knew this was their game. They just ran towards the remaining players of FS.
Exactly, man. Dope and Rishi, these 2 guys, definitely quite a dope gameplay in that final few moments. Incredible stuff from RGC. Only if they would have played the same way since the start, and maybe even they could have stood a chance to be there in the top 8.
True, but no regrets, right?
Yeah, fine. At the end of the day, you still move on towards the round 3. It's not that bad of a start, honestly, because imagine the teams that were there in the Group D.
I mean, yeah.
The highest they could go was round 2, so, yeah.
I mean, of course, and the lowest was round 1.
Yeah, exactly.
Start from the start, man. That is definitely quite brutal, but again, as you said, round 3, round 4, already beating out majority of the competition, so not a lot lost. Something extra again, and of course, if you talk about the difference, that is quite a lot. But then again, RGC, we see the potential, But what if things do not go their way once they are in round 3? That is definitely going to be a risk, but hey, if they play like this from the start of round 3, maybe they can push through.
Let's speak of the highlight now.
Yeah.
And that's going to be Vasista Esports. Previous game, they completely dropped the ball, Johnny.
Yeah.
And I don't think so they stand a chance to make the comeback in the top 8 anymore.
I mean, I think they still do.
You think so?
Yeah.
Because FS Esports in this game, I'm pretty sure they just raised the cutoff even more.
Yeah, but FS is going to be sitting on the 7th or the 6th position now.
I think so they're going to be on the 8th.
It's all about
And
getting
TWM
to
will
that.
be kicked out.
Yeah, TWM is definitely getting kicked out, but FS I think is just going to move further deep because the difference beyond TWM wasn't that much as well. It was 117 and 118 or something.
It was God's Reign above TWM, so...
God's Reign was way above. God's Reign was in the top 5.
Okay, so let's have a look at the overall standing soon. I mean, it is going to be popping up soon because let's have a look at the highlights for now, and let's just see how the action really kicked off. As I mentioned, Raven Esports, they were in this max center, they had the prime compound to play with, but it's just quite unfortunate how the zone's really playing out the games as well now.
Yeah.
It's just playing with the minds of the players. For a moment, we thought that Raven Esports, for them, this is going to be their game, but then shifting towards Hatin, giving the zone right in the court of RGC, and then in the final few moments, even though FS Esports could have actually won that game, but considering for FS Esports, there's too much on the line, there's a fighting chance, they're really taking a lot of that pressure.
Yeah, they're definitely taking a lot of pressure, but I'm happy for Raven Esports about one thing, and that is at least they are consistent with those finishes. They're consistently getting 4 to 5 finishes in every single match, and Raven Esports was one of those teams that started the day off in a safer position. So for them, it wasn't about covering a difference, closing a gap, and getting inside of the top 8. They just are playing for survival, and with those 5-6 eliminations per game, I think survival is going to be guaranteed for Raven Esports.
For Raven Esports, as you mentioned, they have been pretty much doing their job.
Yeah.
But I think so the real storyline really does revolve just around FS Esports, TWM, Red Ross, and Vasista Esports. That's pretty much the real storyline. And the crazy part is only one slot is up for grab. Who is it going to be in the top 8? Well, we'll be able to find that out maybe after this short break. You guys don't go anywhere.
We've got that temperatures high, but it make way. We came here to slay.
Let's go! P3 Pro takes mobile gaming to the next level. So first was the AI motion control. आपके मूवमेंट्स को गेम के साथ सिंक कर देता है. AI अल्ट्रा टच कंट्रोल आपके फिंगर मूवमेंट्स को ट्रैक करके टच कंट्रोल को लाइटिंग फास्ट और लैग फ्री बना देता है. मतलब बटरी स्मूथ गेम प्ले जो हर गेमर का ड्रीम होता है यार. तो P3 Pro is the choice.
Let's go!
कर क्या रहा है ये? सर लगता है अपना ब्रो वाव मोड में खेल रहा है.
सो नीरज, फ्लाइट पाथ देख के आपकी लैंडिंग स्ट्रेटेजी क्या होगी? बस सही एंगल, राइट ग्रिप, फोकस, और फिर इसको फेंकना नहीं आता. ओके, फाइनल सर्कल, 20 बंदे बचे हैं, क्या करोगे? प्रेशर नहीं लेता मैं सर, जेवलिन में दिमाग को ठंडा रखना पड़ता है. और फिर इसको फेंकना नहीं आता यार. नहीं आता. क्लोज रेंज में आपका फेवरेट वेपन कौन सा है? सबसे स्ट्रेटेजी और टाइमिंग का खेल है सर, जेवलिन की तरह. अरे मेरा मतलब गन्स, M416 ग्रेनेड फेंक देंगे सर, सब फेंक देंगे। यार इसको सच में फेंकना नहीं आता?
नहीं आता।
अच्छा ये लो, नेट स्पैम करके दिखाओ। वाओ, इसको फेंकना नहीं आता, मगर इसको नेट फेंकना आता है यार।
आता है।
नीरज तो फेंकने में पास हो गया। आप भी BGMI खेलो और रश करो और चिकन डिनर। यार तुम तो फेंकने में चैंपियन निकले। चैंपियन नहीं सर, कॉन्करर। Oh yes.
Welcome back after that break, ladies and gentlemen, to the realme BGIS 2025 Group B. Last two matches remain. And of course, as we were talking about it before we went on a short break, the storyline just keeps getting more and more intense. This is like a thriller that you are just watching. You do not know what the conclusion is going to be like, but we are heading towards the conclusion. This is Super Johnny, joined by Salty alongside with me. And of course, Salty, that comeback performance that got us so hyped from Vasista Esports, it seems like it's all about those alternate matches. Play well in game 1, bomb in game 2, play well again in game 3, bomb game 4, and that means Miramar, they're going to do well again.
Well, that is a prediction that you're just making, and I'm not sure. But ladies and gentlemen, it's no prediction. The device that is right in front of us, the Realme P3 Pro 5G, it's the fastest phone in its segment. It's extremely budget friendly. Yeah. 21,999 is going to be its price. You can go on to Flipkart and check it out. Some amazing giveaways are also happening on Crafton India Esports and the socials as well. We've talked about its features. We've talked about its amazing glow in the dark abilities as well. So I believe it is going to be for someone like you as well. So why not go out to Flipkart and actually check it out? Born for gamers and born for gamers like us to slay.
Exactly. And it is going to be incredible to see how one of you gets your hands on one of these devices through the giveaways. So if you do make sure to let us know. We're going to be happy with you. We're going to celebrate together. But this time it is going to be a rave from the side of TWM, who's going to be celebrating the MVP of the game. 5 finishes, 16-minute survival time. That is the only thing he's worried about. But then again, he was able to take out God's Reign. Not entirely, like he picked up the last man from the side of God's Reign, Delta PG, and then picked up the last two individuals from the side of Team Jelly. So he was the reason why Team Jelly and God's Reign did not survive for a long time in this matchup. But looking at the list of top 5 players, we have Pekka from the side of Troy Dominion Esports. Finally, someone other than Hydro started to perform from that side. Then we have Smiley IGL from Raven, Insidious from FS, and THWNON represented by Roman.
Absolutely, and I feel like these are going to be the teams. FS Esports, Troy the Million Esports, potentially Insane Esports as well, who are kind of competing for that spot. And meanwhile, TWM trying to hold on to their horses. We're going to talk about all of that. But for now, the match summary, ladies and gentlemen. Only 55 eliminations came in from those fights. 6,135 points of damage being healed in this one. 44 smokes used. That's an absolute joke, Johnny over there.
Yeah, but the previous Sanhok was no different. I think we just saw those sub-40 smokes inside of that one as well. It seems like teams are just focused on fighting. But looking at the point standing, RGC 15 points. That is pretty decent. FS 13 points. That is good as well. TSW, we do not care what TSW does. They do not care what they do. And probably that is the reason why they are doing so well, because they are just so free, just running into fights, getting those finishes for themselves. Why I say we do not care? Because TSW is #1 on the overall leaderboard ranking.
Yeah.
They can't go any further. There is no number 0 in the overall leaderboard.
There's no number 0 for sure, but TSW, they're setting standards and statements for the teams who are waiting for them inside of round 4 right now, because I believe there's a huge gap, especially with so many teams, so many big names on the second half, ladies and gentlemen. TWM, Troy the Million, they're also trying to push forth. Forever Red Ross, so we talked about them being right at the edge. Now they are kind of slipping up.
I have one fun fact, okay? So Group D and Group C, the top performing teams were able to maintain the average of 10 points per match at the end of 24 matches. This is going to be the group with the lowest scoring team. In terms of just the teams that are sitting at the top, this group will have the team with the lowest score at the top.
And I believe it's also going to be the same potentially with the Group A as well, because of the competition just being so cutthroat.
Unless Seoul keeps doing what they did on that game of Miramar, man. Just getting those finishes, 10 plus finishes every single game. If they do that, then that is just going to be incredible, right?
That certainly will be. But look at that, the competition here is also heating up, Johnny. 135 points, or 138, pardon me for that, on Raven. FS on 134. God's Reign on 134, Silly Esports on 133, TWM on 133, WinGod on 133. What on earth is happening? It's so cutthroat, and if the team kind of just misses out on an opportunity to ride the bus to round 4 because of just barely a single point or potentially even position points, it's gonna hurt them a lot. For Insane, for Forever It Draws, and for Vasista Esports, the hard part was done.
Yeah, the hard part was done, but look at this. 106 for Royal Million Esports. They can qualify as well. From Vasista to Raven, it is what, 28 points?
Yes, sir.
They need, so even Raven Esports can be kicked off right now. It is just an absolute pandemonium that is going on inside of these overall leaderboard, and that is why, again, 2 more matches to go. If you want to kick Raven off, you need 28 points. If you want to just take care of TWM, you need what, 23?
Yeah, kind of.
So again, no, 23, 133 for TWM, right? 110 for Vasista Esports. So opportunity is still at 23 points, 2 matches. Before this game, they needed 17 in 3. So the average has gone up.
The rate is always going to go up, especially with every single game passing by. And the last game, of course, not going well for Vasista. We know that, right?
Yeah.
But considering their approach today, considering that they perform in alternate matches, maybe an opportunity on the map of Miramar, you never really know. But you've got to always remember that TWM, they're being consistent today so far. Every single game, they are racking up those 5 to 6 points every single time. And I believe that makes life difficult for all the teams who are trailing.
Yeah, that is very true. I mean, if they are consistent enough, 5 to 6 points every single game, would mean that the others behind them are going to need a big matchup. And it's not just about Vasista Esports. Forever Red Ross right above them are also going to be a challenge. FS are going to try their level best to stay alive inside of the top 8. They've slipped out, they barely slipped out, they're back again inside of the top 8, so they will try their level best. Raven Esports, me and Necro were talking about this. For them, it's very easy. For them, as you said, for TWM, right, 5 to 6 points per match keeps them healthy, keeps them inside of that bracket. For Raven, they have to do this no matter what, because imagine if Raven Esports gets eliminated in the last game of the day. That is going to be a heartbreak for them. They did so well from the start. The first game, that chicken dinner, was absolutely incredible for this particular group. Going up against Turbo in that 1v2 and still securing the win in the last 1v1. So from there, they've brought themselves down into the top 4. Now just time to close it out, boys. Get one chicken dinner to close things out, either on Miramar or on Erangel. Be inside of that top 8 bracket, qualify for round 4, and just keep the momentum going.
Especially with so many hungry wolves just trying to come at them, it's going to be a little difficult, right? We've also seen GDR kind of struggle as well. They were comfortably inside after that second game, after that win on Miramar. They were sort of at the edge, but they're still at the edge. Out of the 2 Sanhoks, they could only garner themselves 10 points. And that, I believe, is a little below par considering Destro's average, considering what Destro has always done, especially in the last days of competition. I felt like last day Destro is going to bomb, Destro is going to show his true potential, but it seems like even he is struggling.
Yeah, I think it is just underwhelming, the performance that we are seeing right now. We know what God's Reign is capable of, but unfortunately, you know this, I know this, they're not going to show their true colors until the main event rolls around.
You know, talking about the main event as well, like Vasista Esports, they chose to woke up on the last day of Group B. Like, what on earth? They could have just transferred this playstyle. At least yesterday could have actually gained some sort of momentum. But ladies and gentlemen, the map of Miramar, it's about to go live very soon. Don't go anywhere, because right now, we're about to fly.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking, and the plane has taken off over the land of Miramar. This is going to be a very short flight, by the way. We're going to be dropping all of our passengers off on these deserty terrains, because, well, yeah, we like to be a little bit evil, don't we, Salty?
Yeah, we sure do, but you didn't ask them to fasten their seatbelts.
Oh, we are just throwing them out, man.
Oh,
no
wow.
need for seatbelts. So this is going to be our trajectory for the day. We start off from the southwest of the map, just south of Minas del Valle, and we're going to go just west of Torre Amuda, quite close to the center of the map. So this is quite a standard flight path.
Quite a standard flight path, honestly, and kind of providing the opportunity for everyone to try and go to their kind of usual drop location. The first map of Miramar, we saw how southern inflicted the flight path was, and then the circle, of course, dropping on towards Hacienda del Patron, put a lot of teams in the mix. there are certainly few teams who have been extremely brilliant. You look at GDR, 59 points acquired, TWM extremely consistent, 56 points, and considering that GDR, TWM, and kind of Wingod for that matter as well, these are the three teams who are at the edge of competition, who are right at the top 8 spot. I believe there's going to be a lot of battles going on, especially in those mid-game phases. One team eliminates the other out, there will be pandemonium, but also the world of opportunities opens up right in front of you. But it seems like damage has been inflicted. LeBron, one of the toughest performers from Miramar in the first game, has been knocked out.
Well, let's see. Silly Esports, they're going to try their level best to secure something in this match as well, although they have gotten themselves in a very comfortable position. Now that is the rescue. LeBron, he's going to be picked up by Infinity, who gently places him in that car and is just going to drive him away to a safer pasture so that they can get this revive in. And Wingod does not lose a player at the start of the game. By the way, the circle, it does favor Wingod quite a lot. They are going to be smack center in the city of Chumacera. The entirety of the city basically in their control, so they won't have to scramble much for either loot or for cover. But I want to see an early fight, and I think that might happen between Sarkar Gaming and TWM in this matchup.
Potentially also Vasista Esports and Insane
yeah.
Esports. They're pretty close. They're going to the same location as well. El Pozo might be the heart of battle. Considering Silly Esports, they did get the knock against LeBron. Did not really overextend, did not really go in for the finish points. And for Silly Esports, I think they themselves do realize that after the overall standings are shown, the points difference is not massive.
Oh, look at how precise that shot was, man! How much was that distance? Wait, let me see. It was almost 200 meters, man.
And almost no recoil on that M4, especially with that red dot, right? Yeah. Very difficult to land those long-range shots, but these guys, they're just so technically brilliant.
Yeah, I mean, the recoil was pretty nicely controlled, but the spread was what players struggle with. You got to control that sway as well of the weapon. But again, 200 meters, everyone's practiced that. I mean, I've practiced that spray.
What makes it ever so brilliant is that in the initial phases of the map, you don't get your M4 well equipped with attachments as well. So controlling that weapon does get a little dicey, but of course.
I mean, you practice without attachments. That's why you practice without attachments, Salty. I mean, no wonder I've been able to beat you very easily every single time.
Man, you get a chance to flex. You always do so. I am tired of your shenanigans.
You know, you can blame it on the fact that, oh, you're just older, so you've had more time to practice.
I'm going to get myself a realme P3 Pro because my device does not support a high FPS feature. I'm just going to get that device. I'm going to grind and I'm going to beat you at your game. And then I'm going to come back on the broadcast and talk about it.
I think I got to get my hands on this device as well so that I can practice on it. But anyways, talk about practice. Vasista Esports against Insane in El Pozo. Vasista have had a lot of time to practice this early drop clash fight. They've been challenged again and again in the past by different teams. The other day we were talking about the fight for El Pozo, fight for Picardo, right? El Pozo has a similar story. A lot of big names like to contest its city. And in terms of Vasista Esports and their storyline, one of the main contenders, their main rival, Pukar's main rival has always been Somraj, who also starts from El Pozo on this particular map. This time though, Insane is there, but Pukar, if he really wants to win it, he's going to pretend that it's Somraj and the boys from Versatile and just go after Insane. Let's see how that turns out.
And to be honest, both these two teams, they're actually desperate for those finish points.
Yeah.
Both of them are in that similar vicinity on the overall standings where they're right at the brink, especially for the likes of Wingod as well. We saw they were tied up with God's Reign at 133 points, yet they were outside the top 8, and that is potentially going to be the most unfortunate thing for them to happen if they could not qualify to round 4 because of that. So got to maintain the average, but also going to maintain the position points as well. You cannot run into fights recklessly. But what a turnaround it has been for FS Esports, honestly, Johnny.
Yeah.
I mean, dropping down from the 4th spot to the 9th spot at the start of the day, but then again, kind of getting back that 2nd position, getting back those finishes, and kind of, I would say, restoring the ship a little bit. I think it's been a very topsy-turvy day for these lads.
I mean, yeah, but if you look at FS's journey throughout the grind, it shows how volatile Group B has been. Because if a team can drop from the from the second position. At one point, they were second. And I'm not even talking about, they were second at day one. It was somewhere in the middle of day two. So decent number of matches had happened already by that time. So for a team to drop from second all the way towards the 10th spot and then recovering into the top 4, top 6, my apologies right now, that is just incredible. That is how close things are in this group.
And this is also one of the reasons why you mentioned, right? The top performing team has the lowest average.
Yeah.
Why? Because it's been so evenly distributed. It's almost like till the 11th spot, you cannot predict which team is going to make it inside the top 8 because the competition is cutthroat. And this is what we want, ladies and gentlemen. This is the cinema that everyone wants to watch. Talking about Forever Red Ross, the team that Necro had picked, definitely has a lot of firepower, definitely has a lot of capabilities, but so far it's been like today has been a rather quiet day for these boys at the office.
Yeah, it's been very quiet, but Wingard, they've been doing quite decent for themselves. Still inside of the top 8, so not a lot to worry about. And moving forward, I think it is going to be the journey in the next round that they will focus on. But Silly Esports, same can't be said about them. It's an all or nothing situation every single time with Silly. They spot out the players from, or not exactly spot out, they hear the vehicles of the players from Raven Esports on the other side. Still looking for an angle from where they can see them. Haven't really found anything though.
I'm very actually curious to find out who opens things up. And as soon as I say that, look at that, TWM against Hyderabad Hydras. Not a fight that we expected. In fact, Dazzle, one of their highest performing player, has been knocked out of the game. Completely finished off. Did not expect that at such an early phase. Rapido getting so much information on Raven Esports' position. And we know, as a matter of fact, Raven Esports, they've also been taking tumbles after tumbles as well. So anything can happen. Look at the smoke path that has been laid upon over there as well. TWM. A lot of resource deployment at an early stage. TWM might actually go in for that push, especially after that first finish being secured in their bags. But currently, they're just trying to flank it out, just trying to cause problems for the likes of Hyderabad Hydras, peppering them, creating different angles and opportunities. But it seems like it's still too early to actually go in for an all-in fight, isn't it?
Yeah, it is quite early, but the problem is that there's a lot of teams around them that are scrambling for the center. And it's not just Hyderabad Hydra, it is going to be with Sister Esports as well, just west of their position. Wingard, look at them. Beyond Hyderabad Hydras and from the backline, Sarkar Gaming, FS might close in at any time. But as I talk about these two squads, it seems like they find themselves up against each other. Sarkar and KSR need to handle the pressure. Crypto, Dreams and Max, they are going to try and find those openings with the utility. But again, Smoke's lobbed out, I believe, to just cause a distraction or maybe deny the line of fire to the players in the back lines. Crypto, he needs to find the opening knock with this nade. And now finally the smokes are going to be laid down just so he can protect himself and not get taken out completely by the other players from the side of Sarkar Gaming. But with that, Dreams, he's going to make his dreams come true. The first knock in this fight, KSR hits the floor. And it is going to be Insidious securing that finish from the flank. You see him on the radar, not really directly involved in this fight. And Sarkar, he knows he's going to be next. He's positioned himself quite nicely so that he stays in the line of fire of his own teammates. They can provide necessary cover fire to him. But the players from FS Esports, they're scrambling now. Max needs to be careful. Sarkar right next to Dreams. Oh, the smoke dissipates at the last second. And Sarkar gets the trade. It's 3v3 between these two sides. And the blue zone is here to claim their lives. The door destroyed. Crypto with the shotgun still being patient, finally finds the knock. Where's the cover fire in this one? What happened to Sarkar Gaming? Miss comms, I believe, as the two players in the backlines do absolutely nothing to save their lad.
What surprises me in this fight, Johnny, is the fact that FS Esports were running around in the open. You mentioned about the sightlines being open for Sarkar Gaming and the retaliation fire could have been there. But Sarkar had to fall because Manijot and Pasha kind of failed to provide him that support that he needed. And now with their IGL fallen, it seems like both these two players will have to run for their life and try to run inside of the circle itself. It's going to be tough because the circle took a massive hard shift as well. And I believe there are going to be a couple of teams who have the best of positions. Team Insane will be one of them. Always dominating on those western circles. And this time, the circle has taken a massive western hard shift.
That western shift towards those Ladriela Chumasera hills. These ridges very difficult to traverse through and very difficult to fight from. RGC quite close to Hail Inferno squad. They are circling around them though. It's those isolated players that can be picked off and shut down at any given time, so they need to be careful over here. Plus there are teams up ahead. As I said, that cluster in the center formed very early in this game and no one seems to be aware about it. Hail Inferno squad somehow do manage to dodge that fire that was rained upon them. Bunny as well barely gets away. His rear left tire is gone though.
You've got to deal with it. There's absolutely nothing that you can do about it. Look at the circle. The migration coming in from the northwest as well as from the southeast is going to be massive, especially Hail Inferno squad. We saw them trying to gather as much information as they possibly can. RGC also trying to find themselves a small little corner. There are going to be certain teams who will try and knock on their doors. Namely, it's going to be God's Reign as well as Just Jelly. I've been inching for a Just Jelly and God's Reign fight for a while right now, and it seems like that is going to open up. But God's Reign, they've also found a way to, if not challenge Just Jelly, at least avoid that fight for a while.
Yeah, especially that previous Miramar. Brilliant conversion coming in from God's Reign earlier in the day. This time around, all they're going to try to do, as you said, Salty, is just avoid that early conflict. And they've managed to do that as well, just gain the high ground advantage. If Just Jelly wants to move in, they're going to be making that open rotation towards this squad, and it's not going to be an easy one for sure. Delta, look at him. From the backlines, Kyolamau, all he has to do is just spray constantly towards the ridge, allow his teammates to close in, but now finally they are here. Ninja and Jelly, they're looking for the opener. Jelly tanks a lot of damage. Ninja is still quite healthy, and Delta with a nade can find the opening inside of this fight. The trade nade coming in from the other side, but as he tries to fall back, the nade is lobbed right in his feet. Ninja knocked out. Jelly with the rescue as well. Just lifts him up, takes him away from the conflict. Brilliantly done, but still Ninja is going to be shut down because Justin is there on the flank now. Team Jelly, they are scrambling. Sam finds the trade. Ninja Jord is going to be dropped, but Sam's position is compromised, and Delta, he is waiting. He has been waiting for an opportunity like this to strike. Kyo, that is too much aggression into this conflict, and he just charges forward, and he still finds the knock. What was that confidence move? Jelly now is going to be the next man, but he gets taken out by Justin. 2 versus 1 as Sam is the last man left alive. Pushes forward, is looking for those frags. The run over comes through as God's Reign. They try to run away. They try to survive in this conflict, but it's not going to be easy. Sam looking to secure those finishes, and God's Reign, they've done one thing. They took one man with them, let the other one die, just so they will have the numbers advantage against this last man from Team Jelly. So God's Reign, they finally react the right way.
This is an epic whose another chapter is just unfolding in front of us.
Yeah.
I love this. Jelly knows exactly what they're doing. They do not care if they die early because they are so safe and so secure on the overall standings. For God's Reign though, there is so much to lose, and to try and converge upon them at such an early stage, I do realize, especially that charge that came in from Kyolamau as well, right? Just to go in, hit them with everything that they've got. GDR also just taking the right decision, making sure that they fall back and do not really invest in a lot of resources and a lot of lifeline in the early stages of the game. They have to keep themselves alive. And with Just Jelly kind of falling back, it will be an opportunity. It will be a second shot at life for GDR as well. They're going to find that little pocket of space in that southern quadrant. But a circle and its positioning, look at that. Certain teams, they're going to be so safe and sound. I'm talking about versatile. Once again, it seems like Pukar has found his touch of rotation.
Well, the rotation comes through for Vasista Esports. But if the circle moves away from them, then they could be in trouble, especially with Wingard blocking the front lines completely. FS, look at them. The shutdown onto Sarkar Gaming. It was just barely inside the circle and instantaneously just picked off. Towards the northern edge, we see the players of TWM Insane from the southwestern edge are trying to move in. Not an easy rotation for them as well, because on the other side, as you run down the slope of the hill, you're going to be spotted out by Hail Inferno Squad, City Esports, Raven with the cover as soon as you touch the ground. Oh, Sam, he sees those vehicles coming. God's Reign head towards him. Time for revenge. Can he find the opener? No, Destro just Swerves towards the right. His right, Sam's left.
That doesn't really matter for Sam as well. It's going to be so challenging. He's still trying to go after JDR, and that is so surprising for me. But look at this, right? These were the shots that we were talking about. Ninja Jot just going after the heads of Team Jelly over there. But Sam with that beautiful retaliation was also brilliant. And this was a move and a half, switching on towards the seat, finding himself the knock, but he himself getting knocked out as well. That was a move and a half, to be honest. That was just a kamikaze move, I believe.
Yeah, it was a kamikaze moment over there. I have no idea. They were so confident when they went in. Very confident. I like that. But you gotta, there's a saying, put your money where your mouth is.
Okay.
So that's what they had to do. Confidence without the result is gonna be deemed as overconfidence. So that was overconfidence from the side of Team Jelly. And Sam, oh man. I don't think this man is going to survive for long, because now even Insane know where he is. And God's Reign have been looking to hunt him down for a while. There's Hail Inferno squad waiting for him inside the circle, so there's literally nowhere left to go. He does barely get inside the zone, but he's going to have to be very patient when he moves forward.
But shifting focus towards Team Insane, I believe this is going to be a lovely rotation coming in from them, because they get the advantage of the high grounds of Chumacera, and majority of the teams have stationed themselves right underneath, so they present themselves the opportunity to find a lot of finishes. And on the finish feed you just had, look, Kaliug was knocked out. This time though, THW, they open fire against Forever Red Ross and completely clean them out. That was quick.
Yeah, there's a few more players left in the back lines. THW, although do have the upper hand. It's a 3 versus 3 situation. Love is knocked out. Levi and Roman still left standing. And Levi, he is also out into the open, so he needs to be careful. But I believe Roman, he's drawn all of that attention towards himself. Forever Red Ross, they want to take the high ground, at least have something to work with. In the later stages, Roman not enough HP. He has a rock for cover, but the last few shots from Beast do put him down. Now Levi, the last surviving player for the side of TSW. And also, look at this. No time to celebrate, even if Forever Red Ross win this fight, because in the backlines, there's TWM closing in, and they're taking all of the finishes away.
TWM, they've always done this, and they're doing this yet again, right? Potentially the kings of third parties, especially when it comes to the map of Miramar. We saw how effective they are on this map. We saw how beautifully they position themselves on one of the highest scorers on the map of Miramar. And this is one of the reasons why their timings and their precision on this map is almost perfect. There's no gaps whatsoever, but finding the right end of the circle this time is going to be a little bit of a challenge. They are on that northern territory, but elsewhere on towards the south, God's Reign have been struck down, and this is bad news for them. This match was extremely important for these lads to try and qualify, but now they've lost another lad. Both Ninja Jot and Justin are down. This is another fight that we have to watch out for, because Raven and Insane, they are going head against each other.
Yeah, they are, and it's not going to be an easy one for sure. Yash skips. Oh, that nade looks good. Yash barely managed to avoid it. That was a clean leap outside the window. Raven, they have the upper hand in this fight. The numbers it wants to work with, but skips his nade. If it lands correctly, it's going to put the players of Raven at a massive, massive disadvantage. The other lads finally decide to show up. Dark Lord is here, along with Harsh. So the numbers advantage again swinging in the favor of Team Insane. Where's the last man from the side of Raven Esports?
Here he comes through. Smiley actually
Why
comes and he falls.
And it's the third party from Troy the Million Esports, so there's another line of fire present over here. But Yash's position compromised. Loki needs to capitalize. The Molotov, it fails to connect, but the one lob by the players of Team Insane does force Loki to take a tank. Extra damage for no reason at all. Very awkward conflict between these two sides, because while they're worried about each other, they're worried about their backs being compromised as well, because Team Insane, they aren't any better than Raven Esports in this one. Their line of fire is in the hands of Hail Inferno squad. By the way, you see them on the radar, and they could climb that ridge at any given time.
And meanwhile, for Raven Esports, I believe they're also scared of Silly Esports as well. There can be a lot of outcomes into this fight. You talked about Silly, you talked about Hail Inferno squad, and I believe Skips wants to deploy those smokes to try and cover those sightlines as well. Meanwhile, we saw TWM involved in those third parties. It seems like Visista, They have sightlines as well. Talking about Goten, the nade lands right on the money. Team Insane and their backs have been broken. Can Raven Esports take advantage?
I think they can, and they're going to try their level best too as well. But Hail Inferno squad, they also show up. Goten, he's going to nade check all of those smokes. The spam goes through, finds no hit markers. So he knows the players from the side of Team Insane have fallen into safer positions. The reset comes through for Insane again. Four-man roster, oh, Pixel spotted out. But no knock secured. Troy Thamelian, they get distracted by the players of TWM closing in from the backlines. And as you were talking about Vasista, I think they just have... Okay, they have no points on the board. They found a knock, but the reset came through over there. This is an extended conflict between Insane and Raven. But look at that, the circle completely on top of the heads of Raven Esports. So if they win this conflict against Team Insane, this could be their game.
I believe this circle is going to force teams into two clusters, Johnny. One of them will be on the higher grounds of Chumasera. One will be on the lower ground, the small little compound that you see already occupied by Wind God. So the only viable option for TWM, for FS, for Vasista is to try and charge against those compounds and dethrone them from their fortress. It's not going to be easy, especially when there are so many teams trying and vying for those same compounds. Look at that, Vasista, they're charging against FS though. They push in, Rage God finds a knock as well. Max and Dreams will have a lot of responsibility on their shoulders, but Vasista themselves have two players knocked out.
Yeah, two lads knocked out. It's not going to be easy. Tapata wanted to wrap around the corner. Rage God dishes out the damage, but Rage God falls as well. Not enough rage in him. Now it's down to one last survivor to take the fight against the players of FS Esports. They've done a lot to recover, but it seems like it's all going to slip out of their hands. The nade being cooked, it's going to be lobbed out, but it doesn't even matter as it was a 2v1. They sandwich him from either sides of this dumpster, and Vasista Esports kicked back to the lobby at the 11th spot in this game with no finishes. So, okay, one finish. So they get 1 point in this match. All of that hard work done from the start of the day till now, all in vain, man.
Now all the eggs are going to be on one basket.
Yeah.
And that will be on the map of Erangel. Will have to do something magical to try and make their way inside of the round 4, pardon me for that. The way you mentioned it, the comeback was there, the journey was started, but now it's been left in the middle of a halt. Talking about elsewhere inside of the map though, the higher grounds of Chumasera, multiple teams, like I said, are vying for it. RGC will be the newest entrance. Hail Inferno squad have been waiting at these foothills for a very long time, but now they realize the challenge. They realize and they hear the vehicle screaming in as well. But no love from Team Insane will actually get finished off. This is something which Hail Inferno possibly could have never thought of.
Yeah, exactly. On RGC, this is their time to shine. Jatin OG still looking for the opener. He has nothing to lose at this point. Hail Inferno squad, they're way too far back inside of those overall rankings. They can ruin the game for the players of RGC. And Raven Esports on the other side, left bleeding with the last two individuals, are going to be grateful for the lads of Hail Inferno squad getting involved in this matchup and not letting RGC move forward. But Jatin, his position compromised. Insane from the flank, take Bunny out of the way. So that third party does work out for the players of Hail Inferno squad. Insane with the 4-man roster still intact, can actually do quite a lot to walk away with the chicken in this game. And it is going to be just the level of patience that they display now that can be a big difference maker. 6th stage of the match coming to an end in the next 3, 2, 1.
Where do we go?
Smack center.
Now this is going to be so interesting, Raven Esports. Only if they had their numbers advantage, Johnny. Only if they had their 4 bodies up alive, this could have been amazing. Hail Inferno squad like to make their way in, but Jatin has been shut down once again. Goten could not really provide him the cover fire, but I'm actually concerned for Raven and their positioning. Look at the way RGC has been sniffing their presence for a while. They're waiting for that opportunity to bounce, and when the opportunity presents itself, I believe RGC can potentially have a big game.
Yeah.
And even Insane Esports as well.
I mean, they potentially can, but the question is, who is going to ruin the day for them? Because Wind God is there towards the northern side. TWM have been doing incredible throughout the day. They've been consistent. But look at this. Troy Thamelian Esports, we completely forgot about them, and Loki did as well. As they show up, Hydra is going to spot him out. He goes, or at least tries to go for the jump shot. Finally finds the connection. It's going to be Ranveer who gets the knock on his name. Loki instantly knocked and finished off. Troy Thamelian Esports finally getting a little aggressive. That was their first finish of this match.
First finish, but at least it came at a good time. On the other side, Team Insane trying to charge against their toughest competitors. It is going to be the likes of RGC right now. Molotovs has been established. The artillery strikes are there. And that is going to derail this fight for a while. Insane kind of backing off. And it seems like they do realize the risks of it as well. Even if they win against RGC, I believe there are going to be multiple sidelines, especially from the likes of Wingod, which present themselves. But with Harsh's entry and with all the information that he's gathering with this vehicle, I believe slowly and steadily the airstrike might be coming through from Insane as well.
Well, let's see. Insane, they've had a lot of time to prepare themselves for this. Still a 4-man roster intact. But RGC, it's the same for them. Nade goes up the ridge, no connections found. Yash repositions off to the flank, and there are two individuals that are trying to push the slope, but it's not just the pressure from Insane that's going to be felt by the players of RGC. Look at Wingard in the back lines. They show up. Sahil finds the opener. Bunny with the trade, and Wingard finally building up to a climax for the players of RGC. And Insane, they lend a helping hand in this one as well. Harsh, the nade being cooked, landed to perfection, can get the second knock in this fight, but RGC, they somehow managed to reset themselves, and it is going to be Bunny brought back into the action. But the blue zone, it is still there, 26 seconds to go, and then the world around them is going to start to fall.
RGC being cockroaches in an apocalypse right now. They are surviving through everything, through all the airstrikes that have come in from Insane, through all the airstrikes that have come in from Wingard as well. Talk about Team Insane, they are fearing the push inside of the circle because they know the sightlines are going to be open. RGC, they come in hot, they come in heavy. Skips, is he prepared for him to strike? The S12K is there, and Johnny, I believe it's going to be an absolute 4v4 debacle.
I mean, they're still very undecisive, the lads from the side of Team Insane, but RGC, they have no other option left. They have to move in. Dope charges forward in the back lines. Honey's going to be knocked out as the sandwich comes through. LeBron from the side of Wingard was the man responsible for that knock, but there it is. Dope as well hits the floor, and RGC finally are starting to fall. The retaliation fire is there. Dark Lord is out of ammunition, needs to go for a reload, so he's going to be forced to the back lines, but he does secure the elimination point of Dope before falling back. Insane still the upper hand against the players of RGC as Bunny has been dropped extremely low. And again, did they forget that Wingard was still there? Also, by the way, Wingard also made the same push. They went for the center, and they've lost two individuals that went ahead with the aggression. It's down to Sahil, the last man surviving for the side of Wingard Esports. He goes up against the entirety of Team Insane. Sliver of HP on him. Needs to go for... Wait, what? LeBron pushes the ridge. They still have time before the 9th state starts to collapse. They could have gone for a revive. This is panic setting in this team. Panic shown in the decision making. Nades lobbed out towards the players of Team Insane. But if a counter nade follows through, then Wingard is going to be done.
They are going to be done, but I love what Team Insane are doing so far.
These were all
the points that they wanted throughout this match itself. Taking down RGC, taking down Wingard as well. Two more players that still remain in their hot targets. Coming in from the north, of course, you've got a Troy Tamilian Esports as well. And this team has been very silent throughout, slowly making their way in. TWM, they're stuck. There's absolutely nothing that you can do about it. Arib will have to heal himself up, but I don't believe he's going to gain any position points on the back of it. Potentially a finished point for Troy Tamilian, but no.
Well, I mean, he was in the top 4. But I was thinking, imagine going for a heal battle with a Groza in your hand. That has to be unfortunate. The weapon with the highest, the AR with the highest damage rate of fire inside of the game, and you can't even use it to close out the game. But Wingard versus Insane. This fight has dragged on for a long time, but the team that can take the edge, the team that can actually walk away with the most number of points right now remains Troy Tamilian Esports with that high ground. Inferno on top of that silo as well. Insane, this 4-man roster finally under fire. LeBron, he finds the opener. Dark Lord knocked to the floor, but LeBron, as he steps beyond the ridge, is going to be taken out and along with him, Wingard fall as well. Troy the Million Esports,
Wow.
what is that? A collapse in a matter of seconds. It's down to a 1v1. Harsh and Yash, they are pushing forward, but Harsh has no HP on him. He gets close, goes for the heal. Yash in the backlines is still there, so it's a 2v1 scenario right now. And Pekka, it seems like he's going to try and find the headshot. The first connection comes through. He looks for the second man on the flank, finds the knock on him, down to a 1v1, finally picks up HP, and the clutch is there. Troy the Million Esports, an incredible steal from the players of Team Insane, but it goes exactly how it should have gone. Played to perfection, the chicken dinner to their name.
Just spoiled the game for Team Insane, didn't they?
Yeah.
I mean, there were so many points up there for grabs. We saw Team Insane vying against Wingard, but Wingard also managed to survive amidst all that commotion. And I don't get it how. You saw Sahil OP barely on a pixel of HP. LeBron was there knocked out as well. Utility was flushing in. And as soon as that happens, Troy the Million Esports takes position and Team Insane needs to back off once again. It just feels like luck is pushing Team Insane away from the top 8, and now they also will be needing that big performance on Erangel.
Yeah, I think the big performance is definitely needed, but I still feel they are in a comparatively safer position compared to the rest of the teams we've been talking about who were trying to make that comeback today. Wingard on the other side, just one flawful decision in that entire situation, and that was that 2-2 split that they took towards the end. After they were done with RGC. Two players just charged towards Troy the Million Esports, while the other two were still focused on the players of Team Insane. So first, there was no cover fire available, so there was no safe rotation over their ridge, and as soon as those lads pushed forward, they were again in a sandwich between Troy the Million and Insane from the flank, and you are just focusing on one team. The second one is left unguarded completely. So those early casualties, had they not been there, had Wingard just played from the slope, they could have isolated those 4v3 or 4v4 first against Team Insane, and then the 4v3 against Troy the Million Esports. Because Wingard, I mean, they've proven themselves to be the stronger team in every aspect of the game. They've done quite well for themselves in the overall leaderboard, so they could have walked away with the chicken dinner. But at this point, I think they're going to be happy being in the top 3 and securing a decent number of eliminations.
They certainly are going to be happy, especially with God's Reign could not really be able to perform to the best of the capabilities. TWM as well going out. We saw there was a tie in between these three teams, 133, 133 and 133.
Yeah.
So now Wingard, I believe, are going to be taking that leap. But this was the moment where I felt like Visista Esports, they're going to absolutely crush the hopes of FS. But then the Uno reverse card was played, and I believe for Visista Esports, that's game over.
I think, alright, so before this match, they needed 23 points to break into the top 8. I want to see what the overall leaderboard looks like, because if it is anything over 30, then it's impossible. Under 30, you still have at least a little bit of hope. Of course, you're going to need like 15 plus eliminations in a single game to make it happen. And Visista can actually pull it off. So again, it's just the fact the history of the players has been like this, where they were the best mechanical players in the entire community of BGMI, and because of that history, I still believe that they can make it work. But this last top 3 fight was just, man, insane, man. And Insane, they played it out towards, they played it out exactly as they should have. But Pekka, incredible. And lucky for him that even in that 1v2, that first duel around the broken wall, he found that first shot, headshot connection, and then instantly, when he swung for the second man from the side of Team Insane, he was distracted. He was still thinking that, all right, Pekka is going to peek the same angle. But that's one of the fundamentals, the basic things that you learn inside of the game is never peek the same angle twice.
And I love Pekka because of this, is because not only his experience, but also his technically and mechanically gifted as well. Like you mentioned, he spotted that red hit marker. He knew the headshot is connected. The guy is going to be extremely low on HP. Instantly focuses on the other one, takes him down, trusts himself that the UMP at close range is going to deliver, and he absolutely does it.
Of course. But let's see how the last game is going to turn out. But before that, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a short break. Don't go anywhere.
We've got that temperatures high, but it make way. We came here to slay, slay.
P3 Pro takes mobile gaming to the next level. So first was the AI motion control. आपके मूवमेंट्स को गेम के साथ सिंक कर देता है. AI अल्ट्रा टच कंट्रोल आपके फिंगर मूवमेंट्स को ट्रैक करके टच कंट्रोल को लाइटिंग फास्ट और लैग फ्री बना देता है. मतलब बटरी स्मूथ गेम प्ले जो हर गेमर का ड्रीम होता है यार. तो P3 Pro इज द चॉइस.
I grind to survive, it's a state of mind. Legendary drive, eyes on the prize. I feel the gears turn, never hesitate. No stopping King Kong, beast is awake. I'm knocking down the walls, pounding at the gates. My hustle don't sleep, let me demonstrate. The iron in the fire and I want more. I intend to win the battles, yes, in the war. I'm the champ, I'm the champion, I'm the champ, I'm the champion. Boss beast, God, while I'm at the time. I'm the champ, I'm the champion.
Welcome back after the break, ladies and gentlemen, to the realme BGIS 2025. This is Super Johnny, joined by Salty alongside with me. And of course, one more game to go for Group B to decide which 8 teams qualify for round 4, which 8 teams they also qualify, but to round 3. That's going to be the difference over there. And of course, that last game of Miramar was quite incredible. Team Insane, they had the numbers, they had everything going for themselves. The only thing they did not have was luck on their side, because Pekka just picked off those last 2 individuals and pulled the chicken dinner for his team, Troy Million Esports.
I mean, you've got to give it to the lads as well. I feel like the pressure is just too much. I know Team Insane has kind of surpassed and gone through much more situations of higher pressure. But I believe that in situations like these, where you know that your primary IGL is not playing with you, the calls are going to be different. It's Yash who is stepping in for Adi while he goes through his marriage ceremonies as well. I feel like the best gift that the rest of the 3 players can actually give them is a qualification to round 4.
I like the fact that the man had a lot of personal obligation and still he played like 2-3 games on day number 1. But anyways, ladies and gentlemen, we all talk about incredible things, happy things happening for all of us, and one of those happy things was the launch of the Realme P3 Pro 5G that happened on the 18th of this month, just a few days ago. Do go ahead on Flipkart, check out the Realme P3 Pro 5G. It's starting from 21,999 and is the best phone in the segment, the best performance phone in its price segment. And of course, a lot of exciting features. We talk about that AI motion control that's there. It helps you with the movement inside of the game. And of course, I like the glow in the dark back panel. I can't even tell you how much I love this version of the device.
Yeah, I mean, Jonathan likes it too.
Yeah.
He has vouched for it as well. So if you want to start your gaming journey, you potentially will have to try and get it as well. And the best part about it, being budget friendly but also providing so much performance. Yes. But talking about performance, Johnny, I am desperately waiting for the overall standings because I can't wait for the drama to unfold in front of me. GDR falling, TWM falling, but then it was I believe Wingod who actually pushed through, Insane pushed through as well. So there are going to be so many things to talk about. TWM though, this lad, who's going to stop Arif though? 7 finishes. I thought that they fell, but in fact, they survived for 27 minutes, 7 eliminations on this one lad. He alone gives this team quite a lot of points to work with.
Yeah, I think they were in the top 5 inside of this game. So TWM, of course, do pull up a decent performance. And in total, I believe they had, what, like 8 or 9 eliminations. So incredible numbers on the board for them for sure. But the problem is that the people behind them are also playing very well. You see Wingod, you see FS stepping up, Raven, Troy the Million. Raven, I think, is one of the safer teams. But I think once we get to the overall ranking, that is when we'll have a confirmation. Looking at the match summary right now, 8 grenade finishes, nothing too shabby. Arif with that 299-meter long distance finish. That is quite nice to look at. And 192 smokes used. In terms of smokes, yeah, that number is on a little bit of the higher side.
Yeah, definitely, right? And it was required as well because whenever the circle comes in on top of Chumacera, it definitely will need you smokes. But talk about the point standings. Troy the Million securing the chicken dinner, especially because of Pekka's brilliance. 18 points for them. Team Insane getting themselves 13. TWM getting themselves 11. Now, I believe with Insane gathering 13 points, they're going to push through. WinGod having 10 points. That is going to be a big surprise now. GDR with 3 points, they are going to take a big tumble, Johnny.
Yeah, GDR is going to be pushed back on the 8th position, I believe. Could be potentially outside of the top 8 as well. My maths isn't mathing anymore, so I will just let the computers do it for me. TSW on the other side, I believe that's the first bad game they've had since the start of their matches in Group B.
Yeah, and they don't really care, like you said, right? Potentially, yes, one of the things that they could look out to is to try and make a statement, but they'll be still leaps and bounds beyond everyone else, even for Just Jelly as well. They don't really care. TSW is still holding the #1 spot, but my eyes are going to be on that 6, 7 and 8 position. WinGod 143 pushing through. FS Esports 142 right now. God's Reign still trying to hold on, and surprisingly, it's Silly Esports and Insane who have actually taken a fall.
Alright, so as we were talking about it, this is going to be one of the tightest group we have seen so far. TSW not able to cross that 200 point marker. The only team at the top of their group that is not at 200. But apart from that, look at the numbers below them. This is going to be the group with the highest qualification benchmark as well. So that's the duality of everything. God's Reign 137, Silly 135 as you said, Insane 130, Troy 124, Forever Red Ross 117, and Vasista Esports is going to be the last team that still has a fighting chance to qualify for the top 8. RGC, they are out of it. Sarkar Gaming is out of it. Hail Inferno Squad out of it. But if we talk about Vasista, they need 26 points right now. If God's Reign does well, that's an extra point every single time they need. I think a safer marker to qualify, it's going to be 145. And in order to get to 145, it's a long way. So I think we should count Vasista out of the competition as well.
Unless and until they pull out a performance like Soul as well, right?
Yeah.
You never really know what can happen. But knowing these lads, they're going to go all out. Like you said, trailing by 26 points. On the podium, on the point standings, it does not seem to be like a lot. But like you mentioned, there is GDR, of course, who will try and hold on to their position. They will also try and have a good game.
Yeah.
But I believe for GDR, the toughest competition is going to be Silly Esports. 135 and 137, just barely a 2-point gap. And with the way things have been crumbling down for GDR, it seems like, yeah, Destro might actually have to take the tough route and come in from round 3. What are your thoughts, though?
I think that might actually be true. I mean, if they do not finish in the top 8 at the end of this game, for this match, I think God's Reign, just to be on the safer side, 10 to 15 points. No matter 10 points, forget about 15, 10 points, 147, that is going to be enough. One way or the other, get those 10 points. Does not matter if you get 5 finishes, break into the top 3, or you're going to go just all in, try and hunt down 10 players right off the bat to qualify as quickly as possible. Whatever you do, get those 10 points just to be on the safer side. At the end of things, they might qualify with just 5 or 6 points as well. But we have a substitution happening, and it's Sarkar Gaming. Pasha is going to be sitting out from the next game, and Skeleton is going to be dropped back in.
I mean, makes sense as well, because Skeleton has been the man who pulls out the clutches. But I kind of wonder, like, is it too late for Sarkar Gaming? And I believe it is actually too late. So coming in from round 3, it is going to be a tough job. But coming back to that conversation again, WinGod with that game itself, I believe pushing beyond that 140 marker, now they can be considered safe, are they though?
Yeah, I think that is going to be safe. I think anything beyond 140 is going to be safe, especially if you are over 145, then guaranteed safety. Because the teams at the bottom, I think they are going to try and calculate, alright, we are going to need, like as you said, Silly and God's Reign 2-point difference. So Silly is going to be thinking about getting those 2 points as quickly as possible. And after they get those points, they aren't even going to be focused on the fact that, alright, let's get the safety cushion. If something major goes wrong, then of course you are in trouble. And of course that would mean that every single team below you just outperforms you in a single game. So for a team like WinGod, I think 3 to 4 points, 150, go for 150, that automatically helps you qualify. But we do not know, right? We can't really predict the future. It's only at the end of the match we're going to know what the actual cutoff is and who is going to be in the top 8 and who sits out.
You know what? I don't know if it's my strength or it's my weakness, but I truly put myself in the shoes of the players and my heart is racing right now. Considering Team Insane, they also made a mad dash inside of the top 8 as well. Ladies and gentlemen, the final game of Group B is going to be unfolding in front of us right about now.
One last game, one last flight, ladies and gentlemen. Match number 24 for Group B, the map of Erangel. It's there in front of our eyes. And of course, this time, since it is the last match, we're going to give the players the most preferred flight path. Starting from Primos, going all the way towards the Kamishki Hills. You get to go wherever you please.
The toughest group, the highest cutoff benchmark that has been set so far as of yet, and it seems like there are going to be multiple teams who are battling for qualification. And of course, the axe hanging, whether you proceed towards round 4 or whether you proceed towards round 3. And like we talked about, this flight path, of course, being very pleasant for majority of these players, but still, if you want to go towards somewhere like the Georgia Pool areas, you will have to do a little bit of the hard work. As of now, Gosrain quite easily making their flight and their glide towards military base. Forever Red Ross will be one of the teams who have been struggling, Johnny, will be one of those teams who are kind of taking that tumble. We were talking about Silly Esports. Look at that. They've been the second most consistent teams on the map of Erangel. 56 points is what they have acquired so far, right behind THW. So this is going to be very interesting to find out if GDR, they will be able to hold on to their position.
Yeah, it is definitely going to be quite interesting, but let's see how things turn out for them. In the end, Raven Esports, they are taking the exit towards the northern side, and the teams right on the verge of qualification. Where are they? Silly Esports, a safest start from Stalber Kameshki. God's Reign at the opposite end of the map, as you mentioned. Military base is going to be their drop. Who else? Troy Tamilian Esports, that query Primoskip, but hey, look at this, Forever Red Ross. This is also one of the teams in contention. And the drop clash against Wingard Esports, they kick things off with 1 extra point on the board. This drop clash was something that I could not have predicted. Forever Red Ross, I mean, till now have not charged into an early fight like this, but this time that 1 extra point could be the momentum booster that they need in this game, and on that leaderboard to qualify on the other side.
And I believe this is understandable as well. They know, as a matter of fact, they need 20 plus points from this game itself to try and push through. Now they're going to start hunting for the rest of the competition as well. Look at that, though. Infinity trying to survive that scare. He actually managed to cross over the bridge, and that, I believe, will be the end of the chase. Forever Red Ross finding that 1 frag. Wingard, though, their wins have kind of been cut short as of yet. 3 players still surviving. Not too shabby, not too bad, but LeBron has been one of their highest performers, especially in the end game. So I'm not sure how that is going to pan out.
Well, let's see how it pans out. And they still have a lot of time to go for whatever moves they can think of. I'm worried about one more conflict that could take place towards Rozhok RGC up against THW. Look at that. I mean, that school Rozhok fight. It's always happened between the teams that take those positions. Hail Inferno squad heading towards Milta from the middle of Insane and FS. TWM Arib has gone out into the open positions of Mansion, and he's not alone. He has a teammate with him. Alright, they went there to pick up an extra vehicle for themselves.
While there's a little bit of a peaceful situation kind of brewing up on Erangel, let's just speculate, alright? What are the teams who are still facing those challenges? One, of course, will have to be God's Reign. One will be Forever Red Ross. Team Insane, according to you, completely safe? Or do you think they still have struggles? Alright, FS Esports will be one of those teams as well who will be in that shady area, the grey area as well.
So, I think, yeah, Wingard is doing okay. We have Troy Tamilian Esports has an opportunity to make it. Insane is not safe. Silly is not safe. God's Reign is not safe. Who else? Who else am I leaving? FS.
Beyond that 140 point mark, I think they are kind of
142. I mean, FS can be pushed back. So if God's Reign does well, 142. Wingard needs, as I said, 7 to 8 points. cross that 150, that gives you safety. But not everyone is going to be able to get those points to get over the safety cushion, right? So FS can be pushed out, God's Reign can be pushed out. Silly has a lot to gain. Insane has a lot to gain. Troy the Million has a lot to gain. Forever Red Roston, they need a big game, and they started off with that one finish, and Visista is going to be the last team in the list. So these 5 teams are going to be the ones competing right now.
You know, Troy the Million Esports, if they actually manage to land 20 points in this game, this will be the biggest ending to Group B so far, and the biggest turnaround, honestly, as well, because this team was reeling at the bottom throughout their matches, throughout Group B was being played, but then all of a sudden, as Week 2 started for this team, they kind of figured a way to turn around things. Ranveer, Hydro stepping up, and bit by bit, they did try and claw their way back into the competition once again, and Pekka has to be given all those credits, just solidifying that last match with that chef's kiss, finding right at the money, the 1v2, which gave them the chicken dinner as well. I believe that Troy the Million, they've done the hard work, but one massive jump, one massive leap is still yet to be taken. They've got the nice end of the map, though. They've got the nice end of the circle as well. Primorsk is under control.
Yeah, Primorsk under their control right now, but for how long will they be able to stay alive? Because eventually they're going to be forced to move towards Gatka, and Hyderabad Hydras are already there. That is a team that you do not want to challenge right now. Great momentum for Hyderabad Hydras. The aggression looks good as well. And as we were talking about Silly Esports, 135 points on the leaderboard right now. Just 2 points shy of God's Reign, 2 points shy of being inside of the top 8. And in this game, they're extremely far away from the circle, all the way towards Stalber Kameshki. In fact, they're towards the northern edge of that Stalber Hill, the northern shoreline, foothills of that Stalber Hill. So for them, the rotation is going to be a long one. And if they continue along those northern shoreline, it's going to lead them into a conflict against Raven Esports, a team that does not really have a lot to lose. Raven is sitting in the top 3, I guess, with 146 points to their name.
And a man who does not have a lot to lose will be the man to be feared as well.
Oh wait, Insane. Look at them against ESW. This is a fight for qualification. And this is somewhere that Insane definitely do not want to fumble.
And talking about fumbling, it seems like THW, not really ideal amount of information that they want to try and stop this team dead on their tracks. They can sniff the presence, they can sense that there are a couple of vehicles wheeling around in this area, so there might be someone, but so far the fact that Team Insane is here will sort of still be a big question mark. For Team Insane though, I believe they would hate, absolutely hate, to participate in such an early collision, because all that they want to try is to try and keep themselves safe. That has been their strategy so far coming into today. They've been trying to keep themselves alive until the final circle. They're getting those average finish points per game, around 5 to 6, and trying to push themselves forward. But is that going to be enough today in this juncture? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. I mean, let's see how it turns out though. Look at the cluster that's forming close to the center though. God's Reign, they've crossed that military bridge, but FS, an early casualty, and as I said, FS also not safe yet, not too far away from getting pushed out of that top 8 bracket. Crypto knocked out, and it's TWM charging for them. Every single point TWM takes away from the board, it works out in their favor, but the trade comes through as Max finds Ralphie. The trade knock does swing the fight's momentum in the favor of FS Esports. That finish point should be converted. Ralphie runs to safety. The shift of the circle between Gatka and Ferripia. This is going to be a very awkward game now.
But one good thing is for God's Reign, they have actually already crossed on over, and this is very surprising. Usually back in the old days, Destro always take their time till the second circle or potentially the third circle to actually cross on over. Now look at how quick he is on his feet. Currently he does have Wind God right next to him, but I believe there's a safe spot. Looking at Team Insane though, they are going hot and heavy against THW. Shots were fired, but no connections were found as of yet, Johnny.
Yeah, they are going up against the team sitting on the first position in the overall leaderboard, so this is definitely not going to be an easy fight for them. But Insane, yeah, she finds the opener, and it's going to be Rush Boy, who's not going to be able to rush anywhere anymore. He gets picked off. First point on the board for the side of Team Insane, just a few more shy from breaking it into the top 8. I don't want to see how aggressive they can be. There's a few more options available, by the way. They will have the players of Hail Inferno squad moving into this exact same spot in a few seconds. You see them on the radar as well.
Talking about the radar, it seems like Team Insane, they themselves are kind of being accompanied with Hail Inferno squad and the likes of Team Troy the Million as well. We have to talk about that, but for a wee while later, because it seems like forever it draws, they can also come into the mix of things. Multiple teams in the vicinity. Team Insane, they know, as a matter of fact, the objective is to try and get inside the circle first. They will have to resort to finish points later, but they will have to keep their players alive. And that is one of the reasons why they even did not step the gun, especially at that fight against THW.
Yeah, I mean, they can't really risk losing their players, as you mentioned, because that would mean that in the late game stages, they would have absolutely nothing to work with. And if you play for survival, the finish points towards the end of the game are automatically going to come towards you, because there's going to be a lot of loose stragglers for you to shut down, for you to pick off. And look at how the movement is working out. THW, Team Jelly, Hail Inferno squad, all these squads in a very awkward position. Hail Inferno squad have nothing to lose, by the way. They're too far away from that qualification bracket. RGC, another team that has pretty much already lost all hopes of qualification inside of the top 8. The teams that are either too safe, like for example TSW and Hyderabad Hydras and Raven and just Jelly, Team Jelly, these are the teams that are going to be extremely chaotic. Also, the teams that have nothing to gain because they're way too far away from that qualification bracket will also have full freedom of playing these games this last match however they please. RGC is one of those names. So staying inside of the blue, I think they are going to try and shut down or at least ruin the day for anyone who's going to try and play the late game, just play for survival. But FS, my goodness, alright. So they find themselves up against Hail Inferno squad. This is going to be an important fight for the players of FS. They already have 1 point by punishing that early conflict against the players of TWM a few moments ago. Stopped in their tracks, shots fired, no opening found them.
The trace was rather decent, but not a lot of damage dished out in that engagement. TWM going against Team Jelly over there. Kyo Lamau has been completely finished off. We'll find out where exactly this fight is happening, but for now though, FS Esports just trying to keep themselves alive. And if I'm not mistaken, Johnny, this team is also the one who is battling for qualification. FS, are they out of the dirt?
I don't think so, man. They are out of the dirt. They are battling to stay safe and stay alive and stay inside of the top 8. Because this is going to be the next team right after God's Reign that might be forced to bite the dust. So God's Reign on the 8th, FS on the 7th. That is how the leaderboard looks like as of now. FS has an extra point on the board. Team Jelly do not really care if they lose the entire game. They are quite safe with 146 points to their name. TWM, another team that has done quite well for themselves, to be honest. TWM, this is also a team that has recovered because day number 2 ended on a bad note for them. RGC, extra points as Hail Inferno squad was going to be shut down mid-rotation. In this position, RGC, Hail Inferno squad, Insane just a little bit south of these open Gatka fields, and FS towards the west. RGC, the prime contenders to go for a squad wipe, and Hail Inferno squad is going to be the prime contender of the squad to be getting wiped. Insane against Raven. Now this actually works out quite well for the side of Team Insane. 1 player knocked out, but 2 picked up, and the finishes are going to be secured, but another man is going to be hitting the floor from the side of Insane. Yash and Dark Lord, both of these lads are knocked out, and Harsh along with Skips, they are fighting for their life. THW show up for a third party, so Insane, they're going to feel a lot of pressure, and if Insane end up losing this fight, they are also going to lose their hope for qualification inside of round 4. The nades go flying, the damage dished out, and the bodies are going to start to drop as well. Somehow they recover. Yash and Harsh looking to escape, but they're running into the line of fire of Levi. He's hiding in that shack. The slam is going to happen, and Levi with a few shots can secure that knock. They stop midway. The shotgun is going to find the connection. Yash with a sliver of HP somehow does manage to stay alive, and along with him, the hopes and dreams of Insane stay alive as well. The smoke lobbed out, some soft cover created, but can he bring his teammate back into the game? That's going to be the big question over here.
This is such a messy situation for so many teams out there. Open terrains, open fields, absolutely no cover, and everyone is just trying to drive by the heck out of each other at this point. Forever it draws though, They have been the latest entrants to this fight, and they're going to find a lot of bodies on their knees so far. Just trying to look in and capture those finish points. They are absolutely up for grabs, absolutely free. But for Team Insane, I believe that was a massive scare. Still 2 players up alive. I'm going to give it the benefit of doubt. In the center of the circle, that shack might actually provide them adequate cover, at least till the late game.
They're 134 points now, including these 4 finishes. Need 3 more to surpass God's Reign, and they can't afford to get taken out before God's Reign as well. But here come Forever Red Ross. They need a big game, and Sam from the side of Jelly just denies them a thought of surviving further from here with those 4 players. Instant finish confirmation as Lucifer is going to be packed and sent back to the lobby. And Forever Red Ross now feeling the pressure of stepping into this open field shots. You can hear the sounds of the bullets clashing on those vehicles. R2's HP dropped to around 10. The first aid is going to come and trigger his HP bar, bring it back up again. Sarkar Gaming against Hyderabad Hydras. Sarkar Gaming way too down inside of the overall rankings. Hyderabad Hydras way too far up in the overall rankings. So again, this is a fight of teams at the extremes. Skeleton, he's just standing there like a mannequin. Lets the players of health. This is so smart. Oh, I was going to say that is so smart. He's not giving them any footsteps to work with. All of a sudden, Dream shows up and he starts to wonder. Yeah, there are no mannequins in this game. What are you talking about? That is my point. 3 points on the board for FS.
Absolutely, for FS Esports though, I think entering the circle right now is going to invite carnage. But I believe these lads, they are ready as well. Raven Esports, they are going to be spotted at the distance. Dreams, is he going to go in for the spray? No, he doesn't. Gets back on his, embarks on his vehicle, gets back to safety. FS Esports want to retain their position, and for that, they just need to keep themselves alive, and I believe that would do the job for Silly Esports though. They've done the hard work already, rotating in from Stolber, rotating in from the far northern end of the map itself, finding themselves breathing room inside the circle. They've done a phenomenal job so far, but they need to continue. Yet, haven't troubled those scorers. The finishes are absolutely 0. They've got 4 vehicles though, Johnny, and I believe this is going to be their opportunity. A little bit of a high ground. They've got Forever to draw so right underneath as well, and they might decide which opponent to pounce on. Is it going to be Forever to Dross, or is it going to be Justin who is on top of a tower? Wait, what?
How do we get here?
I don't know.
That is a legit question. How did he make it happen, man? What tips and tricks videos is he watching? There is no, well, let's see. Silly Esports are going to be caught off by surprise, and they are going to be asking the question, like, where was this man? The jump takes off a big chunk of his HP bar, but breathing room available for the side of God's Reign. This is going to be the most intense fight of this matchup. By the way, FS Esports, they've been wiped out, so their chances of survival are going to be dire. FS Esports, 145 points in total, so they just got 3. Vasista on the other side against Hyderabad Hydras. Tapatap is going to be knocked out. Nades flying. Fierce looking for the opener, and Dazzle is going to be the man hitting the floor. Fierce, I mean, he has done an incredible job making sure Vasista Esports have a respectable finish on the overall leaderboard, but it's not going to be enough, of course. Raven Esports from the flank, the trade comes through. But there it is on the finish feed. God's Reign against Silly.
Massive fight over there. But talking about Vasista right now, it seems like their flank is wide open. Coming in from Raven Esports, the shots were absolutely deadly. Their hopes and dreams of finding a mammoth game in this one has been absolutely shattered. Hyderabad Hydras, of course, doing a good job in trying to smoke down the entire path. They know, as a matter of fact, that their opposition is underneath. The height advantage is there. The Molotov, of course, is going to chew up Rage God at this point. But I believe the connection was not there. Hyderabad Hydras still looking for points, but they have 7 finishes on board already. So this team, they were already safe. They are going to push themselves forward as well. And now potentially are going to hunt down Fears. It's a 1v2 situation. Is this lad going to survive this scare is going to be my question. S12K is not going to do the job. Hyderabad Hydras, they secure 8.
Yeah, well, Vasista Esports on the other side, I think already the dream of qualification was quite dire, and with that frag, with that player Fears getting wiped out, it is over as well. Forever Red Ross, their dream is still alive, so is Silly's. The nade goes out, Beast needs to be careful. R2, barely any HP on him, nade exchange between the two sides. We just jumped across at the last second. So perfect with that timing. But again, Kalyug has thrown almost everything to try and pick Beast off. That nade right next to him. Finally, Beast is going to get knocked out. Does Kalyug get the finish as well? Beast looking to cross over. Silly Esports, though, the third party coming in from God's Reign, could spell trouble for them. Every single point on GDR, and the difference between these two sides just keeps going up. Forever Red Ross, their dream of qualification also might be coming to an end in this matchup. But guess what? Troy Tamilian Esports, I completely forgot about them. That's also another team that does have a fighting chance of qualification. Although, unfortunately, they're down to the last three players. Now it's two, as Ranveer is going to get knocked out. The finish confirmation still not there. But Silly Esports, Rapido picked off, Immortal shut down. 6 points for Forever Red Ross. Looking to climb, they need those last two players to go out as well.
Talking about Forever Red Ross to Phoenix in the backlines. It was a pretty messy affair, to be honest, Johnny. Silly Esports keeping one of their players to try and watch out for their flank. Phoenix neutralized that, but in doing that, I believe majority of his frontline assault is Beast and Lucifer. They had to give up their lives, and that is one of the reasons why, in spite of having 6 finishes, Forever Red Ross, for them, qualification seems to be dire. Talk about TWM though, talk about this lad, talk about this man and the monster. Arib does not stop. The nade was there, but the finish was picked up by Lobster himself.
Yeah, he did it while he was upside down as well. He's sitting in an inverted car. Talk about... Well, I don't know what to call this, man. This is just madness straight up. Because no one would expect him to be there. And that is why it's a 200 IQ play. But also, why? TWM, that is just up to their own shenanigans. I guess they are in a safer position compared to everyone else. But let's talk about the qualification fight between the teams that are still surviving. There's Insane still alive with 2, Silly alive with 2, Forever Red Ross with 2, Troy Tamilian with 3, and God's Reign with all 4. And that Southern Edge control. Oh, and Ninja moving for the smack center. They are not just looking to qualify, they're looking to qualify with a big winner chicken dinner. And if that actually happens, then someone else is definitely going out. I wonder who that is going to be. Silly could potentially kick out FS, because now they know if they surpass that 145 point marker, then FS is going to be the next team in line to be eliminated out. Not eliminated, but to be kicked out of the top 8. But just in from the back lines, Kalyug is going to be dropped, and Silly Esports, well, I don't think they can recover from this.
All of a sudden, situation for Silly Esports actually looks dire. Look at their closest competition. GDR have 4 players inside of the circle, and like you mentioned, with Ninja Jot making that rotation up towards the center, they've got so much map control as well. Noob completely caught in that vehicle position. Almost on the verge of getting taken down, but slowly surviving with a sliver of HP. No medkits, no first aid as well. And now Silly Esports have been taken down. Confirms their journey towards a round 3. The ticket to round 4 has been cancelled, but GDR, they're still holding strong. And it seems like Ninja John, he is absolutely going berserk at this point. Spotted out the lads of Hyderabad Hydras, laid them up, shifts focus, and now looks at someone else.
Well, let's see though if he finds those frags. Destro. Again, looking to put up big numbers on the board. Pekka is going to be dropped. A clash between Wingod and Troy Tamilian Esports. Ranveer and Inferno still left standing. Infinity inside of that shack. An easy target for the players of Troy Tamilian to lobnate towards. One does find a connection, but finish taken by Destro himself. God's Reign, all of these steals, all of these finish points, again guaranteeing safety. They have a few placement as well because we are in the top 6 bracket now. God's Reign, Troy Tamilian, Forever Red Ross, Insane, still fight for qualification. Forever Red Ross down to their last man, and it's not going to be easy. Phoenix already, last 2 players left. Phoenix moving out in the open. R2 already has found cover behind those haystacks.
To be honest, talk about Troy Tamilian, they were so close for qualification. 3 finishes, of course, not being enough, but with the man advantage and the positional advantage they had inside of the circle, I almost felt like they can potentially contest against GDR for that chicken dinner. Could have actually gotten themselves many finishes on the way as well. Insane also trying their last-ditch effort. The airstrike is there, but it does not reach. The lads of Hyderabad Hydra still keep themselves safe right behind that ridge. Moksh as well as Dazzle, they know exactly where Team Insane are, and they will try and converge upon them. huge responsibilities on these lads, but they fail. Yash falls, but Harsh, he pays back. It's going to be a 1v1 versus Dazzle and Harsh, but I believe Harsh has been taken down from the distance. Yash still managing to survive. Insane. They are surviving a scare.
Well, yeah, they are surviving a scare. Harsh, he's the last man for Team Insane. Going for a revive out in the open like that, especially with God's Rain and Destro in particular, sitting on top of that truck is not an ideal position, but they still do manage to recover. I wonder if any of these two individuals was spotted out. 6 points on the board for God's Rain, top 4 in this game. And again, this is the easiest way to secure qualification, right? Get the chicken dinner. It doesn't matter how many finishes you need. And that is exactly what God's Rain are going for. Insane, Troy the Million, 2 teams that still can qualify only if they outperform FS Esports in the overall leaderboard. Oh man, these many calculations is what I struggle with. But let's see, I'm going to try and keep up. FS at 145, Troy the Million, they've broken into the top 4. Bare minimum of 4 placement points for them in terms of finishes. That is what it will all come down to. They had 124 inside of this game before this game began. Needed about 20 more points. So yeah, it is going to be very difficult for them to move forward as well. Insane, I think they are just looking for a safe haven inside of this match. God's Rain, they finish things off, or are looking to finish things off against the side of Troy the Million Esports. Opening knock on Inferno. Justin closes in. The nade lines it up, lobs it out. Pekka, he's hiding in that shack. It is going to be difficult for him to survive, especially, look at that, he's outside the play zone, so he's going to be forced to move out into the open. And God's Rain, they're just waiting for an opportunity to strike. The Stalker, Pekka, sees the man Delta PG in the distance, but Delta is not going to back off. Pekka out into the open, shots coming in from every single direction, and he gets shut down, and there it is, top 2, God's Rain, safety gained. Round 4, here we go. It is just Insane they are up against, and a 2-man roster from the side of Insane. Justin is going to be the first man dropped to the floor unless they find the second. This fight is going to be won by the players of God's Rain. Look at them circling around this haystack position like vultures. They've moved towards the center of the circle. Ain't no way Insane breaks through, and it is just stage 7. Salty, this game is pretty much done and dusted. Look at that, Yash hits the floor, and it is going to be the last man. Harsh shut down as well. Delta PG with the closing shot and the closing moment. God's Rain reigning supreme in the last game of their journey in the grind.
I mean, Team Insane, from the position of where they managed to escape through with the 2 players, I almost felt like they could have actually gotten themselves eliminated when there were 10 teams surviving.
Yeah.
From there, we saw the mad dash toward the center of the circle. We saw them take control of that one shack where they took down the players of Forever Withdraws. And from that point on, those 2 players, Yash and Harsh, they kept on surviving, they kept on surviving, they kept on surviving. And yes, they did not really get a lot of finishes, but I believe that the concept or the logic behind this was to try and get yourself as many position points as you can.
Yeah.
They get themselves 6, and also along with it, they get themselves, I believe, 4 or 5 finish points as well. So double digits hit for Team Insane as well. I do not think that is too bad for them.
I believe it's not too bad for them, but it is still a big question of whether they get to push through or not to the other side. So it's going to be very difficult. Again, so many teams that were fighting for qualification were there in the top 5, top 6. And it was all about to come down to elimination. And I think I said it at the start of the game as well. And Destro, he put it to application, not because I said it. I said it because I've observed this for a lot of these teams, that as long as you keep your players alive, as long as you have that 4-man roster surviving inside of the top 6, the top 5, it becomes very easy to secure those finish points.
Yeah.
And we saw what God's Rain did. Starting of the game, completely hiding their presence. Towards the end is when they start getting those frags. And what had happened, it was an open area position, so majority of the teams were already left with like 2 players just left alive. It became very easy for God's Rain to not just secure qualification, but get that chicken dinner.
And this is what makes him a champion, right? This is what actually led him to be the champion of 2023 as well. But I'll actually make the calculation easier for you. GDR, they are quite safe, of course, with this chicken
course,
dinner.
yeah.
But apart from that, Team Insane, they started at 130, I believe. They got themselves 11 points, 141. Silly
no,
Esports. I'm not really sure if they are safe, but I believe that Team Insane, they are possibly going to be making the cut because Silly Esports did not manage anything. They had about like 2 eliminations. Forever at Ross, they had a lot to cover, but they could not do that as well.
Yeah.
And apart from that, Troy Tamil and the others who were in contention, they could not really, play in terms of the finish point. So I believe that 141, 142, it's going to be a tough battle between either TWM and Insane.
I think FS was at 145. 145. That was the next team beyond God's Reign.
Oh! So you're saying that FS might actually be the cut-off?
Yeah.
Like 145 is going to be the cut-off?
Yeah.
Man, that is stressful, honestly. This is stressful.
But it's going to be fun. Hey man, this is the group with the highest cutoff now.
Yeah.
We were seeing those mid-30s. We saw somewhere close to 140, 145. Highest cutoff and the lowest scoring team at the top. Not like just by comparing the teams at the top. I got to find a better way to articulate that.
At this point, I don't even care about the top, to be honest, because yes, you did well. THW, they were dominant, especially in a tough lobby like this.
Yeah.
But looking at the competition at the mid-pack, I believe that this is exactly what we wanted.
Yes.
Even the audience as well. I believe this is exactly what the BGMI community wanted. To see so many teams in close contestation. And then, of course, Destro coming in, showing his class. Teaching these lads are fine. I've got the experience. I'm called the trophy magnet for a reason. And in the situations of the highest pressure, this man just absolutely being the captain, cool, and taking his troops to victory. It is commendable, man.
Yeah, it is commendable. And one more thing that's commendable is our lovely sponsors coming out with the realme P3 Pro 5G, ladies and gentlemen. An incredible device. The segment's best performance phone has been launched just a few days ago, starting from 21,999. And of course, if you go on to Flipkart and search for the realme P3 Pro 5G, who knows, you could stand a chance to win one of these devices for yourself. Crafted India Esports is doing a lovely giveaway as well, apparently. He went ahead, filled the form, and left me here the entire day so I could not do it. What a cheeky guy.
Well, we're not going to give him any of these devices. I'm going to take one of these.
Oh,
I'm
yeah,
going to take the green
now
one.
I'm helping you with the heist.
Yeah. I'm going to take the green one. You take the blue one, and that's about it.
That's my device. That's the glow-in-the-dark one.
I mean, I'm wearing blue, you're wearing green, so I believe that is how we should... Oh, we are actually
Yeah,
color coordinating with the phones. Good
That's
stuff.
okay, Salty.
Good stuff, man. I did not expect that to happen. But anyways, the conversation does not have to be about this. The conversation will be for a couple of teams. For Silly Esports, it does kind of feel bad. I mean, coming in so hot and making so much effort for Vasista Esports as well. Because last day, you talk about the heroic entrances. There was a chance, especially with the chicken dinner. But still not making it.
I mean, hey, I mean, they make it to the main event at least. Like, they are still going to be in round 3. So, I mean, we should not get that upset, right? We wanted to see a tight competition. We got a tight competition. So, again, kudos to all of these teams and congratulations to the top 8 that will qualify for round 4. We're going to find out who they are in a bit. MVP of the game is going to be Delta PG with 5 finishes. And looking at the list of top 5 players, he's going to be joined by his own teammate Ninja Jod on the 2nd, Arif from TWM on the 3rd, with 4, Dazzle from Hyderabad Hydros. By the way, he's an incredible new addition into this lineup. I think I've been most impressed with Dazzle and just consistent throughout. 4 eliminations for him. Lobster with 4 as well.
What about Arib and Lobster? I believe that this has been the duo to actually watch out for. TWM, Lobster had 7 eliminations in the last game, in this one as well. Not Lobster, Arib had 7 eliminations in the last game. This one he has 4, so 11 in total. And I'm pretty sure other than that, he's also found a lot more. Match summary, only 5 grenade finishes because of course the open terrains and a lot of smokes used.
Yeah, I mean, it was an open terrain. Gatka feels very difficult to survive without those smokes. But look at this, 22 points for God's Reign. So safety attained. TWM are going to be in a safer position. Hyderabad Hydros were already safe. Insane with 11 points. Forever at Ross, 9 points ain't going to cut it. Troy Tamil Esports, 8 points not enough. FS with 4 get themselves to safety. I think, as I said, top 8, nothing's going to change over there. But hey, let's confirm all of this, ladies and gentlemen. Let's move forward, have a look at the overall leaderboard and see the 8 names that move forward to round number 4. And well, do you notice any big changes? I don't think so. Insane was outside the top 8.
Yeah.
Silly was out. Troy was out. Forever Red Ross out. Not out as in they are going to round 3. And talking about the teams going to round 4, TSW, Hyderabad Hydras, God's Reign finished in the top 3, TWM on the 4th, Raven Esports on the 5th, Just Jelly on the 6th, FS on the 7th, and Wingod is going to be the last team moving forward to round 4. And they do it, by the way, without any chicken dinners.
Who's going to look at the point standings and say that GDR, they were actually struggling to actually make the cut majority of the duration of the group, and now they're in the 3rd spot in the final game itself, right? Feels a little bad for Team Insane, to be honest, because they started off extremely low, but then the comeback was almost there, but fell short with just 3 points. And like you mentioned, I mean, I believe that it's just a learning lesson. They did give in everything that they've got, and also did City Esports, also did Troy Tamilian as well. All these 3 teams, they tried to bring back and resurrect their position on the overall standings, just could not. But from round 3, they will continue their journey, and I believe they are definitely going to dominate over there.
Yeah, I mean, round 3 is going to be very intense, because now, I mean, Vasista Esports heading into round 3, whatever it was, Silly was very incredible. Silly Esports, I think, definitely well played. Of course, being in the top 8 would have been better, but who cares? As we keep talking about it, no eliminations. Round 3 is now time to go for a tough fight. Although, from the top 8 over here, now I want to see which 8 teams from Group A they are going to be joining in that round 4. Of course, the bottom 4 from Group A are going to be the ones that will be dropped into round 4. The top 8 automatically move to quarterfinals. But let's have a look at our predictions, see who got their predictions right.
I mean, Hail Inferno squad on Maisie could not really do much over there. Troy Tamilian on Ravan kind of put in an effort, but also nothing. Spiro going ahead with Forever to Dross. Necro going ahead with the same as well.
Yeah, these 2 men, they are not, like, I don't know, Caster's Curse. The power of the Caster's Curse is the strongest in both of them. I've personally experienced it with Spiro a few days ago.
So the fun fact is, Johnny, only you and me predicted the teams who qualified inside of the top 8. The rest, everyone has been eliminated.
Yeah, hey, we were talking about teams that could make a comeback, right?
Yeah.
And of course, you making a comeback to the desk this year. Me coming back every single year. But I have to say, I mean, kudos to Anki. That was a gamble, man. Anki and Maisie, those 2, like, that was risky picks. Hail Inferno squad and Vasista Esports.
Brother-in-arms going in for risky picks individually.
Yeah,
neither of them paid off, actually, so both exploded. But talk about the team's preview. Of course, we've got Group A playing tomorrow. So back in action, baby. The heavy hitters once again. It's Reckoning, Soul, Phoenix, 4 Miracles, 8-bit Team Tamilas, K9, and 4 Aggressive Men. Team Soul, what a comeback that was in day 2. It's all about maintaining the journey. And I'm pretty sure Soul, with the kind of headlines that they made, the comeback in form, they're not going to lose their touch.
Oh, of course, but let's see how things are going to turn out, because in this group as well, there are a lot of names that have had interesting runs. Likhta Esports, day number 1, very, very well played. And then the second day, they also started to drop. Revenant X Park is a team that we are looking forward out to. Orangutan, lot of motivation in the players, lot to achieve this year, lot to prove to their fans. Versatile Somraj, a man obsessed. And of course, the outliers in this group, it was Cincinnati Kids, because Cincinnati Kids are doing quite decent. And that has not been the case for this team for a long time. I mean, Juicy is a good friend of mine, Aditya as well. Flock, he's a very nice human being and a great kid. And I hope to see these kids succeed. But the last year was not that year. And this year as well, the start of this year in the recent third party was not that great. So them being able to recover this quickly is quite nice to witness.
I mean, Juicy in officials. I mean, he's always been always qualified, always been a different monster. But talking about monster as well, I'm actually scared of Godlike, to be honest, because the way they started their journey, oh my word. I'm predicting a chicken dinner at the start of tomorrow as well. I'm kind of expecting Godlike to hit the ball, because the fall off was kind of not expected. But currently, if you look at the top 3, Versatile, Revenant X Park, and Team Soul, there will be a lot of cutthroat competition.
Yeah, it definitely will be, especially if you have a team that can score 60 points in 2 games. That is what Soul was able to accomplish. That is a feat that I've never seen anyone pull off, in front of my eyes at least. Like, I've heard about it 2 years ago in BGIS. Someone did it in an offline match as well, off stream. But not on broadcast, never on broadcast, and they put it on display for everyone to see.
And to be honest, I'm pretty sure that tomorrow as well might not be Seoul, but there will be teams who will give us headlines after headlines. But ladies and gentlemen, Group B, with that, came to an end. Of course, we did get to see the teams proceeding towards round 4. But now we'll have to find out which are the teams who are going to be joining them in round 4. We come back with Group A tomorrow. It's going to be a blockbuster. For now, it's going to be good night and bye-bye.